looking at. And we have seen, especially Zainab, in the last year and a half, how the effect of that resistance, the effect that it has had all over the world.
Yes.
We saw on October 7th what happened, and on October 8th, who came forward?
Yes.
Right? Who came forward? And the rest of the time, which countries, which entities came forward in supporting the Palestinian people? So the lines are becoming more
Clearer.
and more clear. We see whether we're talking about Hezbollah. Let's talk about Hezbollah a little bit. You know, we're not talking about this major military with an air force, but it has been up against the best equipped, right?
Military in the world.
Yes, especially in this region, right? And basically we're talking about the United States too.
Exactly.
It's not just the Zionist regime.
Exactly.
So they're up against the best in the world and did not stop a second to support their Palestinian brothers and sisters. How honorable is that? And Sayyid Hasan comes out right after that and said, we are there with you.
Yes.
We will be with you until the end.
Yes.
And I think that message is resounding, and that's what we're looking at on the ground today. When we see people who've come from all over and all perspectives. We're not just talking about Muslims or Shias or Sunnis or even Christians. We have many secular people.
Exactly.
But that natural instinct, that appeal of human nature for standing for the oppressed and standing against oppression. That's what has appealed to people. That's what has brought people in.
And just to put a perspective in that, many of the people who have come to Lebanon to pay their last respect, especially we saw those who came from the West, are people who have lived under oppression. For example, we saw the people from Ireland,
Yes.
from Scotland, who knows exactly what it feels like to be, who can relate to what it feels like to be occupied, for your people to be stabbed to death, for the entire world to stand against you. And I guess I'm just, building on the point you've just made, that Hezbollah and the resistance speak to people on a very basic level, regardless of religion, because it's about fighting justice and standing against occupation and standing against oppression. So please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You see, because we know the so-called corporate media, mainstream media, always try to portray Hezbollah or Iran as these terrorist entities, right? So we know how they try to control the narratives, despite them having so much money and trying to control the narrative. We have seen, especially in the last 15, 16 months, the truth coming out, especially for the young people.
Why is that, do you think? Why?
Social media. Social media made the difference this time around, and because people were seeing it for themselves, genocide in real time. Which human being can actually be apathetic in watching newborns being killed, being taken off of necessary medical what
life
they need
support.
Exactly. So we saw some people that showed apathy, but that says a lot about who they are in general. So for the young people, many of them, I think it was really the first time for many of them that they had gone beyond all the noise and propaganda of mass media, and they saw the raw truth, and it spoke to them. And that's why we have seen individuals in various countries losing their degrees, not being able to graduate, going to jail. Right now we have an analyst who regularly comes on Press TV, Eve Zingler, for example, who's been arrested. Or we've seen
Richard
Medhurst,
Sarah
Charlotte
Wilson.
Cates, so many, right, across the board, because they could not tolerate actually people hearing the truth. They've always, the mainstream media, they've had this control over the media, and they couldn't tolerate actually the truth seeping out.
We've seen many, sorry for interrupting, we've seen many who called those who say that the mainstream media in the West is biased as, people who are just conspiracy theorist, for example.
Right.
However, we've seen over the past 15 months of genocide in Gaza, like you mentioned, how social media broke that barrier and changed that narrative. In your opinion, how irrelevant do you think the mainstream media might be getting as we go ahead? Because we had... I was listening to one of the Israeli pundits on Channel 14 saying that people will forget. And they were still wondering why protests are still going.
Donald Trump has done one in saying that basically he's going to turn, Gaza
into Riviera.
this, yeah, exactly, Riviera, and this is just this big real estate project. And it's really hit people. Like, what are you talking about? They are the owners of that land. You have just giving them sheer hell that you guys are responsible for. And now you're saying that more than 2 million people have to leave their land? You see, everything that has been happening since 1948, if not before, now is being played out in living color. Real time for people to see. There's no masking the truth. So for people, when they're seeing this, they can't tolerate it. That's why we're seeing unbelievable numbers, for example, in London, almost weekly.
Yeah, people coming out.
Yeah, they cannot tolerate it. Even though they tried to shut down the protests everywhere, and when England was a big one in the very beginning, the people were like, no, we're just going to come. So this is a very important time, Zainab, transition, global transition that we're watching in real time.
I want to build on that because you've been a journalist for decades and you've covered issues across the world. It's not just whether it's in the Middle East, and you've lived in America, you're an American, you've seen both sides of the world. When we talk about things that change history, like we read historically, what the Nazis did, for example, the Nazis and the crime they committed, or we read about World War I and World War II, and we always wonder, why didn't people do more? And we always wondered, what would have been my stance, for example, as an African myself, and when I read about slavery and what was done to my people, I wonder, what would I have done if I was in that situation? Right now, we're living it, and it's not just we're living it and we're far away from it. We're watching it on our screen, like you just mentioned. One of the senior UN rapporteurs said that the attack that the Israelis carried out on the Palestinians was not just an attack on the Palestinians and the people in Gaza, but an attack on the people of the world, because many people now have been exposed to trauma that they don't know how to heal from. How do you think the people of this generation must respond to the atrocities that we're witnessing, so that we are not ashamed in the future when the future generation asks us, what did you do?
Right. Well, I think a lot of people are going to definitely be ashamed, because whatever we did, at least 50,000 people have lost their lives. And as we speak right now, the Israeli regime has bombed southern Lebanon this morning. They're continuing with their raids on the West Bank. They're also still starving the people of Gaza, right? So what has to be done? Well, let me just start with the trauma part, Zainab, because yes, I have been in journalism for a long time. And I think that, to be honest, this last 12 months or 15 months has been the hardest time in my life that I have been a journalist, and watching these horrible crimes play itself out in real time. And it was a very emotional time. On the one hand, you just really want to sit down and scream and yell and cry. But on the other hand, you're in front of the camera. You have to do your job. So talking about trauma, it has been major for people watching this. But let's talk about the trauma of the Palestinian people and what they're going through. Because you know what? When any little thing happens, I don't want to say little, but a particular crime, for example, in the U.S. happens, and maybe someone sees, I don't know, a major robbery even, or, well, they have a lot of school shootings over there, as you know. So it's major, like, okay, so we have to get the psychologists in. We need to actually try to deal with this and try to help the kids get through this trauma. what about the kids in Gaza? How do they overcome this trauma? How do you, as a kid, and you have watched your mother, your father, your sister and brother killed in front of you, how do they ever overcome that trauma?
Yeah.
You know, Zainab, a friend of mine, Wafa Al-Adani, who was a journalist in Gaza and who I was in contact with constantly during this genocide, and she kept telling me, well, Marcia, just when this is over, I have so much to tell you. You cannot believe what we're seeing. But she didn't make it. Oh, she was killed in her home, targeted killing, and 2 of her kids, along with her husband. How do her other 2 kids, how do they get over that, Zainab?
How did they move on? Please stay with me, Marzie. We're going to cross over to our guest who is still with us, Muhsin Naqvi. Thank you so much for being with us. You've been listening to our conversation with Marzie Ashmi, who has been sharing her insight on this issue. And I want to look at the aspects that she did mention about the trauma that kids in Gaza are living through, and not just the people, the kids in Gaza, but also the people of the world, the free people of the world who have watched on their phones, on their TV screens, horrors that are unspeakable, and yet find many governments in the world justify it, support it, and now there is, an attack, a targeted attack on activists who have been calling for, not just the liberation of Palestine, but for justice to be done on the perpetrators of the crimes in Gaza.
Yes, so it's if we consider the effect that the martyrdom of these 50,000 innocent souls have had on the West, I think I wouldn't be exaggerating in saying that it has really changed the very mindset that people here, at least people of conscience here in the West, have perceived life. I've seen individuals literally dedicate every minute and every second of their lives to somehow advocate for life, for a ceasefire in Palestine, who advocated for peace in Palestine, and not all, but many of them showing their unequivocal support to the axis of resistance. And it is these martyrdoms and these operations and this coverage that the axis of resistance has done via social media, through which they were unprecedentedly closely connected with the way the axis of resistance was operating. I mean, there is a clear understanding amongst people here in the West that there's a difference between a guerrilla warrior, a guerrilla militant organization, and an actual army, because they live in the belly of the beast. They see the kind of technology, the kind of trainings, the kinds of importance and significance the military has over here. And when you look at Hezbollah, when you look at Hamas, when you look at Islamic Jihad, in Islamic Jihad and Hamas, you saw that there were warriors and soldiers who were in flip-flops coming out of their tunnels and confronting the Zionist enemy. Yeah. They were seeing that. And hence, because of these atrocities, because of the bloodshed of the innocent men, women, and children in Palestine, we have seen that there's a growing support towards the resistance, a growing support towards the entire axis of resistance, to the extent that during True Promise 1, during True Promise 2, we saw here in the West Jews and Christians and atheists and agnostics supporting the actions of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We saw that when Sayyid Nasrullah, when there were these battles that took place between Hezbollah and with the Zionist enemy, we saw how people supported them because they were taking the attention away from Gaza. Yeah. And when Sayyid Nasrullah got martyred, I saw tears in the eyes of those who just learned about him. Yeah. So there's this. Go ahead, sorry.
No, sorry, I'm sorry to cut you off, but stay with me. I'm going to cross over to our correspondent, Mariam Saleh, who is with us from Beirut. Mariam, if you're still there, you can hear me. I know you've been covering this, when the war started in Gaza, the genocide started in Gaza, and when it was also meted against, Lebanon, and the Israelis unleash, their hell on Lebanese, for many people, they wonder. Many who are there right now have lost their fathers, they've lost their sons, they've lost their husbands, and yet they've come to grieve and say their last goodbye to Sayyid Hasan. And so people, it's not just a grief for Sayyid Hasan, it's a communal grief, isn't it? Like everyone in Lebanon right now is finally able to grieve.
Exactly, Zainab. Actually, we were delaying this grief. It seemed as if we did not have time. We did not have time to stop and cry and grieve and really like feel that loss. We kept, a lot of us, I think we had in our mind that idea that we were always feeling that he is there, he's still alive. And we actually do feel his presence. Of course, for those who are faithful, those who are believers, they believe that martyrs are actually alive and not dead, as God Almighty has said in his holy book and in the Quran, saying that those who leave us, especially as martyrs, especially when they die for a just cause, and in order to seek a closeness and be closer to God Almighty, they are well alive. Do not call them dead. This is what Quran tells us. This is for the believers. Even those who are not believers, they believe in the significance of martyrs. But here, when you look at the people here, I did not see, I think, very few people who did not actually have a martyr within their family. I saw the mothers of martyrs, the wives, the children, the sons, the daughters of martyrs who were lost in this battle, especially this battle for the sake of Al-Quds. And for them, of course, this is a very high price to pay. These are loved ones. These are people that they love. They are not people who do not have a heart, let's say, who have a harshness in there, or a heart, and they do not have sympathy, or they do not have love for their loved ones. Is greater than anything in the world for their loved ones, but still, they say the sacrifice is perhaps worth this extent. It is worth it. It is worth it that our sons die in this line because of their faith that they have. But they also say that they are also not grieving for their sons. We had a lot of mothers waiting until the full liberation of South Lebanon, until they were able to actually go and pick up the remains of their children. One woman was picking them up with her own hands. She did not wait for authorities or the Lebanese army or the ambulances or the paramedics to come and help her find the remains of her son. His friends told her where he was supposed to be. She looked, and she was the one who picked them up and put them in the bag. And we also saw fathers who did the same, because they say they have pride and joy in their sons to that extent. And today, of course, they transcend this. And all of this grief, she said, Hasan Nasrullah, but they say that if we were asked if we can make this sacrifice again, we would. And we would also say that we would give even more sacrifices in order to keep Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah alive. Of course, this is an issue that would not lead to weakening their faith. Of course not. But grief is one issue. And faith in the fact that the martyrdom of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah is something which is really outstanding. It is not an issue to be taken lightly. And I think what we're looking at today, even the Israeli strikes in South Lebanon, in the Bekaa, very high number of strikes in areas that are even very far from the south of the Litani River. The people here are really not caring much about that news. This is not something that has saddened them, or they care about now. This is the time for them to grieve. They have waited for this moment to really see. And some of them are saying that he's not dead. He's there. He is inside of each one of us. He's in our hearts. He's in our minds. He's in our souls. He is in the minds of our children. And we see him transcended, and we see his reflection in the next generation. He will be the father of not only this generation, but for also the next generation as well, because it's really difficult to understand, although a child perhaps might not be able to understand the profoundness of this loss. or even the significance of a figure like Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, but they have been educated as a result of this war. Like you see the children in Gaza, they say they're ready to make the sacrifice again, and their children will probably have hope for the future, because this does not negate any sort of hope for the future or building a future. This for them is actually building a future which is free, a future which is free of the tyranny of the United States and Israel, which has sought to really destroy this area and really strip it of everything that it loves, of all its identity. And today the people here, this grows inside their minds to really raise their children to become the next generation of fighters, not only when it comes to the issue of resistance and armed resistance. They are saying now the next fight is going to be the fight, the war of minds, and we're going to be focusing on that. They're really encouraging their sons, their daughters, their children to go more and seek knowledge, because that is what really would help them be victorious over their enemies, which want them to become ignorant only and not to have these points of strength. And Sayyid Nasrullah had always said this to all the new generation. Whenever he met the students, the university students, they always stressed the significance of education, the significance of knowledge. Sayyid Ali Khamenei has also stressed on this note and how significant it is to really build this resistance. And with Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, the resistance is no longer separate in Lebanon, it's separate in Palestine. Now it is a united front. No matter how much the Israelis try to cut this off, it will always be united. And now they are united in blood.
Madam, and just before I let you go, I wanna ask, because we do know that the Iranian delegation, a high-level Iranian delegation, is in Beirut right now. I want to know if you have any more information about what other high-level delegation we have and from which countries.
Well, including the delegation which you mentioned from the Islamic Republic of Iran, we have Mr. Arakji, who is the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran. He has actually reached the area of the ceremony. We also have the Speaker of the Parliament, Muhammad Bakr Ghalibaf, Speaker of the Iranian Parliament. He will be there also on a high level of delegation from the Iranian Parliament, some 40 members of the Parliament. We also have the representative of Imam Khamenei, who has come also to take part in this. We also have the families of martyr President Raisi and Abdullahian and former Foreign Minister Amir Abdullahian. Their families have also come. The family of General Qasim Soleimani has also come to take part in this delegation. We also have delegations, of course, from across the world, not only in the Arab world. We saw the delegations coming in from Turkey, from Tunis, from Morocco. And these are, of course, the Arab and Muslim countries. But we also have countries from Africa, for example. We have the grandson of Nelson Mandela coming to take part. The offspring of Che Guevara also coming to be part of this glorious and historic event. This is in addition to the other delegations coming from the United States of America. You have a large delegation of Jewish rabbis. They are anti-Israeli, actually, anti-Zionist Jewish rabbis, with other Jews also coming to Lebanon to take part in this historic event. And so we're looking at from sea to sea, actually, people, representatives coming to show and honor Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah.
And Sheikh Zakzaki is also in Lebanon. He has come with a group of delegates from the Nigerian to represent Africa. And so we do have an international commemoration and an international coalition of people who have come to bid their farewell to Sayyid Hasan. I wanna go back to our studio now, but before I do that, if you're just joining us, this is Press TV's live coverage of the funeral of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, the former Secretary General of Hezbollah, and the scenes you're watching are thousands and hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who have gathered in and around the Beirut stadium, the main stadium in Beirut. And these are people, like our correspondent was just mentioning, who have come from at least 75 countries from all over West Asia, the Arab world, the Islamic world, from Africa, from Europe, people who have come to bid their farewell to a man who just does not stand as a symbol of resistance for the people in Lebanon, or for Muslims alone, is a symbol of resistance and unity against oppression, against occupation, against colonialism for people all around the world. So you were mentioning when we were speaking, you were talking about your friend, your journalist friend.
Yes.
In Gaza, who was martyred with 2 of her kids and her husband, and now she still have offsprings who have been left orphaned. I want you to build on that, and I also want to understand, in your opinion, what do you think is a unifying factor for indigenous people to their land? Why are indigenous people so attached to wherever geographically, why are they attached to a geography? And the reason I ask that question is because there are people who believe that if a land has been purchased, it's yours. And however else you get a land, it's yours, regardless of the history or the political context behind it. If you buy a land, it's your land.
Yeah, well, let's start from there, because actually there were a lot of people who misunderstood the whole situation with the Palestinians and the regime, and speaking that, oh, they went in and they bought the land. They usurped the land. And let's start from there. They usurped the land. There was a very, very small percentage of those individuals back in 47 who actually bought some land. The interesting part about all of this, Zainab, is that the Palestinian people who are so giving and so loving, many of them opened their arms to try to help these individuals after being so oppressed in Europe. This is a European problem in general, it always has been. They opened their arms, opened their homes to try to help them get set up temporarily. And many of them were thrown out of their own homes, thrown out of their own land. Yes, it's very natural when you are from a place, your roots, your grandparents, great-grandparents, the land that means a lot to you. Yes, you're going to stand up against those who steal your land.
It becomes a sort of identity. That's what your identity.
It's very much a very big part of that identity. And of course, as an African American, saying that, we want to talk about how we were stolen from our land and they cut off that identity. You know, the colonialists, the imperialists have a history of doing this, of taking the indigenous people's land and calling it themselves after killing the indigenous people, taking their resources. It continues until today. I mean, what are we listening to when we listen to, for example, Trump talking about it's a real estate project for him? Or even, we can say even Ukraine right now, it's a natural resource project for him. This is the history of colonialism. The history of imperialism is actually to take whatever they can from indigenous people because they feel that they are privileged, that they are better, that the world owes them. And we see this during the whole 15 months, the last 15, 16 months, it has been more pronounced than ever. We listen to the Zionist mantra of basically, they are the victims. It's absolutely amazing. This whole self-victimization. Why? Because they feel that they're better than everyone else. Well, we heard one of the Israeli ministers calling Palestinians animals and so many other names, and they really feel this way, right? But see, this has been taking place now for decades, especially if we go back from 1947 on. And, you know, Zainab, I'm old enough that I can remember a lot of things, especially when dealing with what has happened in the region, not just in Palestine, but also in Lebanon. I remember what happened with Sabra and Shatila in 1982 and how the Israelis and the Phalangists went in there and killed the people. And you see, all of this is the roots of what created Hezbollah, right? A reaction to this oppression, just like Hamas is a reaction to the oppression, right? These were not, it's not what came first, the chicken or the egg. No, the oppression came first. The oppressors came in and usurped their rights that made the people stand up and create the resistance. And that same place, Sabra and Shatila, which is in Lebanon, said Hasan and Hezbollah brought dignity back to the Lebanese people. They threw out the Zionist regime. They and defeated them in 2006, brought this level of respect to that nation like they have never had before.
Yeah.
And we're seeing images right now, Zainab, just a little of that people have come from all over the world to pay their respects and to say that they are part of this movement too.
Yes. And I want to build on that, because you mentioned that the resistance was born out of a response because of the occupation and the oppression that they face. And so when we talk about the resistance, whether it's in Yemen, we do know that the Yemenis suffered almost, if not more, of the same thing that we saw in Gaza for almost 8 years, and they are still being blockaded. Or we're talking about the Iraqis who lived under decades of American occupation and terrorism and Al-Qaeda and then Daesh. Or we're talking about the people in Lebanon who lived under 2 decades of Israeli occupation and terrorism in Lebanon. Or we're talking about the Iranians who've been sanctioned for, decades now, and who went through almost a world war for another 8 years. So what you're saying is that resistance was born out of necessity. It's a reaction, and not really an action. It was reacting to something.
Indeed, indeed. But let me just say here, because of course there's another factor also. Some of these people that you've talked about, these groups that you talked about, they go back to something a lot further, and that's the school of Imam Hussein. And so when you go back to the school of Imam Hussein and you're talking about the lessons learned from Karbala almost 1400 years ago, and that it is better to sacrifice your life, to give your life, than to allow your oppressor to oppress you. With that mentality, the resistance has gone forward. That, okay, you may be able to kill some of us, but it doesn't matter, because we're going to fight for the truth. We're not going to allow you to oppress us. And we see, if we go back to the story of Karbala, that 1400 years now later, that we know that it is Imam Hussein who actually won, that his name is very much alive. Well, it's the same thing with resistance. We saw this past year, very, very difficult year for all of us, to watch many of our resistant leaders and fighters being martyred. Of course, lucky them, good for them, but very difficult for us to see this. But the reality is that gives life to the movement. And this is what we're seeing right now. These people, the Lebanese people, they too were under unbelievable bombardment and oppression. And as we've said already, that the regime is still bombing, even today in South Lebanon. But you see the crowds that come out, the people come out. And who's to say that the Israeli regime would not attack right now, right? Because they have no red lines. But it doesn't matter. You see, people are not afraid. They're going to stand up for the truth. That's the power of the resistance, and that's why the resistance can never really be defeated.
Exactly. That's very important, and we just need to remind our viewers, if you're just joining us, you're watching live image coming out of Beirut, where thousands of people and hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions of people, have gathered, and they are marking. They've come to pay their respects, their final respect to Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, who is the Secretary General of Hezbollah.
Let me just jump in here, Zayn. Sorry to interrupt you, because what they were just showing, the images earlier that we saw on our screens, were actually from the shrine of Imam Reza, representatives of the shrine of Imam Reza, and presenting this commemorative flag to the people in Lebanon, to Hezbollah. And of course, very significant, and showing that solidarity between all of us. It's not about nationality, ethnicity, colors of skin. It's about that one goal, and of course, standing up against oppression. And of course, prior to that, we've seen various delegations come in from Iran, from various places around the world. As you said, also that Sheikh Zakzaki from Nigeria has a delegation there. And as Mariam talked about, of course, Mandela's grandson, Nelson Mandela's grandson is there. And we have people from all walks of life, different perspectives from around the world that have gathered there. You know, Zainab, I was looking at some things online and saw this older couple, Lebanese couple. They were walking 100 kilometers, walking to get there, showing that they are still willing to sacrifice. These are people, many of them who've lost their kids, some of their grandkids, their homes, their lives have been turned upside down.
And let's not forget how cold it was in Lebanon yesterday with rain and snow pelting, and we still saw people coming. Just hold on to that thought. I'm going to ask a question from our guest who has been patient in waiting. Thank you so much, Muhsin Naqvi. My final question to you, and it's not really a question really, it's just as a human rights activist, as a human being who has witnessed, you know, one of the most traumatic events of our lives in Gaza, and then finally the goodbyes of people to Sayyid Hasan and also to their family. What do you have to say? What emotion is going through your mind? And if you can just explain that to our viewers, like what does it mean for people to finally say goodbye to a unique character like Sayyid Hasan?
Well, you know, when Sayyid Nasrullah's martyrdom was, when we found out about it, naturally it was very tough for all of us to hear, but Gaza was still being bombed. There was an active war happening on the northern border. And so naturally the resistance also chose to commemorate his martyrdom after the war ends. And so it does heal a lot of wounds that remained unhealed. And so to be able to be a part of this funeral, even so virtually, is truly an honor. And we don't have anything but tears to offer Sayyid Nasrullah. The only thing that we can offer is to continue his legacy in terms of the values, the morals, and the teachings that he has given the entire world. And he said simply, one of his most famous sayings that resonate to the entire world is that you may kill us wherever you find us, kill the Shias, but the Shias of Ali ibn Abi Talib will never abandon Palestine, and they will not abandon Palestine. This is the legacy of Sayyid Nasrullah, and no matter where we are in the world, we will always uphold those words of Shaheed Sayyid Nasrullah.
Thank you so much for that. That is Muhsin Naqvi, a human rights activist, joining us from Houston, Texas. Thank you so much for your time, your patience, and for contributing your thoughts with us on this very unique and important day. Viewers, if you're just joining us, you're watching live images on your screen coming out of Lebanon, where thousands, hundreds of thousands of people have gathered to pay their final goodbyes to Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, who people are here to say their goodbyes to, a man that stood with Palestine when the world was majorly silent. Our viewers might remember that after the Al-Aqsa Storm operation, a reaction by the Palestinian resistance against the Israeli occupation, the very first people to rush to the aid of the Palestinians.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Is Hezbollah under the leadership of the martyred
Pemirsa, ini adalah siaran langsung dari prosesi pemakaman Syahid Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah dan Syahid Sayyid Hashim Safiuddin. Kita menyiarkan langsung, ini relay dari Prosesi TV yang mengulas prosesi pemakaman kedua syuhada agung ini di Beirut. Kita melihat gambar-gambar di sini, pemirsa, yang meramaikan prosesi pemakaman ini datang dari berbagai negara sebenarnya. Kita juga mendapatkan informasi sedikitnya 400.000 orang dari mancanegara, kalau dari luar Lebanon begitu, berkunjung ke Beirut, datang ke Beirut ya, untuk menghadiri prosesi pemakaman ini yang diadakan di Stadion Kamil Shamoun di kota Beirut, di mana kita melihat di sini orang-orang meneriakkan yel-yel dukungan untuk Hizbullah Lebanon dan juga yel-yel labbaika ya Nasrullah. Stadion Kamil Shamoun yang berkapasitas sekitar 85.000 orang. Jadi kita melihat di situ begitu banyaknya para peziarah, membuat daerah itu membludak, ramai sampai keluar-keluar. Kita lihat jalanan ya, begitu penuh dengan para peziarah yang ingin menyaksikan prosesi pemakaman, prosesi jenazahnya Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah dan Sayyid Hashem Shafiuddin.
The relationship of people and how they are so attached to their land and what that land signifies and how that land is also linked to their identity. And as a Lebanese yourself, you know this very, very much. You know people personally who have been martyred defending that land, and you've spoken to mothers who tell you that despite the fact that my son is no longer with me and I'm here picking the pieces of his bones, I am still glad and I feel honored that he sacrificed so I can still be on this land. What does it mean, this identity to the land, this connection that indigenous people feel to their land? And just to crown that, there was a very popular statement from Sayyid Hasan, may Allah have mercy upon him, where he said that every single inch of the southern Lebanon land has been flowered with the blood of the martyrs. What does this mean in essence?
Of course, this is a type of relationship that the West and the occupiers, the aggressors, will not understand because they continue to try to remove the people from their land, and they should learn by now that this is something that is impossible. They have tried, of course, to uproot a lot of the trees, the olive trees, but the people here are like the olive trees, very, very deeply rooted to the extent that it is very difficult to uproot them. And even Hezbollah as an armed resistance began as a grassroots movement because it was a time which was considered the Israeli era, where we saw even former presidents in Lebanon who wanted to make certain accords with the Israeli regime, even if they had already occupied parts of his country. Of course, we also had a time when you had some Arab regimes like Egypt, like Jordan, going for more accords, putting their hands in the hands of the killers. The blood and the bones of the children, the Palestinian children, and this is something that Hezbollah was not ready to concede. If these Arabs said that they could probably give away Palestine, it was not theirs to give, nor was Lebanon, and this is why we saw this change in Lebanon. It really had a time when Lebanon was, of course, the Israelis themselves had thought that it would be the easiest Arab country to be taken, directly occupied, and even brought to its knees in order to be forced to go for accords. But of course, Lebanon showed, and I think the images that we see today will prove for the Israelis that the resistance has not been weakened. It is actually getting stronger. Instead of having only maybe support from Lebanon, the Lebanese people, some Arab and Muslim states, now it has support of the world, those who have come to express this solidarity, to express this love that they have for a figure who probably, they don't even understand his language, but they learned from him. They read his script, they read his speeches, they understood. And of course, here we had the privilege here on Press TV to be able to interpret every single word and every single speech of his, which was, of course, course, paramount. Each and every one of his speeches was something that you can learn from, was something that really showed the world and taught and educated the world about resistance and about the significance of the people and their relationship with their land. You told me, of course, I'm not only Lebanese, I am also from South Lebanon, and not only from any place in South Lebanon. I am from a village which is at the border with occupied Palestine, and up until today, there are certain parts in this village which I cannot reach because the Israelis continue to threaten my people every time they come near the border area. But still, we have people who have come, we have went and seen the rubble, we've stood over the rubble, we've raised our banners, whether the national flag or the banner of the resistance, to stress to the entire world that even if our houses are completely demolished and destroyed, even if our families are killed, we will continue to be on this path of resistance. Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah had said, in addition to the fact that when we are martyred, we are also victorious, he had also previously said that if we are all martyred, if they kill each and every one of us, we will continue to be on this same path, and we will continue, we will never forsake the resistance. That was the will and testimony of Sayyid Abbas Musawi, former Secretary General, who was also killed by the Israelis. He also took the words of Imam Khomeini, telling the Israelis, as Imam Khomeini had told the tyrants of the world, that the more you kill my people, the more they are awakened, the more they realize, and the more we are more firm and determined to continue on this same path. And this is what you're looking at here today. When you see a mother coming to say that this sacrifice that I made for my son is a very little sacrifice, but I would do anything to bring back Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, that type of relationship that you have to a leader, this love, it is not in a relationship of fear. Even that type of type of relationship that was there with some historic figures is still different when it comes to how you're looking at Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. So even for those who are from outside of Lebanon, so especially the people of South Lebanon, they understand this even more now. And like we said previously, and everyone has clearly seen, that for these people, he was not just a political leader or even a resistance leader, someone they looked up to, someone they respected. No, he was more than that.
Yeah.
He was their father. And of course, we're just minutes away from the beginning of the actual ceremony.
Yeah. And
we
that's
can hear
what I
the
wanted to
recitation
ask
of
you.
the Quran at this moment.
Yeah.
And
sorry, Mariam, and that's what I wanted to ask you, like, what is the program going to be like? And after we have the ceremony in the stadium, I know there's going to be a procession where people have to follow the coffins of the martyrs and to where Sayyid Hassan will be laid to rest, and also Sheikh Sayyid would also be taken to another location. Just give us a lay down of what the plan is and what the program is and what is happening right now where you are.
well, we know that the official ceremony for the funeral of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and Sayyid Shafiuddin has begun. And here we're looking at a funeral procession for two Secretary Generals, because as you know, as we have learned, that right after the martyrdom of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, Sayyid Shafiuddin was directly appointed. Of course, he was chosen by the council, the higher council in Hezbollah, as Secretary General. And so therefore, today he will be laid to rest as Secretary General as well. We have recitation of the Quran. We have poets coming from the Arab and Muslim world, who will be also reciting some of their poems to give as eulogies for the sake of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and Sayyid Shafiuddin, after which we will have a speech for Hezbollah Secretary General Sheikh Naim Qasim. And this speech is expected to be a very significant speech, especially with the latest round of Israeli strikes and Israeli aggressions on South Lebanon, in addition to the continuous violation of the ceasefire and the fact that they have violated violated the agreement for the withdrawal. They have kept occupying parts of Lebanon. So that in itself will be significant. After the speech, we will see, of course, prayers on the martyrs, Sayyid Hasan, Nasrullah, and Sayyid Hashem, Safiuddin. And after that, the procession will begin. It is expected to pass where we are standing right now, but it's not clear how they will pass from the people. But the people are very much eager to get a glimpse, to be able to really bid Sayyid Hasan farewell, although they are saying this is not a farewell. This is actually the initiation of a new stage where he will also continue to be our leader, but this time in a different way or a different manner. And it will continue to the area of the holy shrine, which has already been prepared for Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. Of course, Sayyid Hashem Safiuddin will be kept in a certain area, or there will be a procession which will go unofficially towards the south of Lebanon, but he will not be laid to rest until tomorrow. Tomorrow there will be also another popular ceremony for those people, especially who could not actually make it today. There are elderly people, for example, in his town and in the surrounding, who have said that they vow to go and attend
for example, in his town and in the surrounding, who have said that they vow to
absence here today. But we can see that even today, I saw people in wheelchairs, I saw elderly who could barely see and they could barely walk, but still they decided to come here. And this is why this is very much reminiscent and it reminds you of the Arba'in ceremonies and the ceremonies of Ashura, where you have people so lovingly coming to go commemorate the memory of Imam Hussein, although they probably did not live his time. But to see that extent of love for Sayyid Hasan, this means that this is a figure that will be remembered for ages, and this is a figure that will actually be visited in his shrine here in Lebanon. And I am very proud to say that I think for the first time we have a holy shrine which will be sought by visitors from all over the world, more than any other shrine. We have shrines of Israelite prophets. We have shrines of some of the holy people, those who were the good people who were considered very close to God Almighty. Their shrines are visited by the people, but this is going to be something different. I think this is a shrine that every single person all over the world who holds the flame of freedom will actually come and see. And even those who do not see it today, I think they will be also seeing it later. Today, of course, we are waiting to hear the words of the poets, to see the extent that we've
Pemirsa,
heard
ini adalah
before. Also from
siaran langsung prosesi pemakaman Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah dan Sayyid Hashem Safiuddin. Siaran langsung dari ibu kota Lebanon, Beirut, tepatnya di Stadion Kamil Shamoun, di mana para peziarah, warga dari mancanegara juga ikut mengiringi prosesi pemakaman kedua pahlawan, kedua syuhada ini.
Or the chant of Hezbollah's resistance, and after which we will begin
Tampak
official ceremony. I think
warga meramaikan tribun, sementara
there's also some rumors that there might
di
be another
area bawah
for the head of the
kita melihat di lapangan para pejabat negara dan undangan, termasuk kita lihat dari Iran dan juga dari beberapa negara sahabat turut menghadiri acara ini.
And he was a president who was considered unique and very much different from other presidents. He was someone who broke the protocol for the very first time when he was visited by Hezbollah Secretary General Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah then in 2000. Usually the president does not go outside of the presidential palace to actually greet and meet his visitors. The visitors go inside. But the only person that he was actually eager to meet, and he was willing to break all these protocols that even his companions or those around him made sure that he would not break. He did not even listen and heed to their calls, because when it came to meeting Hezbollah Secretary General, he said that this is an honor for him and not an honor for Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah to meet him. And of course, he gave Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah the highest valor.
Sorry, Mariam, I'm going to have to cut you off. We're going to go live now to Beirut, Beirut, where we're having a speech.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قال الله عز وجل: ولله العزة ولرسوله وللمؤمنين ولكن المنافقين لا يعلمون. صدق الله العلي العظيم. المجاهد الكبير وزعيم المقاومة
the chief of the resistance, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, God bless his soul, has reached dignity, and his body is buried in the land of jihad. But his teachings and the path he walk upon will stay and increase day after day and more and more. So the enemy should know that the resistance against oppression and injustice will remain and will never stop until reaching the objective,
until achieving the declared goal, God willing. Regarding the blessed name, face of His Eminence Sayyid Hashem Shafiuddin, may God have mercy on his soul. He is also a shining star in this region, and he was a pure supporter, an inseparable part of the resistance's leadership in May God have mercy on these two fighters and on all the resistance courageous fighters who were martyred recently, and all the martyrs of Islam. And to them I say, my beloved children, the Lebanese heroic youth, may peace be upon you all. Sayyid Ali al-Husseini al-Khamenei, the 22nd of Sha'ban, 1446, on the 21st of February 2025.
إلى روح سيد شهداء الأمة السيد الشهيد حسن
To the soul of the Sayyid of the martyrs of the Ummah, the martyr Hasan Nasrullah, and the Hashemi Sayyid, the martyr Sayyid Hashem Shafiuddin. We stand, read together the holy verse of Al-Fatiha.
هل هلال الوداع
The time to say goodbye has come. The time to bid farewell has come. This is some poetry now being recited.
صار الوجع في ضلوع الضلوع. اسمحوا لنا أن نبكي دون أن نخبئ الدموع، دون أن نستر العين بالكف.
The speaker saying, allow us to weep without hiding it.
طال انتظار الجسد المعفر بأوجاع الجموع.
We have waited long for the body.
يرفع القبضات والهامات والرايات، رتلوا الآيات، أكثروا الصلوات، لملموا الآهات، اسكبوا العبرات. ستعبر الأجساد من هنا، سيمر أحبتنا من هنا. ألقوا آخر نظرة على الراحلين، شموا عبق العابرين إلى عالم يليق بالشهداء والصديقين.
أيها الكرام، يا أشرف الناس وأطهر الناس وأكرم الناس، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. والأخوات، أنتم اليوم تدهشون العالم من جديد، بحق أنكم شعب أبي، وأنكم شعب وفي، وأنكم
من شهادة الستين، ما أجملها وما أنقاها وما أحلاها في ركاب أمير المؤمنين عليه السلام. فزتها بالكعبة، وهذا هو الفوز العظيم.
يا سيدنا، جئنا إليك فمد يديك، واروي لنا يوم الفجيعة كيف ارتويت، كيف ارتقيت، وبالشهداء كيف التقيت. يا سيدنا، هذه القدس تناديك، وغزة تحييك، تلوح لك من أقصى الأقصى بأنك لن تنسى، وأن حبك لن يقصى، وأنك الحاضر في سيف القدس وطوفان الأحرار وذخائر العائدين مع الفاتحين.
You're looking at these live images, viewers, coming out of Beirut. There as the bodies of two Secretary Generals of the Lebanese resistance, Hezbollah, you're looking at being carried into this venue. Of course, the bodies of Sayyid Hasan, Nasrullah, that of course we know that the way that he was targeted by the Israeli regime, we're talking about 85 tons of explosives. For people just to take that in, what we're talking about for an individual and the way that they did this. And then we have the Secretary General who was named after the martyrdom of Sayyid Hasan, Nasrullah, Sayyid Shafiuddin, Shafiuddin, whose body is also being carried. This is quite an emotional time that you can see for people all over the world, to be honest, especially those, though, who are there and watching their beloved ones come in. And they don't have to be Lebanese to have that feeling. They're from all over the world, as you can see, and tossing flowers and scarves of whatever they can, and basically just wanting something to touch these bodies or the coffins, these leaders of resistance who gave their all, for the liberation of the oppressed, the liberation of the oppressed in Lebanon, the liberation of the oppressed in Syria, the liberation of the oppressed in Palestine and so many other places. They gave their all. And you can see from these live images coming across your screen now, just the outpouring of love, respect, and also pain. That
the people respond as the bodies of the martyrs were brought amongst them, and we're hearing some of the speeches, some of the famous speeches the people used to hear him say, and them responding as if they're seeing him, and watching them cry and publicly mourn and pay a farewell to someone that they grew up with. We have to remember that the population in Lebanon, almost 45% of them are still under 30 or 35. So these are people who literally grew up listening to Sayyid Hassan. Their political ideology, their religious ideology, their national identity was shaped by words from Sayyid Hassan, was shaped by the decision made by Hezbollah, was shaped by the resistance of Hezbollah against Israeli occupation, against Israeli tyranny, and the fact that these are people now bidding their farewell to someone that they grew up with. A part of them, we've heard many people who came on and also online who have said that they feel as though a part of them died when he was martyred, and now they're burying another part of them today, and it is so unique in the Arab world. I don't think I've ever seen this, other than in Iran, of course, during the when Imam Khomeini attained martyrdom, and also after the martyrdom of Soleimani. Yeah, we haven't seen this kind of scene. And isn't it funny that each time we see scenes like this, it's always related to the resistance, it's always related to those who've given their life for the people. How can you buy this kind of image? How can you buy this kind of love, this kind of devotion of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people coming, gathering at a place that might be targeted to bid their farewell to someone many of them have never seen physically other than on their TV screens? And
many of them they're there with experiencing such hardship. We know the attempts to prevent people, especially from outside the country, and reaching there. Even those who came from within the country, because of the crowds. And of course, we're still dealing with areas that have been destroyed and trying to make it back to Beirut and make it here. They've gone through such hardship because of that love. You know, Zainab, I remember, we'll never forget, of course, the day that his martyrdom was announced, and I was here in the studio, and I announced it along with Mariam Saleh, and Mariam immediately said, "We've lost our father. We have lost our father today." And as you said, that so many Lebanese have grown up with Sayyid Hasan, grown up listening to his words. And I think one other thing that Mariam said earlier, we have been very privileged here at Press TV to have regularly covered the many speeches of Sayyid Hasan, and to bring those speeches live to our audience.
Especially to the English audience speaking people.
Right, because they didn't have access to the live images of Sayyid Hasan speeches, and now they're watching these live images coming out of Beirut this afternoon as people have gathered, many people. I saw one statistic that was saying 1 million people. We'll have to wait for the final count.
Exactly.
But whatever it is, we know that so many people have gathered to say their goodbyes to Sayyid Hasan and to also pledge, Zainab, I think this is really important, that they will continue his way.
And you know, one very unique and interesting thing is that for the resistance, there is a certain belief in martyrdom and the powers of the martyr, and the fact that they believe that the martyr is even more powerful than when he is alive. And look at this scene, that it tells you that story. I mean, it's not just wishful thinking on the part of people that the resistance will be victorious, because we do know that the strength of the resistance comes from the people. And when we see this scene that we're looking at, that is speaking both about grief and also about renewing allegiance, because the theme of the martyrdom of Sayyid Hasan is Inna al-Adi, which literally signifies to we are on the part of our oath, and that the oaths that we've taken, we will continue to keep it. And people are here not just to bid farewell, but to renew that oath.
Exactly. And as we a little bit earlier, we heard someone reading a message from Ayatollah Khamenei, and you can see at the bottom of the screen there saying resistance against tyranny, occupation, hegemony, unending. It will continue. Again, so many of the resistance leaders in the past have said, you can kill us, our way will continue. And of course, Imam Khomeini he was the one that's saying, you just kill us, but we will continue. You know, you cannot stop the resistance. And these people looking at this today, they will never forget this day. They will never forget Hasan Nasrullah, and they for sure will teach their kids to follow that same way. Because without the resistance, there would be no Lebanon in the Lebanon that we see of today. It's what is happening right now in Syria and how it's being torn apart because of that. And that would be the same thing, that without the resistance, that would be the same thing for Lebanon.
Yeah.
Without resistance, it would be the same thing for Yemen.
Yes.
And this is very important and integral, that the resistance is very much alive.
Yes. And as well, again, if you're just joining us, you're looking at live images coming out of Beirut. Today, Sunday, is the day that has been selected for the burial ceremony of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and Sheikh Hashem Safiuddin, both of who were Secretary Generals of Hezbollah, who were martyred during the recent Israeli aggression against Lebanon. These are people who gave their life to support Gaza and to support Palestine when the entire world stood by and watched as Israel dropped hundreds of thousands of bombs to obliterate innocent Palestinians in Gaza and decimate every ounce of life that remained for the Palestinians, and they died defending the rights of other people, and thousands and hundreds of thousands of people have come from all over the world to pay their final goodbyes to these two unique individual. And if you're paying attention to some of the images coming from your screen, you can see that there are, especially from the women's side, you see people without hijab, signifying that these are some Christian Lebanese who have come to participate. And that is what many of our colleague in Lebanon and also some of our analysts have pointed to, that Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah was a uniting factor in Lebanon. And for many people who are more familiar with the Lebanese political landscape, it tends to tilt, on sectarian inclination sometimes. However, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah is and remains a uniting factor for all of Lebanon, and he spoke extensively about the sovereignty of Lebanon, about the dignity of Lebanon, about never allowing the Israeli occupation to occupy even an inch of Lebanon. And he remained, even though he has been martyred all throughout his life, he was a thorn on the side of Israel and the Israeli greater Israel agenda. Many people we know many people will glue to the screen whenever he will come on, waiting for him to come and speak.
So.
Yeah,
very much so. And just picking up on what you said, Zainab, as far as the uniting figure, and looking at the political fabric of Lebanon, we know that Lebanon, unfortunately, the Constitution, very much influenced and designed by the imperialists, by the French, to keep that division going, and having various offices in the government, one having to be Sunni, one having to be Shia, one having to be Christian. On the surface, it seems very fair, but on the other hand, we know how divisive that can be. And so, but the thing is that, as you said, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah brought that dignity to the Lebanese people, and like we're all one. We are fighting against our occupier. We will bring dignity back to Lebanon. We are strong, and he showed that, and we saw it. And again, for someone my age, I've definitely seen the transition from a Lebanon under Israeli occupation to a Lebanon or Hezbollah standing up not only for itself, but for the oppressed people in the region.
It seems as though the reason we're watching people react was because, and I am guessing this, and I could be wrong, it seems as though an Israeli jet just flew over that scene and broke the barrier, and that's why people are reacting and shouting death to Israel. We're going to cross over to a studio. We're joined by our colleague Nahid Poureza, who is here with us. Thank you so much for your patience and for joining us. You're watching these images now coming out of Lebanon, and seeing how people are bidding farewell to Sayyid Hasan and also to Sheikh Shafiuddin. What is going through your mind, and what do you have to say about this image coming out of Lebanon right now?
نحن أتباع ذلك النبي، ذلك الإمام الذي قال إن لا نرى الموت إلا سعادة والحياة مع الظالمين إلا برما. الموت لإسرائيل، الموت لإسرائيل. لبيك يا نصر الله.
بعد أن نستشهد، بعد أن نقتل، هناك من يجب أن يحمل صوت دمائنا إلى الأمة، إلى هذا الجيل، إلى كل الأجيال، إلى يوم القيامة. هناك من يجب أن يعبر.
What we are witnessing here is actually the power that people in Lebanon are showing to the world, that we are here to stay. We lost our leader, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, and we are here to show respect to him and to his values and to his revolutionary principles. We are not talking about a normal moment. These people, as also Zainab mentioned, know that the enemy, the Zionist regime, has no fear, has no humanity to actually consider and think about, okay, I shouldn't attack these people. Every single second of this gathering is telling us the courage that Muslims are showing to the world, that we don't fear nothing. We lost our leader, we respect him, we continue the trajectory that Hezbollah started since 1982, only three years after Islamic Revolution. What I'm seeing here, Zainab, you asked, I'm seeing power, I'm seeing, as Iran's leader Ayatollah Khamenei said it very well, that the occupation, the hegemony, the resistance against this Zionism and the occupation in Palestine, the resistance stays here. It's unending. And it's not unending because we only have Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, and when we lose him, it's gonna be finished. It's unending because that's the Islamic politics. That's what we have been talking about and we have been acting on since 1979 Islamic Revolution, when Imam Khomeini articulated what's the value of this revolution, what does Islam mean, how does resistance fit in this conception, and what we are seeing here is that people from every edge of the globe, it's not only Lebanese showing their respect to the leader, it's from everywhere. I was watching Al-Manar actually last night. The guest was from Indonesia. He was saying, I am a Sunni Muslim, I'm not Shia, but I'm here to say everyone in Indonesia is mourning the loss of the leader. We loved Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, of course, because that's about resistance against the ugliest. It's about resistance against the oppression that is funded hugely. It is about the war between poor and rich, poor in humanity and rich in spirituality. This is the war. This is Hezbollah, this is Hamas. We see captives kissing the forehead of the soldier of Hamas resistance movement, and it has a lot to explain to the globe. We already know. We already know. We are from Iran. We are privileged to be from Iran, from the resistance. But those people don't understand. And what our leaders, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, and our commanders, such Sinwar, are teaching the world that this is us. Look at us. This is the humanity that we are teaching you. The pure humanity, the values that you are so privileged to have us in this era, to teach you how to live, how to fight, how to be committed to your values, even under the genocidal war, even when your children are being slaughtered, 17,000. They are being slaughtered, and we are still being that generous and kind to you that when you are leaving us, that's the message you are sending to your regime.
Exactly, and as you're mentioning there, we have to also remember that the Lebanese people lived through occupation under the Israeli regime, and some of their lands now are also being targeted for occupation, and yet we see them come out in these large numbers to bid farewell to a man who many of them have never seen, and it's so humbling to see these things coming out of Lebanon, really, especially if you put into context the amount of political pressure that the resistance was placed under immediately after the assassination and the martyrdom of Sayyid Hasan, and also the media propaganda that not just the resistance itself but also those who support it have been placed under over the last couple of weeks, and now we're watching this live scenes coming out of Lebanon. I want to cross over back to our senior correspondent here joining us at the news desk. So we are looking at these images, and we have concluded and accepted that these are historic scenes that we are watching on our but I want to ask, where are the lenses of the Western media? I mean, news is news, right? Generally, that is what we are told, and you're not supposed to take any side. You're supposed to be neutral. You're supposed to just tell the truth and let the viewers make their own decision. I've checked through many of the mainstream media. I've checked your website. There's hardly any mention of what we're witnessing on our screen.
Yeah, well, how can they mention it? Because, the mantra that they use really throughout the resistance is that these are entities that basically force themselves on the people, and they don't have support. I mean, whether we're talking about Hezbollah, whether we're talking about the Islamic Republic of Iran, whether we're talking about Ansarullah and Yemen, we continually hear this. And Zainab, it's nothing new. I mean, again, I go back in time and think about, for example, during the time of Imam Khomeini, and throughout the 10 years that he was the leader of the Islamic Revolution, we continually heard propaganda from the Western outlets that this man had no support, and basically it was a tyrannical regime and just controlling people, forcing themselves. And then the largest funeral in history, largest funeral in history that I happened to be privy to actually be a part of that year. Unbelievable crowds. And it's interesting because at the same time, they tried to downplay. How do you downplay like the largest funeral in history, but at the same time something happened in China, Tiananmen Square, and then they tried to make that the main story so they could ignore this story. We have seen that time and time again. We know when Lieutenant General Qasem Soleimani became a martyr, and we saw the crowds in Iraq, and we saw the crowds in Iran, and they tried to downplay it. We know, Zainab, that every year, I talked earlier about, of course, the school of thought of Imam Hussein, the grandson of Prophet Muhammad, 1400 years ago, of course, who became a martyr. And we know that we have these every year for...
Pemirsa, kita sedang melihat, menyaksikan ini prosesi jenazahnya Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah dan Sayyid Hashim Shafiuddin. Kita bisa melihat dua peti yang membawa jenazah kedua syuhada agung ini menuju pusat Stadion Kamil Shamun di kota Beirut, Lebanon. Kita bisa melihat orang-orang ini ya melemparkan kain kepada para petugas yang sedang menjaga peti jenazahnya, yang kemudian diusapkan kepada peti itu dan dilemparkan kembali untuk mendapatkan sedikit keberkahan dari syuhada agung ini ya, diusapkan kepada peti jenazah tersebut. Kita juga mendapatkan ini pesan dari pemimpin revolusi Islam Sayyid Ali Khamenei terkait dengan pemakaman Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah ini dan Sayyid Hashim Shafiuddin ini. Dalam sebuah pesan yang disampaikan dalam upacara pemakaman Mujahid Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah dan Sayyid Hashim Shafiuddin, Sayyid Ali Khamenei memberikan penghormatan kepada keduanya dan menegaskan bahwa musuh harus tahu bahwa perlawanan terhadap perampasan, kezaliman, dan arogansi tidak akan pernah berakhir dan akan terus berlanjut hingga mencapai tujuan yang diinginkan. Teks pesan ini dibacakan tadi ya, dalam upacara tadi, oleh Hujatul Islam wal Muslimin Sayyid Mujtaba Husaini, yaitu perwakilannya Sayyid Ali Khamenei di Irak, dan beliau juga sebagai anggota delegasi yang berangkat ke Beirut, Lebanon. Berikut pesan dari Sayyid Ali Khamenei yang dibacakan oleh Sayyid Mujtaba Husaini. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allah Azza wa Jalla berfirman, dan bagi Allah lah kemuliaan, bagi Rasulnya, dan bagi orang-orang beriman. Tapi orang-orang munafik tidak mengetahuinya. Mujahid besar dan pemimpin terdepan perlawanan di kawasan Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, semoga Allah meninggikan derajatnya, kini berada di puncak kemuliaan. Jasad suci beliau dikebumikan di tanah jihad fi sabilillah, tetapi roh dan jalannya akan semakin bersinar dari hari ke hari, insya Allah, dan akan terus menunjukkan jalan bagi para pengikutnya. Musuh harus tahu bahwa perlawanan terhadap perampasan, kezaliman, dan arogansi tidak akan pernah berakhir dan akan terus berlanjut hingga mencapai tujuan yang diinginkan dengan izin Allah. Nama baik dan wajah bercahaya Sayyid Hashim Shafiuddin juga merupakan bintang terang dalam sejarah kawasan ini. Ia adalah pendamping dekat dan bagian yang tak terpisahkan dari kepemimpinan perlawanan di Libanon. Salam Allah dan hamba-hambanya yang soleh bagi kedua mujahid mulia ini, bagi para pejuang, pemberani, dan pengorban yang baru-baru ini meraih kesyahidan, serta bagi seluruh syuhada Islam. Dan salam khusus saya kepada kalian, untuk anak-anakku yang tercinta, para pemuda pemberani Libanon, Sayyid Ali Khamenei.
That we are witnessing now. And people are doing what they should do. I'm pretty sure here we have people from Jordan, we have people from Egypt, we have people from all around the region. And these people are saying what it has to be said. These people are not going to be like, okay, if our governors are not going to support the cause of Palestine and the liberation of land, we are going to also sit and say nothing. No, these people are from all around the region. We can see the Iraqi flags, and there are different flags that I'm just seeing here. The message is very obvious. The message is we are not going to be deceived by the message you are trying to give us and feed us for years and years about Iran, about axis of resistance, about Hezbollah, and as Marzia was mentioning, the misleading campaign that they always run for our leaders, that Hania is there, Hania is in Qatar enjoying his fancy food, or Sinwar is there. No, they're not. They are in the heart of the battle, and that's why people know them. Because they are so close to them, because that's the pure way of governance, that you don't distance yourself from your people. This is the democracy that West Asia is telling others, is proposing to others, that maybe you also need to do this. If you are seeking liberation, if you are seeking for pure human rights, and if you think actually democracy and respecting people's rights, and as I have to say, the democratic way of governing people, maybe that is the way. We have been oppressed for years and years in the global media, the empire media, that our countries are being governed by dictatorship, are being governed by in a way that people don't have a say. But how come you cannot see the contradiction between these claims and the reality that we are seeing right now? How come people cannot know the reality about their leaders, about Sinwar, about Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, about Iran's leader, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei? The prayer that we had in Jum'ah Nasr, it was very magnificent, because of course the enemy wouldn't dare to attack Iran, but still there was a fear, especially because now we are facing anti-regime, what do they say, regime changers, that they are heavily funded by the enemy. So to feed people that, oh, there is a very high chance of the enemy to attack the gathering, and to scare people not to go. Regardless, despite all this propaganda, people attended. And it was beautiful to see how courageous Iranians are to support, to show respect to Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. to say we are here to continue the way you started, and it's not going to be ended.
Yes. I wanna go back to the fact that what happens next. Yes, damages were done to Hezbollah. Materialistically, many of their leaders were assassinated. People weren't able to grieve. Now, finally, they're able to grieve. What do you think is going to happen next? What are we looking at now? This new phase of confrontation between the Israeli regime, that we know they are plotting and planning. They're never quiet, obviously. What's going to happen now in Lebanon? What shape do you think the resistance holistically is in, especially with scenes that we're watching right now on our TV?
Well, I think, Zainab, it's obvious, as we've been saying throughout today, that the resistance is very much alive. You don't stop the resistance by killing or martyring some of their leaders. That blood of the martyrs just brings it more to life. As we saw in Gaza, that even from American military sources, that they're saying that the Palestinian resistance have actually grown during this time, which is obvious. When you continue the oppression, you continue the reason for people to have to resist. And very much so with the Lebanese people, especially the Southerners, and they will continue to resist. I think that we're seeing, Zainab, it's a transition because of course, losing a great leader like Sayyid Hasan, but the leaders of Hezbollah have been great, like Sayyid Musavi. And so we know that the movement very much will continue.
So losing your leader is not new for them. So this is also not new, is what you're trying to say.
It's not even not new. It's almost expected throughout the resistance, right? Throughout the resistance, everyone knows that any time our leaders can be...
Okay, I think Sayyid Qasim is speaking now, so we might have to go live to...
The prophets and the good doers until the end of days. May peace be upon you all. The gathering, may peace be upon you. You who are gathered on this great occasion, the funeral procession of the Sayyid of the martyrs of the Ummah, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, may God have mercy on his soul, and Sayyid Hashem Safiuddin, may God have mercy. May peace be upon you, you, the delegations from all over the world. May peace be upon you, the Lebanese people, from all religious sects and confessions and political parties and factions. May peace be on the representative of the Lebanese President, General Joseph Aoun, the big brother, Birri. Indeed, genuinely, and also greetings to the representative of the Lebanese Prime Minister, Mr. Nawaf Salam, Dr. Muhammad Haidar. Honorable people, I address you in the name of my brother and my beloved, my idol, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. May peace be upon you, you the most honorable people. May peace be upon you, the most loyal of people. May peace be upon you, the most dignified of people, who raised our heads high, and let the seven skies and the world hear that you continue and you are with Nasrullah. May peace be upon you all. There are believers who committed to their pledge to God. There are some who have gone away and some who await. We bid farewell today to a historic exodus. We bid farewell today to a national Arab Islamic leader who represents the purpose of the free people of the world. We bid farewell today to our Sayyid, to our beloved, the beloved of the beloved of the people, the beloved of the poor and the oppressed, the beloved of those who suffer on this earth, the beloved of millions. We bid farewell to the Sayyid of the martyrs of the Ummah, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, may God have mercy on his soul, who started his path ever since he was a child. He was born in 1960 and he went to the holy city of Najaf to study in the Hawza, blessed, and was overseen by Sayyid Muhammad Baqir al-Sadr, may God have mercy on his soul, when he was 16 years old, under the auspices of his Abbas al-Musawi, may God have mercy on his soul. He stayed for 2 years. Then he came to Baalbek because of the circumstances that existed in Iraq in 1978 with his teacher Sayyid Abbas, and there in the Hawza, and he was under the banner of the Imam, absent Imam, may God return him with his 2 comrades, and he was active at all levels, social, cultural, until Hezbollah was established. From the start, he was a main figure in this party, until he then took up the position of the head of the Executive Council in 1989. After that, he took up the post of Secretary General after the martyrdom in 1992 on the 19th of February. And he continued in this position until the day of his martyrdom, September year 2024. This beloved Sayyid led the resistance to the Ummah, and he led the Ummah to the resistance. So we stopped differentiating between resistance and Ummah. They are all the same heart with him, fighting, listening, trying to take in a way which he advises and in a way which he does. This great man committed to Islam. Muhammad was completely absorbed in Islam and Muhammad and the Wilaya. He was honest, sincere, generous, humble, courageous, wise, strategic. He is the beloved of the resistance fighters. He trusted people, believed in people. And the people loved him. He is the leader of the minds and the hearts, always. He set his sight and Al-Quds, and he is the one who greatly contributed in reviving this issue. He insisted on staying in the command center of the resistance to follow via this center with the Mujahideen, and he was martyred with lines. I miss you, my Sayyid, and all those who love you missed you. However, you continue to exist with your teachings, with your approach, with your resistance, and with your path and your jihad. You are alive within us, And don't say about those who are killed in the cause of God, don't say they are dead, but rather alive. However, you don't feel it. We will continue to pledge. We will walk on this path. We will preserve your will and the will of Sayyid Abbas and Sayyid Hashem. You were the one who said on the 18th of February, after the martyrdom of Sayyid Abbas, may God have mercy on his soul, 2 days after that, you said, we shall continue even if we were all killed, even if our homes were destroyed over our heads. We will not abandon the choice of resistance. My Sayyid, you who loved and in being loyal to Imam Khamenei, may God preserve him, he said to us, Hezbollah in Lebanon, a leader who has rarely been seen in history. However, the blessings of his jihad over the course of tens of years are not at all. Here, at this ceremony, I want to pledge my allegiance to this path. Your supporters, your people, want to pledge allegiance to this path. I thought, should we say that we switch, or is it enough to declare our pledge? And it turned out that if we declare our pledge, if we declare that we'll continue on this path, we can achieve what we want. I will mention to you an expression repeated 3 times with fists raised. We continue on the path, Nasrullah. We continue on the path, Nasrullah. We have the procession of the Secretary General Sayyid Hashem Safiuddin. May God have mercy. He was pure, a beloved, and he was a comrade. We miss you, Sayyid, as a banner for our march. However, you remain within us with your approach, with what you gave. During the establishment in 1982, he was born in 1962. However, in that year, he went to the holy city of Qom, religious studies, and he used to visit from time to time Lebanon and participate with the Mujahideen until he took up the in 1991. Then he became a member of the Shura in 1994 and the head of the Executive Council until he was martyred as the Secretary General 6 days after taking up this as a successor for his beloved Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. May God have mercy on their souls. He focused on the cultural institutions, and he was active in all fields which serve the people. He was there with the Mujahideen in meeting their requests and in the preparations, and he was also at the side of the Secretary General Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, may God have mercy on his soul, during their journey. We miss you, Sayyid. We miss our Secretary General Sayyid Hasan, may God have mercy on his soul. And here, and in order to explain, I must mention some of the brothers, the officials who were martyred in both places where Sayyid Hasan was. Those who were martyred where His Eminence Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah was, the Sayyid of the youth of the Ummah, the Sayyid of the Hajj Abbas, Brigadier General Abbas Mifroshan, who was a brigadier general in the revolutionary. Blood was mixed with the blood of the martyrs of resistance on the path to Palestine. Hajj Abu al-Fadl, Ali Abdul Mun'im Karaki, Hajj Abu Hasan Ali Naif Ayyub, Hajj Amin, Abdul Amin Muhammad Siblini, Hajj Nabil, Ibrahim Hussein Jazili, Hajj Amir Tawfiq Deeb, Dr. Gharib, Hasan Muhammad Amir Salman, Hajj Hassan, Muhammad Habib Khairuddin. Those who were martyred with Sayyid Hashim, may God have mercy on his soul, the officials who were there, Hajj Murtada, Hussein Ali Hazimi, Hajj Adil, Ali Muhammad Bahsoon, brother Mahir, Mahmoud Muhammad Shaheen. I extend my condolences and congratulations to the families of the martyrs, of the two great men, and all of the martyrs on the path to Al-Quds, and all of the martyrs of the resistance. My congratulations to the beloved, those who belong, those who look at Palestine as their compass. This journey is the martyrs. This journey is strength and life, and do not consider those killed in the cause of God as dead, but rather alive with their God. And here I must salute the wounded, those who are martyrs while they are still alive, and those held in. We say to them, we won't leave you with the Zionists, and you must be released, and we will take all the measures and ignore the appropriate pressures for this to happen. Now you, the great masses, I know His Eminence, the Sayyid, is in your hearts and in your minds, and all the millions who are gathered all throughout the world, this, and who wish to be here at your side. This great gathering, which has reigned, I think it has never been witnessed in Lebanon in history. This expresses the loyalty. You are the people who give. You are the people who will continue. On this day, we'll talk about 4 points. First of all, what did we confront? We confronted battle of support, supporting Gaza. This is part of our belief in liberating Palestine, and the Israelis planned to wage 4 days after, on the 11th of October. Even if they didn't wage this war later on, the intention of waging a war on Lebanon at a certain day, because they cannot tolerate this great resistance. We confronted, and behind them, the great tyrant, the greater tyrant, the Americans, who mobilized all their capabilities for the sake of confronting Gaza, Palestine, Lebanon, and Yemen, and Iraq, and Iran, meaning the axis which came around to support Gaza and Palestine. The magnitude of criminality was unprecedented. The whole goal was to end the resistance in Gaza and Lebanon. However, the scale, the magnitude of sacrifice was also consistent with the circumstances. At the same time, the steadfastness and the continuation was unprecedented. This is a big... We regrouped, we reorganized. The heroic resistance fighters stood firm on the borders. 75,000 Israeli soldiers were not able to advance against the resistance. We heard their cries, their voices, when they say security incident has taken place in the north. This was because of the steadfastness and the sacrifices of the resistance fighters, our men, our youth, our sacrificed. And the women, children, everyone sacrificed. You, the people of resistance of this land, the rain which gives life, and the people of Hussein in raising of Zainab, which shakes the tyrants and the oppressors. You are a people who cannot be defeated. We will be together. We will pledge allegiance together. We commit to the path, Nasrullah. The people of the resistance, the Lebanese people, stood side by side, set an example. Thank God, these masses reflect the national unity and the national Islamic unity and the human unity in support of Palestine and righteousness. Number two, where are we now? We agreed request of the enemy regarding a ceasefire because the resistance and Lebanon has no interest in the continuation of the disproportionate and damage being inflicted without a political horizon or a horizon on the ground, meaning that's it. Everything which would happen would mean killing without any advance on the ground, without any political progress. An element of strength is to agree to a ceasefire at this approach. And were it not for that, had it continued for 1 or 2 months, the results would not have been different. We now are in a new stage. This new stage differs its tools, its methods, and how to deal with this new stage. The main step which we took was for the state to take up its responsibility after the enemy from invading or achieving its goals, meaning we achieved the first part. The second part is the responsibility of the state. We not. And Israel will not commit. We were patient to give the chance for an Israeli withdrawal according to their agreement, and we did not violate in order not to be on the same position, at the same level of the enemy. Today, after the end of the agreement regarding the Israeli, we are no longer witnessing Israeli violations. We are now witnessing occupation and an aggression. Whether it be 5 points, it's occupation and a form of aggression. The bombardment inside Lebanon, whatever be the justifications, this Israel cannot continue with its occupation and with its aggression. That the resistance is present and it's strong in numbers and in capabilities and in its supporters, and we believe victory is inevitable, a complete victory. It might be late because the minority is confronting. Had everyone joined the battle, the situation would have been different. Awaken, you who are asleep. The resistance gave you a unique experience and to set a great example in standing against the Israeli entity and achieving steadfastness. In any case, the holy verse, it reveals what God says. Israel and America, they inflict excessive injustice. He Almighty says, we made them perish after they inflicted injustice, and their time will come. What about the future of a resistance? Many people are confused about us. Sometimes they say and analyze, that's it, the resistance. My dear friend, the resistance had not come to an end. The resistance is continuing with its presence and with its readiness. The resistance is righteousness. No one can take away this belief, and no one can take away from us this right. How? And we are the that resistance is belief and a duty. It's not only a right. Resistance is the life of the free people. Resistance is written in blood and does not need ink on paper. And it proves via sacrifice. Those against it will not prevent it. And it eradicates the occupiers even at a later time and does not fear the tyrants of the world. The future of the free people overcoming those other voices. The resistance is belief, which is and a passion and dignity that defeats anyone, and the victory is immortal in the hearts of the fighters. The resistance will continue against your will, whether you like it or not. This resistance in different ways according to the necessary times, in a way which is consistent with the current period. This doesn't mean resistance doesn't mean that every day we're going to open fire. No. Based on our decision, we open fire when we deem appropriate. We exercise restraint when we deem appropriate. However, the resistance is there. It exists. We don't accept for America, the tyrant, to control our country in Lebanon. To Israel, it said, let's put an end to the situation as long as you can't make any advances at all, and God willing, politically, we can influence the domestic situation in Lebanon, and we can gain for you via politics what you weren't able to get via war. No way. You won't get political to get via war. And you, the Americans, be aware, if we are silent now, and if you are taking steps freely in a very bad way and trying on the officials and on Lebanon, you won't succeed in achieving your goals, because the officials in Lebanon know the power. They know the rights of the people. They know that these different factions, they are represented. Or so I advise you, stop these conspiracies. Do not interpret our wisdom, focus on priorities as weakness. The journey is long, and we are up for it. We will not bow down. We will not accept for us to be continued occupied whilst we stand and watch, and no one can expect from us to be exposed and to hand we have so that the enemy can control us. You know, we are the people who reject to be humiliated. You, the people of sovereignty, you, sovereignty, awaken. What did you do with the opportunity for the agreement? What is it you're doing now? We're not hearing one word. We're not hearing from you one word against America. What kind of sovereignty with this ongoing occupation and with this American? I swear, if all the tyrants of the world come together to kill us or to humiliate us, we will confront them and martyrdom. Weren't you amazed, those who are looking at us, weren't you amazed? From beneath the rubble, We came out, we rose in the battle of the strong, and we retook the initiative, and we forced Israel to request a ceasefire. Weren't you shocked by the images of the people going to the south with their naked chests and challenge or defying the Israeli tanks and liberating parts of the territories? Weren't you surprised of the consensus with the election of a president of the republic and defeating those who call for exclusion? We and the Amal movement in building the country, to lead the country. Weren't you confused how we cooperated to facilitate the birth of the government to our people? We are the people of the children of Imam Khamenei and of Imam Khomeini. We are the children of Imam Musa Sadr. We are the children of Sayyid and Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and Sayyid Hashem Safiuddin. We are the children of Haj Qasim Sulaymani and Haj. All of these people, it goes back in the end to Muhammad and Ali, and it's preparing the banner, the flag for Imam al-Mahdi. May he appear. What firm stances? Number 4, our principles. Now we're in a new stage. What are they? We said that we continue, we commit to the pledge. What does this Sayyid, rest assured, the leaders are there, the resistance fighters are there, and the resistance, the female resistance fighters are there, the children resistance fighters, and the people from all the different religious sects are there. The Ummah is here. First, resistance is our choice. It's our choice stemming from faith and politics. As long as the occupation is there and its danger is here, we exercise our right to how we assess the interest and according to the situation, and we will monitor the efforts of the state to expel the occupation. We'll see based on the results, and we will later on discuss how Lebanon can benefit from its strength when we discuss the defense. Palestine is righteousness. It's our compass. We support its liberation, and we will confront Trump's along with all of the active factions in the region. The large numbers of martyrs included 160,000 martyrs. These people, they are the real price in order for dignity to continue, and march raising the flag to continue with our pledge. Number 3, we'll continue to build the strong and just state. We will contribute in based on equality between the people in duties and under the threshold of the Taif agreement according to 3 main pillars. Number 1, and retrieving the captives. Number 2, reconstruction and repairing and the infrastructure as a main. We stand with it. Number 3, adopting the project for the economic and social and justice reforms as soon as possible. Number 4, we insist on everyone participating in building the state, and we also in civil peace. And I say to you, for us, Lebanon is the final nation for all of its people, and we are. And here, I'll focus on an important point. We are in an alliance with the Amal movement. This alliance It was established with blood, sacrifice and giving and resistance and confrontation. Don't think about on these ties. We are one, the same stance, the same decisions, and we are one of the same in politics and to be together, God willing, for the dignity of ourselves and Lebanon and the Ummah, God willing. We believe in the role of the army, the big sovereignty and security. And for those hotheads, I say to them, in Lebanon, there's no such thing as a winner and loser. The results are all linked to Israel. So let's compete for the good of the country and for the good of the people. That's better for us all. I thank the Lebanese people. I thank all of the delegations which came from within the country and from abroad. I thank Imam Khago, observe him for his great gesture, for his speech, and for the delegation he sent to this honorable gathering, to this blessed gathering. I thank everyone without any can't name, but indeed they are all close to our hearts. You're all honorable and dignified people with this great turnout. Sayyid Hasan, with God, with the Safi, and with the prophets and the Ummah and the martyrs, and God willing, they will go down in history, one of the days of God. This is one of the days of Hussein, the two grandchildren of Hussein, and may peace be upon you all.
So viewers, you were just listening to a speech by Sheikh Naim Qasim, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, and I'm just gonna give some pointers and some of the things he mentioned. He said that Hezbollah will follow the path of Sayyid Hasan and Sayyid Shafiuddin, and he said that Sayyid Hasan became the Secretary General at a very critical time, during the time that Israel was still occupying some parts of Lebanon, and he brought up Hezbollah and gave Hezbollah the honor that Hezbollah has today, and that the honor and dignity that the Lebanese people and the Lebanese land now enjoys came from the many sacrifices of many fathers and sons and mothers that were martyred on the part of giving honor and dignity to Lebanon. He mentioned that the strength of the resistance has only come and only grown from the support that it received.
Yang kita saksikan tadi ya, pidato dari Sekretaris Jenderal Hizbullah Sheikh Naim Qasim, yang dalam pidatonya menyampaikan salam kepada para mujahid dan para syuhada, dan juga memberikan sedikit latar belakang tentang kehidupan dan perjuangan Syahid Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah dan Syahid Sayyid Hashim Safiuddin, perjuangan mereka di jalan perlawanan. Kita juga mendapat laporan tadi pemirsa sekitar pukul 6:50 waktu Indonesia Barat, bertepatan dengan waktu 6:50 waktu Indonesia Barat, sejumlah pesawat Zionis Israel terbang rendah di atas acara prosesi pemakaman itu dalam sebuah aksi nekat ya. Sebuah aksi intimidasi, upaya untuk mengintimidasi para peziarah ini, para pendukung poros perlawanan ini yang meramaikan prosesi pemakaman Syahid Hasan Nasrullah dan Sayyid Hashim Safiuddin ya. Sejumlah sekitar 4 pesawat dari Zionis Israel terbang dengan seenaknya di Beirut dalam upaya mengintimidasi upacara pemakaman tadi. Hal itu sudah dikonfirmasi juga oleh Menteri Pertahanan rezim Zionis Israel, yaitu Israel Katz, yang mengatakan dalam sebuah tweet bahwa Angkatan Udara Zionis Israel saat ini sedang mengitari langit Beirut di atas pemakaman Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah dengan pesan yang jelas. Ini dari tweetan Israel Katz, ya, bahwa sesiapa yang mengancam untuk menghancurkan Israel akan diakhiri. Ya, itu adalah aksi mereka lah, seperti itu. Tapi sudah jelas bahwa aksi-aksi seperti ini tidak akan berpengaruh sama sekali, ya. Karena diakui juga bahwa Hizbullah saat ini bukan hanya utuh, tapi lebih kuat dari sebelumnya. Dengan semangat Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah dan Syahid Sayyid Shafiuddin, pembunuhan terhadap para tokoh mereka sama sekali tidak menyurutkan semangat perlawanan sama sekali. Dan aksi-aksi intimidasi seperti ini tidak akan berpengaruh apa-apa.
I recall actually the funeral of fellow journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, and how the regime IOF attacked the coffin. So yeah, this is the very least that they can do. They have to try to show that they have some kind of strength or whatever, but we know it's a very, very weak entity. It's obvious that it's a very weak entity, and I am sure that weak entity is extremely afraid when they see the numbers after everything that has taken place and the suffering that has taken place in the region, whether we're talking about in occupied Palestine, in Gaza, in Lebanon, and the sheer numbers of people that have come out today. They know that their time is limited. Exactly. They know that there is no stopping the resistance. And we're looking at these live images right now coming out of Beirut, and it becomes more obvious than ever. And I think one thing is very important, Zainab, when we're looking at much of the crowd, lots of young people. Lots of young people, and that's what they fear more than anything else. Look at this crowd. Look at how densely people have crowded in there. And as I said earlier, it wasn't easy for many of them to get there. And even those coming from inside of Lebanon walked many, many kilometers even to get there, because, again, to show not only their love for these two leaders, but also it's saying we're going to continue your way.
Viewers, once again, you're watching live images coming to you live from Beirut, where the bodies of the martyred Secretary Generals of Hezbollah, the former Secretary Generals of Hezbollah, both Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and also Sayyid Sayyid, I believe a funeral prayer, Islamic funeral prayer, is supposed to be recited for them, but because of the amount of crowd, it's a little bit difficult, but we are waiting for that image to come to us. I'm going to cross over to a colleague in the studio. Nahid, again, I want to go back to the violation that took place of the 4 Israeli fighter jets hovering and parading deliberately, not just over Beirut, but over the stadium where this funeral procession was taking place. In your opinion, what do you think the Israelis were trying to pass? What message were they trying to pass to the people gathered there?
I think that what we are seeing here and what also the enemy is watching is the celebration of the Hezbollah victory. And for sure, That's not the image that actually the enemy wants to see. So obviously they do their best to damage this picture, to damage the reality of Hezbollah is being strongly capable of mobilizing millions of people from all around the world, not only Lebanon, I like to emphasize on that, to come here and to show respect to their leaders, but also to say that we are not scared of the enemy. Of course, they have done whatever they could to stop Hezbollah run and organize such events. They have done everything they could. They stopped Iranian flights to go to Lebanon. Such a coward action. But as our colleague was also mentioning, that they don't fear nothing. We cannot expect humanity from them. We cannot expect any sort of principles that they can see themselves committed to. So they do whatever they can to, at least now that they are trapped by the huge reality that people are showing to them, that we are here, we are strong, we don't fear anyone except God, and we are celebrating our victory. Because let's remember what happened in the war, that they were trying to eliminate Hezbollah. And look at Hezbollah. What is this? The existence of millions of people showing respect and raising their voice for the oppressed and saying it loud, Labbaik ya Nasrullah. That is the message that is so clear for the enemy. Okay, we could not eliminate the party. They are here, they are magnificent, and they are capable of organizing such huge global events. And when I'm saying they are capable of, we have to take it into consideration. They are not a government. They don't have all the ministries under the power. They are a party in Lebanon, a small country, but still, with a lot of problems that this country is facing, unfortunately, we are talking about electricity shortages. We are talking about basic things that Lebanon is facing now. But still, in this situation, Hezbollah has been able to mobilize people, secure that it's gonna be safe for everyone. And regardless if they could secure or not, people were already going to come if they could. This is the celebration, and that is why those 4 jets came to scare people, but we know the reality. They killed more than 48,000 people in Gaza to cover their covertship loss.
Exactly. I'm sorry, I will have to cut you off because we have to cross over now to Beirut, where our colleague is also there to cover it for us live. Let's go now to Beirut.
Dear viewers of Press TV, this is Marina Hasan reporting to you live in front of the gravesite in Beirut, Lebanon, where we say our farewell to the 2 men whose names echo through the corridors of resistance and resilience. Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah and the symbol of the axis of resistance, as well as the head of Hezbollah's Executive Council and the later Secretary General, Sayyid Shafiuddin. A leader, a symbol, and a voice of the oppressed. Sayyid Nasrullah once said, the resistance is not just a military force, it is the will of a people who refuse to be subjugated. This is not just a moment to mourn a leader, but also to celebrate a movement that has reshaped the destiny of a region and challenged the forces of the occupation and injustice. Here, in the hollowed space, we are surrounded by the echoes of his legacy, a legacy that transcends borders, unites nations, and inspires millions. From the hills of southern Lebanon to the streets of Gaza, Nasrullah's vision of resistance has become a beacon of hope for those who refuse to bow to the oppressor. Today, we are joined by the voices of people from around 79 countries who have left their homeland seeking to prove loyalty to this leader. Voices chanting, we remain committed to the pledge, Inna ala al-ahd, voices who have supported the resistance during its trials, but also celebrated it during its triumphs. Together, we will explore the enduring impact of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and Sayyid Hashem Safiuddin, the unbreakable spirits of resistance, and the future of a cause that continues to define our lives today. Now it's my honor to welcome our distinguished guest, Mr. Khalid Barakat, who is a Palestinian writer and a political analyst. Hello, Mr. Barakat.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me.
It is our pleasure. First of all, do you believe that this day has come? Can you believe it?
Well, I do now believe it because it's been for weeks and months we have been dealing with this loss, and it's not an easy to fathom. The fact that Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, the leader of the resistance in the region, the beloved leader of all the people of our region, Palestinians, Lebanese, Iraqis, Yemenis, those who are in the front lines confronting occupation, colonization, exploitation. He was the leader of all of these people, and also the people. They had to go through a lot of pain. It's in denial almost. I mean, my family who still lives in
juga sedang berlangsung acara takziah di tengah kota San'a di Yaman. Kita mendapatkan laporan bahwa para peziarah ini mungkin sekitar ratusan ribu dari mereka juga ini di kota San'a mengadakan acara takziah juga ini untuk Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah dan Sayyid Hashem Safiuddin. Disitulah kekuatan muqawamah, kekuatan perlawanan, yang mana pembunuhan terhadap tokoh-tokohnya itu sama sekali tidak menyurutkan, bahkan membuat semangat mereka semakin besar, semakin membara, kekuatan mereka semakin kuat. Sedangkan rezim Zionis tidak bisa berbuat apa-apa, kecuali hanya menerbangkan pesawat tempurnya di udara, dan mereka tidak bisa berbuat apa-apa. Mau ngebom tidak bisa lah. Mereka tidak akan bisa berbuat apa-apa. Hanya bisa menonton besarnya kecintaan masyarakat terhadap gerakan perlawanan, yang mana rezim Zionis pada saat ini semakin terpuruk ya. Dan gerakan perlawanan semakin kuat.
We understood that message that you were trying to teach us, and we got it, and we are going to continue on your path. And this is what he wanted.
Upacara pemakaman ini kita bisa lihat, mendapatkan gambar ya, para peserta.
And he literally drew Al-Quds path and the path of liberation. And he struggled for over 5 decades. And a leader of Hezbollah for over 4 decades, building its institutions, building its revolutionary thinking, shaping its political identity. And so that's why we can't really speak about Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah without speaking about all of this.
Mr. Khalid, you mentioned something very important, which is maybe after his martyrdom, we noticed how
Keberanian warga dan pendukung perlawanan untuk keluar ke tengah kota Lebanon dalam kondisi ini. Turun ke jalan saja ini adalah sebuah hamparan bagi rezim Zionis, agresinya Zionis ya. Kita lihat beberapa poin dari pidatonya Syekh Naim Qasim ya. Kita sudah mendapatkan beberapa poinnya ini.
Mr. Khalid, allow me just to go back in time with you to be a bit more personal, if we can. How did your love and your loyalty to Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah start? Was it part of the family, or was it your own discovery through time?
Kita sambil
Actually, when I was a child living in Al-Quds, I was 10 years old when Beirut was invaded in 1982.
okay.
And that invasion of Beirut have left
Dari
in me as a child selling newspaper in the
Sekretaris Jenderal Hizbullah Syekh Naim Qasim. Berikut beberapa poin yang kita dapatkan dari pidato beliau. Ya. Hari ini kita mengucapkan selamat tinggal kepada seorang pemimpin sejarah yang luar biasa, seorang tokoh nasionalis, tokoh Arab, tokoh Islam yang mewakili tujuan orang-orang merdeka di dunia. Sayyid Nasrullah yang terkasih memimpin perlawanan untuk bangsa dan memimpin bangsa menuju perlawanan. Dan keduanya menjadi satu bersamanya. Sayyid Nasrullah mencintai rakyat dan rakyat mencintainya. Dia adalah pemimpin pikiran dan hati dan tujuannya selalu adalah Palestina dan Al-Quds. Kami akan melanjutkan jalan Sayyid Nasrullah bahkan jika rumah-rumah kami hancur. Kami memberi hormat kepada para tahanan, kepada mereka bahwa kami tidak akan meninggalkan kalian. Tidak seperti yang lain dalam sejarah Lebanon. Kalian adalah rakyat yang setia. Sangat luar biasa pada perlawanan, dan lingkungannya. Tetapi keteguhan yang ditunjukkan juga tidak ada tandingannya. Kami menyetujui permintaan gencatan senjata dari musuh karena kami tidak memiliki kepentingan untuk melanjutkan pertempuran tanpa horizon politik. Ini adalah kekuatan bagi kami bahwa kami berdasarkan prinsip kami menyetujui permintaan gencatan. Kami mematuhi perjanjian. Tetapi Israel tidak. Dan disinilah tanggung jawab negara Lebanon dimulai setelah batas waktu untuk penarikan musuh berakhir. Perlawanan hadir dan kuat dalam jumlah dan peralatan dan kemenangan yang tak terelakkan akan datang. Dan Israel harus menarik diri dari yang masih didudukinya. Matilah dalam kemarahanmu, perlawanan tetap ada, terus berlanjut. Dan kami tidak akan menerima Amerika yang tiran mengendalikan negara kami. Kami akan menghadapi proyek pemindahan Trump dengan semua kekuatan pembebasan di wilayah ini. Kami akan berpartisipasi dalam membangun negara yang kuat dan adil, serta berkontribusi pada kebangkitannya di bawah payung perjanjian Taif. Kami berkomitmen untuk mengusir pendudukan dan membangun kembali, dan kami peduli pada persatuan nasional dan perdamaian sipil. Kami mendukung peran tentara Lebanon dan kami berdiri. Sekianlah beberapa poin pidatonya Qasim yang disimpulkan di salah satu channel Telegram Poros Perlawanan. Kita lanjutkan siarannya.
Absolutely, and by the hearts of millions, the hundreds of thousands of people, and the million people who are saying farewell to Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah today, they actually are just a small portion of those who are following what's happening today. They are a representative of hundreds of millions of people who always looked upon him as a guidance, as someone who is going to lead them to victory. And he always have been faithful to the masses, to the impoverished classes, to the people who are in need. And he always was committed to that project, to the project of Imam Khomeini.
He was so committed, and his commitment was translated internationally to the point that we mentioned that about 79 countries are participating today.
Absolutely.
We even learned on the news that one of the people even sold his own kidney to be able to afford coming here to participate.
Yes.
And we are blessed to be now in Lebanon on this particular day, watching, waiting for the grave to enter, the two graves. This in itself is an honor.
It is.
I believe.
It is. It's an honor. It's historical. It's going to be like a print in our mind that we will never forget. It's going to shape the next stage of the struggle. It's going to set the next stage of the liberation. And we believe that, we're very proud I'm very proud as a Palestinian, as an Arab, as a Muslim, that now we have this international icon that liberation movements across the world look at him and they respect him. He is our Che Guevara, he's our Gandhi, he is our, Nelson Mandela, he's all of that. And we're very proud of him, as we are sad and at the same time we are very proud.
Yes. Now that we are waiting for the graves, for the bodies to be brought here, if you could say something to Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah and to Sayyid Hashem Safiuddin, if you like, what would you like to say? Because we are relatively very near at the moment. What would you like to say?
I would tell them that you have built a revolutionary movement that will never die. And you have built a revolutionary school that will continue the struggle until the liberation of Palestine and beyond. And you have built a movement that continued from the icon of Imam Hussein and what he represented until and you are the future. You're not the past. And generations after generations is going to be guided by you. Today, across the, this revolutionary movement, they chant for Imam Hussein. And he have fought 1500 years ago. And yet, he is there in his very powerful just cause. And they're chanting for Zainab and for Fatima and for all these icons who have been like a stars for them in their march for liberation. Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah, rest in peace, and Sayyid Hashem Safiuddin, rest in peace. There is generation that have learned the lesson and they are going to continue your path just like you wanted.
And Mr. Khalid, as a Palestinian specifically, how does it feel knowing that Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah sacrificed his life while defending Palestine specifically? Not, for example, a Lebanese war alone.
You see, he built a school of thought about Palestine that has never been before him. He understood clearly that the real fight is with the US imperialism and Zionism and their followers. And he said that if we want to build a just world in our region, we must eliminate all the hegemonic racist forces, and Israel is that entity. And so for him, Palestine was kind of the encompass. And that's why Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah could have said, look, we are going through much of these difficulties in Lebanon. Maybe we should just postpone this Palestine cause for a while. He didn't. He could have said that about Yemen, but he didn't. He could have said that about Iraq, and he couldn't. And these things are real issues, Marina. Like these are issues that brings a lot of problems.
Yes.
And he always took the right path because he have been guided by either we fight injustice or we become complicit.
But unfortunately, although some people, they disregard all the sacrifices and they are ungrateful.
Yes.
They believe that he was fighting for a personal cause, for something he wanted to achieve for himself, for status maybe, for money, for land.
It's the opposite, really, and we have his life as a proof of that. Those who are looking for personal gains, they would live insecure. They would have all the privileges that they wish that Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah could have actually, have his private jet and goes travel the world and, have so much privileges if he wanted. But he gave all that away. He gave all that away because the material stuff in life for him was actually something that he always warned publicly about. He would say in almost all of his speeches that the path, the goal is liberation, victory, and so we can join our brothers of Shahada who have, who's in heaven, and that's his dream. His dream was to actually be faithful to the people and faithful to Allah the Mighty, and so for him these were the important things. Everything else was not important.
In a recent interview with his son Sayyid Jawad, his son mentioned that when he wanted to purchase a car, his father was like, why would you want to buy such a fancy car? Although it also wasn't that fancy. Like, get this a small car, something that's easy, that won't make somebody feel inferior.
Yes, and actually this is important, which is what we call class conscious in Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah, because he was born poor in an impoverished family, impoverished area. His neighbors were Palestinians, poor Lebanese, poor Kurds, poor Iraqis, poor people, and he grew up in these impoverished areas in Lebanon, and so that's why for him, he understood, not just talked about poor people, he understand their pain. He didn't only talk about the chance for them to go and...
He wasn't just preaching.
He wasn't just preaching, absolutely. And that's why he had this conscience and this guidance in him to always, kind of watch himself not, look in any way, someone with a material sort of, and he started with his family because he didn't want his family, for someone to say, oh, the family of Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah is privileged, and that's why he was always guided by Imam Ali ibn Abi Talib.
So we can say that Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah, in his lifetime, he was not only a role model when it comes to politics and military, but also when it comes to personal life and personal values.
Absolutely. The ethical. He is a school for ethics and school for politics and school for thought. And that does not mean, because we don't want your viewers to understand as if we are saying that as a political leader he have never made a mistake. Of course, we all do. We are human, and he had political, evaluations, and he would sometimes change and say we were wrong. He never shied away from criticism. He never shied away from practicing self-criticism publicly. I have not seen any Arab leader who actually did that. Hassan Nasrullah, Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah, this great martyr, this great icon, he would stand in front of people and say, we were not right there, we were not correct there, we were right here, and we were correct here, and we need to re-evaluate. And one of the things traits that distinguished him is he always evaluate and draw lessons. So you look at, you hear his speech in 1983, 1984.
It's always relevant.
And it accumulated knowledge to the extent that, in my personal view, he kind of said everything. He kind of said it all. And
To the point where people are taking now footage from speeches he has given before, and they're trying to adapt them to what's happening now, because he covered everything.
Yes, you know, and my friends and comrades and research centers or students, or they take sentences from him, and they don't say it's by Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. They ask others. They ask Canadians and French people and you know, Germans, who said that. And they would say Heidegger, Karl Marx, you know, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah analysis. And so he's kind of an internationalist.
What's even more interesting, if I can add to what you were telling us right now, if you even ask some of the AI applications today, and you ask them who is Hasan Nasrullah, they would say that he was a leader, that he was the voice of the oppressed. Even AI today admits what he was, until a certain point where AI is like, okay, no, never mind, I cannot continue past this point. But what he did was so fundamental, right?
It was so important that even his enemies respect. His enemies, they understand. And even his opponents, his political opponents, when they look at themselves in the mirror, they know he's right.
Mr. Khaled, when we're talking about his enemies, you heard about an hour ago the drones and the planes that the Israelis were flying in the sky of Beirut during the funeral procession. Why do you think they did that?
Oh, I think every Hezbollah fighter, every Hezbollah member, every one of us, all the support, we know that Israel is going to do that. This is very, you know, this is Israel.
Yes, but why?
Because they wanted to say that they are present and that they can fly their jets over Beirut. But that's what they're doing in Palestine at the same time, you know, trying to, for example, send these messages where they think it's a humiliation. They don't understand our culture, that this will only make people angry and make people uphold Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah more than ever.
We heard them chanting at the moment, death for Israel.
It's a proof. Yes. Why are you flying your jet over today? Because you want to flex your muscles. You know that these people are not scared of you. And you know that hundreds of thousands of people, many of them came walking on their foot from the south, from Dahia, from Al-Biqa', from every area in Lebanon to say farewell to Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. They're gonna be scared from these three jets that we saw the response of the people. We saw the responses of children. Children were throwing their fist in the air and saying, "Death to Israel, labbaika ya Nasrullah." This is really a sign of victory for us and a sign of defeat for them.
Now, some of the international viewers right now might be wondering how come we are doing interview smiling. But I don't think that Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah has raised us to be nothing but proud, nothing but happy that we have lived in a time of such an amazing and astonishing leader. So when we talk about him, we can't help but smile because we're so proud.
I mean, he taught us this because he would say positions that makes us cry, and then 5 minutes later he'll crack a joke. He will cry, and if he understood, he always said that people blame us for being soft-hearted. We are soft-hearted, and we're not shying away from saying that. And we cry all the time, and those who cry are not weak, but we also laugh, and we also love our families and our friends and our, we love life too, but not to the extent that...
How come some of the international writers today, you as a writer, some international writers and journalists, they try to portray the resistance as people who love death?
Well, which writers? If we're talking about Western writers, then we are talking about a view that represent colonizers. We have our own culture, we have our own thoughts, our own values. We don't want Western cultures. Israel could keep their Western culture because Israel keeps talking about how much they represent the Western culture. Genocidal, colonization, killing people. That's real terrorism. You know, killing 160,000 and injured hundreds of thousands of people, killing 1 million Iraqi, you know, at the hands of the U.S. All this death machine that Israel and the West represent. That's the problem. We have a problem with that. But when we resist, when we fight back, when we defend our land, even by their so-called international law, right? And we have the right to resist colonization, we have the right to resist occupation. But the reason they say that about us is because they want to say that these people like Hezbollah and Hamas and the resistance movements in the region and the Yemenis, and you know, they just want to promote death. Death against who? We did not go to Washington and to Paris and Berlin and advocate death. We are fighting literally their war machine in our region. And so the world today understands that the problem of our era as a humanity is this cruel imperialist capitalist system, and that the world is not the United States. The world is bigger than United States, bigger than Europe. There is China, and there is people called people of China, and they have their own culture and they have their own values. And there is Iran, and there is Russia, and there is India, and there is Indonesia, and the world is way bigger than the US. So they want to keep their hegemony, they want to keep their ruling of the world, and that's why they say what they say. And we don't really care about what they say. We actually now are on the offensive, not the defensive.
We always find ourselves in a position where we're trying to prove ourselves, we're trying to defend ourselves, although we are the ones who are right. Actually, we are defending, as you said, our own lands. So death for our land, death for our liberation is not death, it's freedom, isn't it?
Absolutely, and we don't want to have any conflicts with anyone. We don't have conflicts with Africa, we don't have conflicts with Asia, we have a conflict with Israel and the United States.
Well, they're going to make conflicts with Canada and Panama and Mexico.
Yes, and whoever backs them up, including some of these Arab reactionary regimes that, you know, is
proses
you know,
Pemakaman
people
dan Sayyid Hashim Shafiuddin semakin ramai warga yang berdatangan. Kita juga mendapatkan laporan ya yang menjawab pertanyaan sebagian orang mungkin terkait dengan jenazah suci Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah dan Sayyid Hashim Shafiuddin. Mereka dibunuh syahid oleh bom Israel sejak September 2024 dan baru dimakamkan sekarang. Kita mendapatkan informasi bahwa keduanya telah dimakamkan sebelumnya dalam sebuah makam sementara di Beirut yang kemudian setelah waktunya tepat untuk diadakan upacara pemakaman yang lebih layak untuk kemuliaan mereka, maka kedua jenazah itu dikeluarkan dan dilaporkan keduanya dalam keadaan sempurna sebagaimana mereka baru dimakamkan dan dikeluarkan dari makam sementara itu untuk dipindahkan ke makam baru yang layak untuk mereka. Inilah prosesi pemakaman menuju makam yang lebih besar yang telah disiapkan bagi mereka di kota Beirut. Ini yang kita bisa lihat, kalau kita lihat di gambar ini dari Press TV ya, di gambar sebelah kanan bawah itu, kita bisa lihat itu adalah bangunan yang akan menjadi makamnya Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah dan Sayyid Shafiuddin, tempat peristirahatan terakhir bagi keduanya. Itu di belakangnya ya. Gedung itu yang akan dijadikan makam mereka, sebuah makam megah yang layak untuk kemuliaan, keagungan mereka dan perjuangan mereka sebagai simbol perjuangan. Kita juga bisa lihat di gambar-gambar lainnya ya, sebelah kiri bawah misalnya. Begitu ramai sekali membludak para peziarah, para pendukung poros perlawanan dan juga gerakan perlawanan Hizbullah yang memenuhi jalanan di Beirut. Dan tadi juga kita melihat saat ini prosesi pemakaman itu berlangsung, bahwa pesawat Zionis terbang keliling Beirut dalam upaya intimidasi terhadap peserta prosesi tersebut. Dan juga tadi ada serangan udara terhadap sebuah desa, yaitu desa Tebna di selatan Lebanon. Sementara Nasrullah dan pendukungnya yang berkumpul di Beirut dalam iring-iringan pemakaman. Kita juga mendapatkan gambar-gambar juga ini dari Beirut ya, dari Persatuan Ulama Muslim. Jamaah ya. Jadi penghormatan terhadap madhab, lintas agama bahkan. Ya. Dan kesertaan mereka dalam sholat jenazah ini menunjukkan persatuan, solidaritas ya, muslimin dalam mendukung perlawanan khususnya gerakannya Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. Kumpulan acara prosesi pemakaman juga kita lihat ya, sebuah pemakaman simbolis misalnya di Yaman, pemakaman simbolis di Irak, iring-iring bol gitu ya, yang cukup ramai juga ya, kan di beberapa kota ini seperti Basrah, di Kadimiyah, di Irak, ya. Di sana Yaman, mengiringan atau prosesi pemakaman simbolis.
They are the true protectors of the cause. These are the people who are willing to fight and sacrifice for the liberation of Palestine, and not those who are sitting in their palaces in the Gulf or here and there. Because every time Palestine calls, they respond. In the first Intifada, in the second Intifada, in the Tufan al-Aqsa, Tufan al-Ahrar. These are the people who always responded and heard Palestine call. So our faith lies with them, not with the Arab regimes.
Why do you think they tried to spread a rumor that today there will be an incredible storm and snow, and they tried to plant fear in people, telling them the weather will be very bad, especially some Zionist Lebanese channels? Why do you think they would attempt to spread such a rumor?
But we have to understand that the resistance have been targeted, not just by Israel and the US, but also by local media, reactionary medias. You know, the media in the Arab world is controlled by the oil.
Yes.
And so they always wanted to spread fears and distortion. And that's why Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah's speeches were vital for clarifying and responding. And that's why people used to trust him. And they still trust the discourse of the resistance. Why would you promote something like today is going to be snow and so people won't come? But they don't understand. I've heard an older lady, she was saying, if it rains rocks, I'm going to be in there.
Exactly.
This determination of the people of the resistance, this determination is what always wins.
This determination made the enemy confused because they cannot even dream of such people defending them.
Absolutely. For Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, this is the great gift that he received from people. This is what he wanted. He wanted people, and he said that. I just want you to call for my forgiveness and remember me. And people are remembering him, and they're saying to him, you know, we're so sad losing you, but we will be on your footsteps. Believe that and trust him. Trust that. He always trusted us. So there's nothing really change on our conviction of how much we want to continue on your path. That's the important lesson.
Yes. Viewers, as we are preparing for the graves, for the bodies of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and Sayyid Hashem Safiuddin to enter this land, we see people around us who are holding flags, who are chanting, who are crying. Some people are sitting from a long day of walking from place to place. These people have come from all over, not just Lebanon, but all over the world to participate and to be in this exact moment to say goodbye, to tell him that not only we are loyal to you while you are alive, but even when you are embraced by the soil, we will love you, we will stay loyal, we will remain following your footsteps no matter what happens, even if you remain
Ya,
only
pemirsa,
a soul,
jenak
your soul
lagi
will remain with us because we are this.
jenazah Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah dan Sayyid Safiuddin akan menuju tempat peristirahatan terakhirnya itu di belakang hostnya ya. Dan jenazahnya akan dikebumikan di situ. Sementara itu kita mendapatkan beberapa informasi lainnya yang menarik terkait dengan prosesi pemakaman ini ya. Estimasi resmi dari jumlah peserta prosesi pemakaman Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah ini menurut pemerintah Lebanon ada sebanyak 1,4 juta peserta. 1,4 juta peserta pemakamannya Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. Dan untuk memberikan sedikit perspektif ya, populasi Lebanon adalah sekitar 5,3 juta jiwa. Dan kalau ada 1,4 juta orang yang ikut serta dalam prosesi pemakaman Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, itu sekitar lebih dari 25% ya. Lebih dari 1/4 populasi Lebanon, bayangkan pemirsa ya. Semuanya berkumpul di Beirut itu di area sekitar upacara pemakamannya Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah ini. 1,4 juta orang. 26,4% dari total populasi Lebanon. Dan ini adalah pemakaman atau upacara pemakaman terbesar dalam sejarah Lebanon dan juga salah satu dari pemakaman terbesar dalam sejarah dunia dan berada di daftar pemakaman terbesar seperti pemakamannya Imam Khomeini, pemakamannya Qasim Sulaimani, pemakamannya Gamal Abdel Nasser di Mesir tahun 1970. Ini adalah sebuah momen yang sangat besar sekali ya. Sementara pesawat-pesawat Zionis keliling di atas langit Beirut, para peserta upacara pemakaman ini terdengar meneriakkan yel-yel Al-Maut Israel. Mampus Israel. Mampus Israel. Pesawatnya terbang dan diteriakkan dari bawah, mampus Israel. Dan saat ini prosesi pemakamannya, jenazahnya itu mulai menuju tempat pemakamannya. Luar biasa sekali.
My message is to my brothers and sisters of Hezbollah that the will of Sayyid Abbas Mousawi and Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and Sayyid Hashem Safiuddin is protect the resistance.
Kita juga melihat mendapatkan laporan bahwa pasukan Hashdu Sya'bi Irak juga mengadakan pemakaman simbolis di dekat perbatasan Irak dan Suriah. Jadi pemirsa, sebuah prosesi yang begitu dahsyat sekali. Dan juga tamparan pada wajahnya Zionis dan Amerika yang selama ini menghabiskan uang jutaan hingga miliaran dolar untuk mencoreng citra Hizbullah dan Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah di Lebanon dan di dunia. Dan ini menunjukkan, membuktikan bahwa semua upaya mereka itu sia-sia.
Welcome back, viewers. So that was our colleague there having an extensive interview with a guest speaking about the situation and the historic scenes that we're witnessing coming live out of Beirut. If you're just joining us, this is a live rolling coverage from Press TV on the farewell of Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah and also Sayyid Safiuddin, who were both former Secretary General of Hezbollah, who were assassinated by the Israeli regime during the aggression on Lebanon. As the Israeli regime continued its genocide in Gaza, these men stood up and stand for the Palestinian and assisted them and stood with them as the world abandoned them. Over the past couple of hours, we have seen people gathered from all over the world and came into Lebanon, into Beirut. Thousands of people have come from different countries. According to the statistics we have, close to 400,000 people have come from at least 75 countries to Lebanon, from Iraq to Yemen to the UK, the US. We've had analysts who've come over to just bear witness to this historical event that is taking place, where hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people have gathered in Beirut to bid farewell to Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah, a man that does not just stand for the Lebanese alone, but has become now a solidified symbol of resistance eternally, that perhaps future generation will envy those who lived during his time. And we've had guests from hours of the morning who have spoken to us and have continued to speak to us about the situation and how they felt about being there to witness this historic event. You can see the streets of Beirut is packed, and from the stadium around 1 o'clock Beirut time, the bodies of Sayyid Hassan and Sayyid Safiuddin was brought into the stadium, and people were then able to fully and finally mourn, because many people still could not believe that this legend has finally left this world and has departed as a martyr. And many are also calling this a celebration of life and a renewal of allegiance to the path of Sayyid Hassan, to continue the path that he started, and that the sacrifices of the martyrs in Lebanon to defend the Lebanese land, to stand against the aggression of the Israeli hegemonic power and the U.S. interference will not go to waste. I believe our correspondent Mariam Saleh is now with us from Beirut. Mariam has been with us, giving us an update on the situation there. Mariam, welcome to the program. If you can hear me, the last we spoke, the bodies of the martyrs has not been brought into the stadium, but now it has been brought in. The final prayers has been done, and then the march towards the resting place is underway, I believe. Give us an update of what you have, or new information that you might have for our viewers.
Well, yes, of course. We learned that the coffins or the funeral procession has left the Olympic Stadium. And we're expecting that they should be passing by the roads and the highways that are right behind us. Of course, you have a lot of people who are awaiting to get a glimpse, the final glimpse of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and Sayyid Shafiuddin, of course, as they pass this area. And because of the crowds, because we have so many people, whether at the stadium or outside, it was very difficult for the prayers to be on way, and actually they took a lot of time. And now even getting those coffins out of the stadium, with the fact that many people wanted to get the blessings and get closer. And of course, this is a time of mourning for all of Lebanon. And this would make the procession go for hours, and it is not clear when they would reach the burial site. We're hoping that there would be a route which they can take also that we can see, but at the same time that would allow them to reach the burial place in a manner which is safe and of course organized, but the people, of course, it's at the same time they want to mourn, but they also do not want to say goodbye. And going in this march, we're looking at the people here that have been, some of them overnight actually, coming to the streets, sleeping some of them in the mosques, going to the stadium even a night before. So those emotions are extremely high today, but what's very noticeable today were the Israeli fighter jets that flew right over our heads. And here we're talking about a fleet. And that in itself was quite amazing. And it's what is also amazing is that the people did not even move. They only chanted against Israel, against the U.S.
And
they
I wanted
felt
to ask
even
you
more
on that.
determined, and so that really boldened.
Exactly, and I because we were also watching live from the studio.
Perhaps one of the highlights.
Exactly, because we were watching from the studio and we saw that people looked up and then they started shouting, and we were like, well, maybe there was a sound barrier that was broken. And then later we had confirmation that 4 Israeli fighter jets flew not just over Lebanon, not just over Beirut, but directly over that particular stadium where people had gathered to mourn and grieve.
Exactly, Zainab, and I would not be exaggerating if I told you that they flew right over our heads. They were very close to the buildings, a very low altitude, and it seemed that to be a way of provocation by the Israeli military to perhaps put fear in the hearts of the people, to terrorize them as they are laying to rest their leader. But what they got in return was the actual opposite. And what I saw here was perhaps a way of God's justice, of showing that perhaps this is some sort of a tribute. If it was any other country or any other regime or military other than Israel, you would say that this is a military show of force for the country, or a tribute to Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, who is, of course, a martyr for all of humanity and all the entire region. And so that in itself was something that I think the Israelis had not planned quite well. This made the people even more emboldened. It made them even more determined to face the Israelis. They were ready in that very moment to be martyrs, even if it had to take that. We're talking about families, women, children, civilians, people who are ill, the wounded, even the wounded as a result of the terror attacks, the pagers, the explosion of the pagers. They are all here. We had a lot of people who were ready to be martyrs in that very moment. And at the same time also, there were a wave of shelling and strike all across not only South Lebanon, whether in the south or the north of Litani River, but we also had Israeli strikes in the Bekaa areas that are really far away. And so that also shows that Hezbollah has this support. And we saw then throughout the speech of Hezbollah Secretary General Sheikh Naim Qassem, these chants in support of Sheikh Naim Qassem. The people here today are pledging their allegiance to the successor of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, telling Sheikh Naim that they're going to be following him as a result, of course, of the will and testimony of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, the continuation of this path. And of course, he mentioned a lot of very significant significant issues. People heard the speech, of course, translated directly and simultaneously on Press TV, and how important it is how he made that comparison about how Hezbollah was able to really withstand the strongest army in this region and this part of the world. More than 70,000 Israeli soldiers and officers could not even make a small and perhaps humble compared to their capabilities resistance group and movement. They would not bow down. They continued. And when we learned later on the number of fighters that were in each and every one of those border towns, they were not a very high number. But the Israelis, the amount of resistance that they saw, they had thought there were hundreds of fighters fighting them, stopping them. And that was, of course, something that should be respected and honored by the resistance fighters. He mentioned that today, Sheikh Naim Qasim mentioned this as something that has amazed the world and the Lebanese, and he also said that it was the Israelis who actually called for a ceasefire. It were the Israelis that could no longer stand the continuous operations and the fact that Hezbollah was still standing on its feet, and that was the important thing here. And even if the Israelis had perhaps they were able to assassinate leaders, they were able to strike and kill, destroy homes, destroy entire villages actually and towns, but they did not let the people kneel. The people continued to stand along with their resistance. And of course, Sheikh Naim Qasim, he went on to the political issues, and he said very clearly that what we're seeing and experiencing today in Lebanon is a full occupation. It's an occupation with all meaning of the word, and that would, of course, entail repercussions. This is in addition to the aggressions, the continuous strikes on all of Lebanon, so that what we're witnessing right now is an occupation and an aggression, and not only a violation of a ceasefire. So here we have a new phase, actually. But he also spoke about the fact that he is going to be, or the resistance and Hezbollah is going to be part of the government in actually allowing for diplomacy for this period of time, looking at the government which has pledged, along with President Joseph Aoun, to really take on this responsibility of enforcing an Israeli withdrawal. Of course, this all depends on time. It depends on how the Israelis, for how long they would continue their aggressions. Today, we had more than 10 strikes, as I mentioned. We have at least 5 different areas that continue to be occupied by the Israeli occupation forces. This is in addition to the Sheba Farms and Kfar Shuba Hills. And so he said that this is an issue that the government needs to take responsibility for. But he also said that we are going to be working with our partners in Lebanon to rebuild our state, because as you know, Lebanon has been through many crises, and whether economic, social, financial, now we have the war, we have the rebuilding process. And so this is a time where the Lebanese really need to rehabilitate, to really rebuild their state and come to political solutions on the inside in order to really be able to face the Israelis united. But of course, now concerning the procession, I believe we learned that it is getting closer to the burial site to see, of course, the next part of the ceremony. Of course, Sayyid Hashem Safiuddin will not be buried with Sayyid Hasan today. The course of the procession for Sayyid Hashem will continue towards South Lebanon.
Okay, stay with me, Mariam, because we're going to discuss some of the points that Sheikh Naim Qasim mentioned in detail. We're going to come back to you. Please stay with me. I want to introduce our guest, Olsi Yazegi, who is an historian and social activist joining us from Kuala Lumpur. Pardon me if I mispronounced your name. Thank you for joining us. You're watching this scene coming out of Lebanon, and when you see the people who have come all over the world to pay their homage to Sayyid Hassan and also to Sayyid Hashem Safiuddin, what comes to your mind when you're watching the scene out of Beirut?
Well, what we understand from the ceremony that is going on in Beirut for Sheikh Hasan Nasrullah and Sheikh Safiuddin, it shows that even though Israel bombarded and destroyed most of southern Lebanon for the past, how many months? 4 months, 6 months? The Islamic resistance is still there. So the dream of Netanyahu of finishing off Hamas and finishing off Hezbollah and securing the borders of Israel has not yet been realized. By seeing the scenes that are coming from Beirut, where you have many Lebanese and international guests, people who are not only Shia, but people who are Christians, like we see in this picture here, or Sunnis, or people who are maybe even atheists, but who have come from all the corners of the planet to say farewell to Hassan Nasrallah.
Yeah.
It shows that Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah has become a myth. He has become a legend who is inspiring the international community, the left, the anti-imperialists, the anti-Zionists across the planet. Even though Israel was armed to the teeth by the Judeo-American empire, and for the last 16 months, they carried genocide in Gaza, and they extended their genocide even in Lebanon, where thanks to their sophisticated surveillance equipments, they were able to pinpoint and assassinate most of the leaders of Hezbollah. What we are seeing today from Beirut, it shows that Hezbollah has not been destroyed. But Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah, he has become a myth. He has become the Che Guevara of Islam, the person who is going to inspire millions and millions of humans in our planet to fight against the Israeli fascist regime. And what we saw and what we're seeing now, where the Israeli fascist minister of war, Israel Katz, he even sent Israeli jets over the stadium where the ceremony for the burial of Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah is taking place. It shows the amok, it shows the insecurity that goes on in Tel Aviv. The Zionists, even though they are probably the most well-armed regime in our planet, which is being paid and armed by Western governments, and in particular by the United States, has not been able to achieve a victory. For people who have been following Netanyahu in the past weeks, Netanyahu lives in delirium. He thinks that he is some kind of biblical leader of Israel who is defeating the Amalek. And we remember when the Israeli genocide started against Gaza, Netanyahu, he went to the media and he declared a war against Amalek. But if we will use biblical terminology, is that we have the kids of Baalbek, of the biblical Baalbek, with their leader Hassan Nasrallah, who are still fighting and resisting Judea. Yes, it is true that thanks to the treachery and to the corruption of the Zionist regime, they were able to assassinate like cowards in distance Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah. What they have done actually is that they have turned him into a hero. The Zionists did the same mistake that American imperialists were doing in 1950s and 60s when they were going after communist revolutionaries, people like Che Guevara and others. As a result of this, we had millions and millions of humans in our planet who will mobilize themselves and join the communist struggle against American imperialism. And we know the result. The Americans, they lost in Vietnam, they lost in Korea, they lost throughout the planet. And American imperialism had to retreat. And the same thing is going on today, even in Israel. The pictures coming from Beirut, where we see hundreds of thousands and probably millions of people descending from all corners of Lebanon to pay their farewell to Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah, it shows that
Hezbollah is massive. In the past weeks, the American Zionist government, in collaboration with Israel, they have been trying to divide the Lebanese. They've been trying to bribe certain Lebanese politicians with the hope that they are going to remove the influence of Hezbollah from the Lebanese state. But these hundreds of thousands of Lebanese who are shouting death to Israel and who are shouting Laybayk ya Nasrullah, we respond to you Nasrullah, this is the best answer that Sheikh Nasrullah, if he was to be alive, would have given to the Zionists and their quisling collaborators in the Arab world.
When you look at images coming out of Lebanon right now, and you mention it, that resistance for the people will always be there as long as there's oppression that is forcing them to resist, why do you think this very simple concept is very difficult for colonizers, oppressors like Israel to conceptualize? Why is it so difficult for them to understand? Even if you're not Shia, you're not Muslim, you mentioned the communist resistance to oppression. We saw that in the, you know, the way Guevara has become a symbol of resistance for millions of people and crossing across border. So this is something that has happened repeatedly in history. Why, in your opinion, do you think it's so difficult for the oppressors to understand this very simple concept?
No, the Zionists, they do understand it, and they are very, very afraid of Hezbollah. Look, there were some probably miscalculations on the side of Hezbollah when the conflict started between Hamas and Israel, because the late Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, he had continuously declared that the next stage of the war between Hezbollah and Israel will be in Israeli territories. But because probably they didn't coordinate things with Hamas, Hezbollah didn't do what it was promising to do when Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah was alive. Now, the Zionists, they do understand very well, and they are very worried. And for this reason, the American and the Zionist regimes, or the Judeo-American empire, have, since the fall of Soviet Union in 1991, to this day, have made continuous wars in the Arab world and in the Middle East against the revolutionary Islam. First, the Zionists thought that their danger will come from Arab secular Baathist nationalism. For this reason, they went against Saddam Hussein, they destroyed him. They went against Gaddafi in Libya, they destroyed him. They went against Bashar al-Assad, and by using the Takfiris, they destroyed him. But what the Zionists could not destroy was the revolutionary Islam. During the era of George Bush Jr., he declared a global war on terrorism, which was a war against Islam. At first, the Americans, they went against Sunnis, they targeted the Muslim Brotherhood, but then what happened is that after the toppling of Saddam Hussein, from the year 2006 to this day, what happened is that we have a new wave of political Islam, which will take the leadership in the Muslim world, and this will be the revolutionary Islam, or the axis of resistance, headed by Sayyid Ali Khamenei and Sheikh Hasan Nasrullah. Even though these two personalities in the history of political Islam, they were Shia, what the axis of resistance has shown to the Muslim world, I'm a Sunni, I'm talking from a Sunni Muslim country here, but what Iran and Hezbollah showed to the Muslim Ummah is that we should leave aside our differences. We have a common enemy, which is Zionist colonialism, and we have to unite and liberate Palestine. And this is the thing that worries the Zionists a lot. For people who follow Benjamin Netanyahu or who have read his books, he has a number of books and articles about fighting terrorism. With his books, he educated and he taught to American Zionists what to do, Netanyahu is really obsessed with political Islam. And when he sees these pictures coming now from Beirut, he is afraid like a hound. And not only him, but all the people around him. All the Zionist establishment of Israel is in panic. Yes, it is true, they have superior weapons. Yes, it is true, they committed genocide in Gaza, where they killed probably more than 100,000 people. Yes, it is true, they implemented the Dahia doctrine for the second time in Lebanon by flattening cities, by mass killing civilians in order to pressure Hezbollah to make a ceasefire. But still, when we see these people there protesting, these millions of people, every person that we see in this picture is a soldier of Hassan Nasrallah. And what is the slogan that these people are chanting now in Beirut is Labayk ya Nasrallah. We respond to you, Nasrallah. Nasrallah is dead, but his message lives in time and in space. His message has shown the path to the humanity, and not only to Muslims, by the way, because the Zionist crimes have been and are condemned by the whole of humanity. We are seeing what is happening nowadays throughout the West, from Germany to Canada. You cannot condemn the Zionists. You cannot tell to people what they are doing, because you'll be immediately arrested, blackmailed, removed from your job, persecuted, and whatever. So the Zionists, they understand very well what's going on. But the problem is that they do not know what to do. What will they do? A few days ago, the infamous Zionist spy Jonathan Pollard, he had a podcast in one YouTube channel, and he was predicting that the next step that Israel must do is to use the neutron bomb against Egypt. I mean, the Zionists, they hate all the Arabs and Muslims who are around them. But since the Camp David Accords, when they made peace with Egypt in 1978-79, and then with the peace treaty with Jordan, and now in December 2024, when they toppled the last standing Arab government which was not signing peace with Israel, which was Syria, they thought that by toppling these secular Arab leaders, by destroying the Arab nation states, we will win over the Muslims. But what has happened is that when Egypt solved the Palestinian issue in 1978 and 79 with Sadat, a miracle happened in Tehran. Imam Khomeini came, and we had the political Islam coming back. And what we see today in Beirut is a blowback of what Khomeini did in 1979 when he toppled the Shah. The year 1979, while it can be seen as the year of defeat of the secular Arab nationalism, this Arab nationalism that we see today from Cairo to Riyadh to Amman, they kiss and they lick the feet of the Zionist gangsters. And these regimes have discredited themselves. But what has happened is that since 1979, we have a new ideology in the world which has inspired these urban guerrilla movements, from Hezbollah in Beirut to Houthis in Yemen to Hamas in Palestine and what have you. So the Zionists.
Okay, stay with me, Mr. Olsi. Stay with me. I'm sorry to cut you off. Stay with me, because you are mentioning some very important points, and we are going to build upon that as we continue this discussion. But I want to bring in our colleague who is still with us in the studio, Nahid. You heard some of the statement that Mr. Olsi made about the differences between an Arab nationalistic-led resistance that the Israelis now feel as though they have toppled against an Islamic-based resistance ideology that is now against the Israeli occupation, and also standing against the Israeli and American hegemonic plan. Can you please expatiate on that, the differences between these two concepts, the nationalistic Arab resistance that was led, and we can mention Egypt before it signed the accord that he was mentioning there, compared to the resistance that we now have that is an Islamic-based resistance against the Israeli occupation.
Sure. We have to bring into our discussion the concept of ummah. And I think that can explain and that can answer this very important question, I have to say, Zainab. This is so vital, that how nationalism and the concept of ummah and the resistance, which includes different forces and different countries and governments, are different. On one hand, we have nationalism, which is also important because we are talking about resisting against a foreign power. We are talking about different countries trying to maintain the power of indigenous people of their land and their soil. It's so important. But at some extent, we have to see what are the limitations of this perspective, of this worldview. When we are talking about ummah, we are talking about solidarity and unification of different ethnicities, different people all around the world. We're not going to say it's only about Shia. We have Solidarity Week. In Farsi we say Wahdat. And what it means for us,
menuju tempat peristirahatan terakhirnya dalam kendaraan truk yang bisa dilihat di situ. Pelan-pelan menuju tempat pemakamannya nanti. Kita bisa lihat itu. Melewati lautan manusia itu ya. Yang mengibarkan bendera Hizbullah. Bendera yang menampilkan wajahnya Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. Pelan-pelan bergerak. Ya, ini dari lautan manusia ini. Sebagian dari mereka bahkan sudah menginap di jalanan sejak kemarin ya. Supaya bisa mendapatkan peluang untuk paling tidak menyaksikan iring-iringan jenazah Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah untuk lewat di depan mata mereka. Itulah jenazahnya, iringannya ada kendaraannya. They do whatever they think they have to do to maintain themselves, but they're still going there. And as you said, it's not about even Muslim. It's not an Islamic cause anymore. Axis of resistance, and at the core, Hezbollah, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah for 37 years. What they did, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah is not just a leader of organization. It's the school of thoughts. It's the way he wants his people to understand the real cause and how to fight against it and how to commit to your values. Sebuah upacara pemakaman yang begitu luar biasa, yang layak bagi sosok agung seperti Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah dan Sayyid Shafiuddin, pemuka para syuhada di jalan pembebasan menuju Al-Quds.
Because first of all, you have to defend your soil, your land, your country, and then you have to bring into your policies and your approach towards the world the most important cause, which is the liberation of Palestine. They are all together. I think Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, I believe Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah sacrificed his life, and all the soldiers of Hezbollah sacrificed their lives because of the Palestinian cause, but also because they want to protect their land. They're not going to accept, they haven't accepted any sort of colonial approach to their land. It's a respected soil. Lebanon, especially South Lebanon, only 2 days ago, the Zionists, the IOF soldiers, they were actually leaving the land because they understood. They came to this very basic reality that these people are not going to leave.
Yes.
They are here to stay.
Yes.
They are so committed, and they have a leader to follow, even though physically he's not around us. Even though physically we are seeing the very sad moment right now that we are going to say goodbye.
Yes.
But that's a goodbye for now.
Yes.
It's the start of a new era for us.
Exactly. Stay with me, Naid. I'm going to cross over back to Kuala Lumpur, where our guest is still with us, I hope. When we were talking and you were explaining the strength of the resistance, my question is, even with the destabilization
Di antara peristiwa yang menarik tadi adalah pemutaran rekaman dari pidato Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah saat masih di stadion sebelum berangkat tadi ya, dan tangis para peserta pecah saat mendengar suara Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, suara yang mereka rindukan. Tangis mereka pecah ketika mendengar kembali suara yang menggelegar, yang menghidupkan semangat mereka dan mengingatkan kembali kerinduan mereka terhadap sosok Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, sosok yang menghidupkan itu.
So yes, I mean the Zionist regime, they have been very successful on killing the leaders of the resistance, but their problem is that they cannot kill 1 billion Muslims. And this is what I was mentioning before about the podcast of Jonathan Pollard a few days ago, where he was foreseeing that Israel, in its war against its Arab Muslim neighbors, is planning to use the neutron bomb. Because look, I mean, Israel has military superiority. Israel is paid and armed to the teeth by the Americans, but the problem is that they live by an Islamic ocean. There are more than probably 2 billion Muslims today in the world, and all hate what the Zionists do. And on the other hand, the Zionist ideology, it doesn't accept coexistence. I mean, they do not want to make peace with the Lebanese. They do not want to make peace with the Iranians. They do not want to make peace with the Arabs. And they say it very openly, because their ideology is like the Nazi ideology. They want to dominate. They want to rule. They don't want to exist. I mean, if we come to the very heart of the conflict that we have nowadays in Israel and Palestine, what is the problem? The problem is democracy. Because Israel does not want to treat its Palestinians, the Palestinians of Gaza and West Bank, as its citizens. It doesn't want to give them rights. It treats them, it has built an apartheid system and treats them like being subhumans. Yes, Israel has the military superiority. Yes, Israel must kill its Muslim neighbors, but the problem is that the victories of Israel are pyrrhic victories, which means that yes, Israel kills, but Israel wins only small battles in the bigger war, which is the war of Zionism against Islam. And what we are seeing today in Beirut, after months and weeks of bombing and decimating southern Lebanon, where we see hundreds of thousands of Lebanese and probably millions of people marching in the streets of Beirut with the slogans of Hezbollah, with the flags of Hezbollah, to celebrate Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah, it shows to Netanyahu that yes, you have killed Nasrallah, but you have millions of Nasrallahs living in Lebanon. And the message of Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah, as it was mentioned by the previous speaker, is a ummatic message. I mean, why was Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah killed? What did he do that he was killed? He was killed because he joined the war in Gaza. His army, Hezbollah, attacked Israel and went to war with Israel on a simple condition. What was the demand of Hezbollah was Hezbollah asked Israel to stop its genocide in Gaza, and in that moment, Hezbollah will stop its attacks. And Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah, he was not killed for himself. He was not killed for his group. He was killed for Palestine. He is a martyr of the Sunni Muslims of Palestine and Masjid al-Aqsa. And this is the importance of the message of Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah, and that's why the pictures that we see now from Lebanon are very worrying for the Zionist regime, because the billions of dollars that the Americans and the Zionists have spent in the past, how many decades? 5 decades, to destabilize Iran, to put Lebanon in civil war, to install dictators in the Sunni Arab world in order to crush revolutionary Islam, to incite hatred against Shias through Takfiri Wahhabism. All this and investment has been finished. Why? Because today the Sunni Muslims from Jakarta to Sarajevo, they know very well why Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah was killed. He was killed because he was defending the Sunni Muslims of Palestine. And this is a nightmare for Israel, because, I mean, the project of Zionism has always been to divide and rule over the Arabs.
Exactly.
This was what Israel and the British did since World War I, when they divided the Arabs from the Turks, and this is what they have done since the Islamic Revolution.
Okay, stay with me.
All right.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off. Stay with me, but I wanna build upon the statement you just made about the division tactics that has been deployed or employed, whether it's by the British or the Israelis or the Americans for decades. And I want to bring in our guest in the studio to just expand on that for us. When it comes to division, one of the go-to cards that we've seen over the couple of years that the Israelis and the Americans have consistently used is the sectarian divide among Sunnis and Shias. And Nahid, when you look at, especially when we're looking at what has happened in Syria, and we see how effectively and how fast and quick the division came into play after months of people uniting and discrediting, sectarian belief and seeing the resistance as united, how quickly the division came in when sectarian was used, and Syria, well, we can say in some aspect has been lost because Syria now is occupied by Israel. So just expand for us, why is it that till now the people of this region and some people in the world still have not understood how dangerous sectarian divide is?
For sure, such a very vital question to ask. Well, I have to say, we have to go back to 1948, the history of the Zionist entity, when we are right after World War II, and Europeans just decide to occupy an Arab land. And the framing that they have been working so hard on is that that's a religious war. That's about Jewish and Muslims. That's about fundamentalists and extremists, you call it, names and names for us, for the indigenous people of West Asia trying to defend their soil, trying to say, who are you, basically. And this is the framing that they are getting used to. So first, it's about Jewish and Muslim war. Then it's about Sunni and Shia. Then and then and then. They are trying to divide us. They are trying to tell us and to highlight the differences, even though there are some parts that they didn't even exist before. They are injected by imperialist forces. They are injected, they are fabricated. And our power and our strength is rooted in knowing just the reality, in knowing the history of this precious area, that everyone wants to, everyone from the Western orbit, not everyone. Yeah. We have the majority of the globe that actually wants the peace and development and everything for West Asia. Yeah. We have a strong enemy that doesn't want. And you know what? This is the lesson that people of West Asia has to learn. If they haven't learned it until today, I think there is a significant opportunity for them to realize the very basic reality. The sectarianism does not going to address your issues, is not going to fix your problems. The problem is the Great Satan. The problem is US imperialism. The problem is Zionism entity. The entity that they literally bring into the region, a very Arab region, and try to occupy other soils from this river to that river. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, but they know well that if you are not educated, if you don't know the history of your country and your region, you are going to be deceived by the imperialist propaganda that, oh, this is Shia, this is Sunni, oh, I have to distance myself. No, you do not. What you should do is believe that unification and unity that Iran and Islamic Revolution of 1979 has been not only talking, but actually actively supporting and organizing. Let me bring the name of our commander, Haj Qasem Soleimani, that our leader described him as the organizer of the youth in the region. Yes. The youth was already there. The youth was already wanting to protect their land. What Iran did, what IRGC did, what Haj Qasem Soleimani did was organizing this youth and uniting against one enemy, that is Zionist entity.
Yeah. Stay with me, Nayed. I want to go back to Kuala Lumpur and just ask Mr. Olsi, moving forward, in your opinion, what do you think is going to be the fate of the resistance if we have established that by the scenes that we are witnessing now from Lebanon, that the resistance is not finished, and if we're basing that also on the scenes that we've witnessed in Gaza repeatedly during the exchanges of prisoners for captives, that the resistance is not finished because resistance comes from the people. What is going to be the next step forward for the resistance then? Because we know perhaps this level of confrontation between the resistance and the Israeli regime has taken a pause, at least when it comes to direct confrontation. But we do know that the Israelis themselves have announced that there is going to be new levels of confrontation. In your opinion, how do you think the collective resistance will be able to respond to this, futuristic confrontation that is awaiting them?
Well, Israel and the Americans, they're trying their best to cut and to isolate the resistance. Can you please lower the voice of the speakers in Beirut, because I can.
Sure.
I cannot. So, in my opinion, Israel and the Americans are trying to do their best to isolate the Islamic resistance. Number one, we know very well, and President Donald Trump has already said he's going to bring maximum pressure and sanctions against Iran. Because Iran is the heart of the resistance. If there is no Iran, then we know that Hezbollah and Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Houthis and the Hashd al-Shabi, they will not be what they are. So the heart of the resistance is Iran. Iran today for global Islamism is like Russia, Soviet Union, and Moscow during the time of the Soviet Union. So number one, Americans, they will try to isolate Iran, to destabilize Iran. And in the coming months, we might see new waves of protests, which will be waged by the Mujahideen al-Halq and other terrorist organizations, and you might have even terrorist attacks within Iran and what have you. Number two is Trump is trying to do what he tried to do during his first presidency, to create the so-called an Arab NATO. So Trump will try very hard to mobilize the quisling Arab regimes to mobilize them against Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran in particular.
Please pardon me, I have to cut you off. My sincere apologies. Stay with me and hold that thought. We're going to cross live to our correspondent, Mariam Saleh, who is going to be joining us from the scene. And I believe the procession is getting close to where she is, where the coffins of the marchers is passing across to go to where they will be finally laid to rest. Mariam, go ahead.
Hasan! Sorry. Zainab, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mariam. Go ahead, please.
All right, well, we just are in a very high emotional state here. And of course, it's very difficult to describe the emotions. People are lost for words. We are lost for words. We were just, of course, witnessing the movement of the coffins of both Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and
it seems as though we're having some connection issues with our correspondent, but she was just trying to tell us that the scenes are very emotional. Obviously, we have been speaking to many Lebanese, and not just Lebanese, many people across the world who are watching these scenes coming live out of Beirut, and the only words they can use is emotional and overwhelmed because of the spiritual and physical and emotional connection that they feel towards these two personalities who they are now having to bid farewell to. I don't know if our correspondent is back with us. If she isn't, we will continue with our guest. Are you there, Mariam? Can you hear me? Okay, we will be continuing with our guest in Kuala Lumpur. Mr. Olsi, if you're still there, you can hear me. Kindly continue with the statement you were making.
Can you please lower the voice in the studio? So as I was telling before, is that the Americans and the Zionists, they will try in maximum to isolate Iran. They have already succeeded on isolating Lebanon from Iran by forcing the quisling government of Beirut to stop Mahan Air and Iranian Airlines from flying to Beirut. So they will do everything in their power to cut the Lebanese from the Iranians. On the other hand, we know what is the plan of the Zionists in Gaza. Number one, Netanyahu regime, he wants to finish Hamas, but he has understood that he cannot finish Hamas for as long as there are Palestinians. So the project or the idea of Trump was to ethnically clean Gaza from the Palestinians and to throw the Palestinians out of Gaza. But this thing is not possible, because if Trump and Netanyahu is going to expel the Palestinians towards Egypt and Jordan, this will be a big nightmare for Egyptians and Jordanians. The Jordanian monarchy might collapse, because we know very well what happened to Jordan during the war of 1967, when Israel expelled 350,000 Palestinians, most of them from the West Bank, and we almost had the collapse of the Jordanian monarchy.
Yeah, but I want to build on that, Mr. Olsi, because the Arabs...
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay,
and
go ahead.
We saw already how King Abdullah of Jordan, when he met Donald Trump a few days ago in Washington, he had brought his son with him, and he was literally crying in front of Trump. And I mean, what the Zionists and Americans will try to do is that they'll try to isolate Hamas, they'll try to isolate Lebanon and Hezbollah, they'll try to isolate Iran, and their final objective will be regime change in Iran, which for them is not possible. Because what Iran has shown during the last war against Israel, the axis of resistance carried, and which is the longest war in the history of Israel, Iran showed the military abilities to hit the Zionist regime very hard. And the Zionists and the Americans, they know that they do not have a military option for Iran, so they will try to isolate Iran in order to make the people to protest against the government.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. But what I wanted to, highlight while you were speaking was that you mentioned that the Arabs are being forced to take in the Palestinians, as Trump has mentioned, that they will empty out Gaza. But you also point to the fact that many of these Arab countries and many of these Arab regimes are subjected to American and Israeli dictate. So how will they stand against this plan? If the United States decide tomorrow to forcibly expel Palestinians, we obviously know that the Palestinians will resist this forcible migration. But we see that most of this Arab regime already have normalized ties with Israel, and those who have not openly normalized ties have, under the deal, under the table normalization. How would the Arabs stand against this plan?
Well, look, the Arab secular regimes will stand against this plan, because this plan is life and death, and for them. And we have to understand that even Arab regimes, they have their own red lines. For example, let's take the example of Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein, he was a Zionist American agent. They brought him to power, they armed him, they used him against Iran during the Iran-Iraq war. But then, when they sent Saddam Hussein to Kuwait, and then they launched the first Gulf War, and then the second Gulf War, Saddam Hussein suddenly became their enemy. And because even though these Arab leaders, they are puppets of the Zionist West, when their life is in danger, they become suicidal. So we will see the same thing. I mean, for example, for people who are following Israeli media in the last days, Israeli establishment is planning a war against Egypt. Why? Because Egyptian President al-Sisi has threatened with war Israel in case that they will expel the Gazans in Sinai. And why will Sisi do this? He will not do it because he loves the Palestinians, but if you have 2 million Palestinians in Gaza, they can march in Cairo and they can topple Sisi. And this will lead to regime change in Egypt. So the Egyptian military dictatorship, they know very well that there is a kind of red line that they will never, even though they are puppets of the West and they are puppets of the Americans, there is a red line. I mean, we have seen even in Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, one of the most loyal puppets of the Zionist empire, who, when Netanyahu said that let's create a Palestine in Saudi Arabia became very hostile towards Israel. These dictators, these people who rule by terror. Because, I mean, in Egypt and in Saudi Arabia, you don't have the democracy that you have in Iran, where in Iran we have protests every day and for everything. These dictators, they cannot tolerate destabilization of their regimes. And that is why these people, they have their own red line. And if Palestinians will be mass expelled from Gaza, they will react. Now, someone might make another question. Why are the Arab regimes against Iran and Hamas and Hezbollah? The answer is simple. Arab dictators, they want to live in peace. They see Iran and Hamas and Hezbollah as troublemakers. They say these people want to fight against Israel. We don't want to fight against Israel. We don't care that there is apartheid in Palestine. We don't care that Israel will take one day probably Masjid al-Aqsa and turn it into the Temple of Solomon. The dictators, they want to live in peace. And when they see the revolutionary Iran and revolutionary Islam in Beirut and in Gaza and in the West Bank, they are worried because they say these people who want democracy in Israel, they will demand democracy one day in Saudi Arabia as well. And that's why we have this alliance between Arab secular dictatorships with the Zionist regime.
Yeah. Okay. Stay with me. I want to cross over now to our colleague here in the studio, Nahid. Our guest was talking about the resistance of the Arabs, of many of these Arab countries. And when we do say Arab, we're not talking about the average citizens in many of these Arab countries who are actively against the Israeli occupation and actively against the occupation of Palestine and completely for the Palestinian people. We're talking about some of the government who have normalized ties with the Israeli regime. He's talking about the fact that many of these Arab countries also have their red line. And I want to just get your opinion on that. Do you agree that there is a red line for the Arabs, for the Arab regime? Because when we go back to the history of this conflict, whether it is starting from the first occupation of Palestine, the expulsion of the Palestinian, the wars against Lebanon and Syria, and the betrayal of the Egyptians. And it's just been downhill from there. The resistance that the Arab coalition had and the support that they used to have for Palestine and Gaza has now dwindled to simple statement. So when we see that the Americans and the Israelis are pushing ahead with their plans, how resisting or what kind of resistance do you think these Arab countries can put against this plan, and do they really have a red line?
Well, there are a couple of points that I have to make here. I remember the Islamic conference that we had last year when our martyred president, Raisi, attended. And in that conference, in that very important conference, our president had a very basic proposal for the Islamic countries, for Arab countries, that, okay, if we are going to stop the genocide, that's the way we have to go through. We need to make sure, first of all, to stop fueling the fire, to stop giving the resources that the Zionist entity needs to kill children in Gaza. That's very, very simple. That if you agree that the genocide is happening and you want to stop it from continuing, let's unite again, let's unite together, let's make sure at least the bare minimum is that they don't have the resources. And I'm talking about oil and gas, what they need to bomb children in Gaza. That didn't happen, right? So that's the very first thing that it came to my mind when you asked this question. We also have to remember again the history. History is so helpful. We just need to learn from it and apply it to our very present. Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, I read a book a couple of weeks ago, Zubur Muqawamat. It is about Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, and in that, it's actually, I really agree with this statement that Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah was the first victorious Arab figure after 6 Days War. Until then, there was none. And there was no attempt to actually be victorious against the enemy, the Zionist enemy. That's very important, because sometimes the strategy is different. Sometimes you actually go back and go forward. That's a different tactic, that's a different story. But there was no desire, no attempt to actually win the war against Zionism. Okay, we are back, and now there is no dignity, there is no Arab dignity. It was Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, the one that we are right now, we are seeing the very emotional scene of burial of him. That no, victory is possible, and it's going to happen, and I'm going to, and my soldiers are going to make it happen. And as Sheikh Naim Qasim said in his very important speech today, they are the children of Haj Qasim as well. So was it about Arabs who are trying to support the cause of Palestine? Sure. Which Arabs? These Arabs, the ones in Yemen, the ones in Lebanon, South Lebanon, the ones in Iraq. The resistance that has been established very strongly by the support of 1979 Islamic Revolution.
Yes. Okay, stay with me. I'm going to cross over to our guest in Kuala Lumpur, and I want to just thank him for taking his time to share some of his thoughts with us. And on a final note, I want to ask him, when we look at the fact that the Israeli regime, globally, the reputation that they've been able to create through propaganda and through the the blatant lies that has been coming from mainstream media, this reputation has been shattered because of the 15-month genocide that was perpetrated against Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, and also the expansion of that war to Lebanon, especially during the pager terrorist attack that targeted thousands of people simultaneously. In your opinion, going forward, how will Israel or the Israeli regime and those who support them continue to exist in a world where majority of people are now completely against them?
Well, the Israeli regime now is surviving through force, and we see what even the administration of President Donald Trump is doing. Now, I mean, the American empire has come in a moment where the empire is globally hated. They are no longer loved. And what happens is that when empires come in a crisis of their existence, they use violence and terror. So what we are seeing happening nowadays is that the American Zionist empire is using terror because they believe that the only way how they can survive and still stay in power is by using mass violence and terrorism. But when empires become so violent and regimes become so violent, it is that they humiliate even their vassals, their clients. And we're seeing what is happening now to Israel. I mean, the puppet Arab regimes, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, these regimes who were normalizing their relations with Israel, who were telling to Israelis, let's join together and we go and fight Iran. All these regimes are suddenly understanding that Israel and America is dangerous even for their existence. So this war, we can say that, and we have to make this statement, is that even conventionally, Israel killed more Muslims, more Arabs than Israelis will kill. In a strategic perspective, Israel has lost this war. Why? Because number one is that the international community, the humanity from Australia to Canada understood that Israel is a genocidal criminal regime. I mean, if you read the publications of IPAC and their think tank institutions, they all yell and scream and cry because they say, oh, there is a massive increase of anti-Semitism.
Exactly.
The Zionists, they used Facebook censorship, Twitter censorship, YouTube censorship, closing TV channels, closing people's profiles in order to silence the people. But this is a sign of death, because this is what Soviet Union was doing in 1980s. I mean, in 1980s, when the Soviet regime and ideology had collapsed and people wanted a regime change, so what the Soviets were doing, they were using mass censorship.
Yes.
They were jailing people for speaking their mind. Now, today, we see the same situation with the Judeo-American Empire. They are using mass censorship, they are using violence, they are using state terrorism, they are firing people from their jobs for standing up to the Palestinian issue. But these are the signs of the collapse of this empire. How will the Zionist American empire survive? It will survive through force. But when we talk about moral victory, the recent war in Gaza was won by the Palestinians. I mean, if you are a Palestinian today, you visit any country in the world, people will come and will hug you. If you are a Lebanese, if you are a member of Hezbollah, if you are a member of Hasan Nasrullah, if you are an Iranian, everywhere you go in the world, people from all over the planet will come and they will be very happy to meet you. Because even Iran, with this war, it managed to clear and clarify its message to the international community. Because as we mentioned before, for the past 5 or 6 decades, the propaganda of the Zionists was that Iran is a terrorist regime, the mullahs are butchers, are killers, they beat the women, and so many lies. But what this war in Gaza showed, it convinced the rest of humanity that Iran is standing for justice, Palestinians are victims, and the Zionists are criminals. And they are not oppressing only the Palestinians, but they are oppressing every human being in this planet. There is not a single person who hasn't been censored by the Twitter, by the Facebook, by YouTube for speaking his own mind. So Israel has lost its image. Humanity hates Israel. They know that Israel is not the state that it claims to be. It is not a democracy, but is an evil fascist regime. And I think in the long term, the Palestinians, Muslims, Iranians, Lebanese, Arabs, humanity, the leftists, everybody's going to win. The Zionists, they're going to lose.
Thank you so very much. We really appreciate you taking your time and sharing some very insightful comments and discussion. We've really enjoyed those discussions. Hopefully we have you next time to talk more about some of these issues. That is Osi Yazegi joining us from Kuala Lumpur, is an historian and social activist. We're going to cross over back to our studio here with our colleague who is still with us, Nahid. Our guest mentioned some very important topics, and one of the things he mentioned was that Iran has been able to set an equation that many before used to laugh at when people talk about the strength of the Iranian military or the strength of the Iranian missiles or the strength and the sophistication of the Iranian drones, because some of these missiles and drones were built under the strictest of sanctions, not just sanctions when it comes to economic, but also knowledge-based sanctions, where Iranian scientists are either assassinated or prevented from studying certain topics in universities across the world or deported. And yet, when Iran carried out Operation True Promise 1 and 2, some have said even the Israelis were shocked, because just to provide context to the question I'm asking, and you're well aware this is just a statement for our audiences who are listening, when Iran carried out the Operation True Promise 1 and 2, there was a coalition of American, British, French, and also some of this Arab regime who created a barrier for Israel, and yet those missiles got to Israel. So the laugh now is about who laughed last, right? And the commentator was talking about, now that it has been established that Iran cannot be targeted militarily, there might be some disruptions internally. Can you speak about some of this, and if you've seen anything that might correlate to that, kindly explain that to our audience.
Surely. Well, I have to say that yes, we have been under severe sanctions. And before the operation in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, Iran for years, for ages, Iran was the first country that has been put under the most severe sanctions globally in the history, right? And now we know what we are talking about when we are saying sanctions, because generally speaking, the implications, the destructive implications of these sanctions are not being so explained for people. How does it impact the industry, science, education? And I'm not going to the everyday life of people. I'm not even going there. I'm just talking about the basic foundation that a country needs to improve their science, to improve their military devices and weaponaries. And we didn't have that. We were oppressively discriminated against. But despite this situation, which is very hard, and it's not a short period of time, it's not 1 year or 2 years, it is since 1979 revolution. It has been worsened and worsened and worsened. How come Iran can develop such indigenous technology? It's because, I think it's because the capacity and the energy that has been released and also activated by 1979 Islamic Revolution. We have Iran, we have the people that has been oppressed for years and years, and then the magnificent space that the revolution and the leadership of revolution provided them, that okay, we are confident now. We regain the confidence that for years imperialist powers, by making coups in Iran and different sort of things, trying to take it out from us, and now we have it back because we make the revolution possible when no one was actually supporting us. It was the slogan of the revolution that no East, no West, which means none of them was actually supporting such important revolution against the most important agent of imperialism in West Asia, which was Shah. So when you are capable of making that happen, then maybe there is nothing impossible. And that is a quote from one of the Hamas commanders about Haj Qasem Soleimani, that he said it to us that nothing is impossible. You can win the Zionist regime. You can win this very unfair war. You can, because nothing is impossible. We did it in the Islamic Republic by the sanctions and all different aspects of hybrid war against Iran. And today we are sitting here and we are talking about the vitality of the role of Iran in the resistance against the Zionist entity. And it's so important. I have to say, there are some misleading claims that all these groups are proxies of the Islamic Republic, which is false. If they have good intention and they just want to explain the situation, they have to stop and they have to think there is no proxies for Iranian government and the state, because as again the Iran's leader articulated that if we want to do something, we do it ourselves. We don't need anyone else to sacrifice their lives for us. But we do support to the core all the resistance group, especially Hezbollah, because Hezbollah is born right after the revolution. It's the implication, it's the characteristics of Islamic Revolution 1979. And of course today, military-wise, we have the power, we have the indigenous power that we developed ourselves with our scientists, even though we are proud to say there are so many scientists that are martyrs today, but again, the same lesson for Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, for all the martyrs in Iran and all around axis of resistance, that their trajectory is not going to be ended.
Yes.
It's going to be followed more strongly, because there are the people there that they are so prepared and they see it as a privilege to lose their life, to sacrifice their life for the resistance.
Yes. Stay with me, Nahid. Viewers, if you're just joining us, you're looking at live images coming out of Beirut, where Press TV has been covering has had a live coverage and continue to have a live coverage of the event coming out of Beirut. We started hours ago where we saw images of people flocked to the streets of Beirut to enter into the stadium and areas around the stadium where a funeral ceremony was held and a final recitation of prayers was held for the two Secretary Generals of Hezbollah, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and also Sayyid Hashim Safiuddin, who are both Secretary General of Hezbollah, because Sheikh Naim Qasim mentioned after the martyrdom of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah that Hezbollah appointed Sayyid Hashim Safiuddin as the Secretary General of Hezbollah before. Days later, he was also assassinated. So today, Hezbollah held and is holding a burial ceremony to say goodbye to two Secretary Generals at once. And now you're watching procession of those two holy bodies being drawn through the streets of Beirut, and people bidding their farewell to these two great men who stood, fought and were martyred, protecting and defending Palestinian and the sanctities of Palestine, as the entire world turned their back against the Palestinian, as we watch babies being left in incubators to die and rot away. These two men stood up and fought with their actions the Israeli occupation to defend the Palestinians. And now you're watching images of their bodies being paraded through the streets of Beirut, and later the body of Sayyid Hassan will be buried in a mausoleum that has already been prepared, and Sayyid Hashim Safiuddin will be taken to another location to be laid to a final rest. Again, we have been covering live images for you from Beirut, and we've had various people who came to speak about what's happening. So we will be crossing over now to Beirut to continue the discussion. Our colleagues are over there, and I believe they're ready for the program to begin. Please go ahead.
Welcome back, dear viewers, from this. على الهوا نحن يا شباب. نحن على الهوا. Welcome back, dear viewers, to this live coverage from Beirut. The funeral of both Hezbollah Secretary General's martyrs made its way through the massive crowd, with people chanting slogans like "Labbaika ya Nasrullah," "We are at your service, O Nasrullah." The procession is still ongoing, moving towards its final destination, the holy site, as we speak. Tears of grief and sorrow filled the streets as participants waved goodbye and saw their beloved leaders for the last time. Yet, even this sight the Israelis couldn't bear. Their hostile F-16 and F-35 aircrafts tried to intimidate the massive crowd gathered here to bid a final farewell to their beloved leader. But they failed miserably, as none of these people gathered here to bid final farewell to Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah even moved from their places, and we were here to actually witness that on the ground. Amid this, Hezbollah Secretary General Sheikh Naim Qasim delivered a speech honoring the legacy of martyrs Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and Sayyid Hashem Safiuddin, and describing Sayyid Nasrullah as a historic, exceptional, patriotic Arab Islamic leader, the model of the free people of the world. Joining us now is Mr. Ali Rizk, a political analyst. Hello and welcome.
Thank you.
Ali. France press, and this is the latest news coming in, Ali, they decided, or they said that the people gathered today, the number estimated between 1 million and 1.5 million. We still don't know to what extent that is true, but we've been here early morning and we have seen people coming in. In fact, they were coming in since last night. Some even came on foot from very far areas, from Al-Biqa Valley where it's snowy, from the south, from North Lebanon. Despite the weather conditions, they were here. And yes, there was a massive crowd. Do you think it reached up to 1.5 million?
I think it's difficult to estimate, but I wouldn't be surprised if the numbers did exceed 1 million. As we heard, around 65 to 70 countries, people are coming from all over the world. That's in addition to and I think that what was important is that the supporters were out to prove a point.
Yes.
To show that, to try and send a determined message that Hezbollah is not weakened. So there was a lot of motivation or impetus which was pushing the people to come. It was more than just about extending condolences over the loss of a great leader. I think it was about affirming that this message continues. So there are a lot of dimensions, I believe, behind this turnout.
Yes.
Sheikh Naim Qasim did refer as well to these points during this speech, saying that, we continue on the path, etc.
Yes.
And I think that, ironically, Hezbollah, in the long run, this might lead to swelling of the ranks of Hezbollah, meaning that those who were supporters of the movement but weren't actually members of the movement,
yes.
I think they might now be motivated to become members of Hezbollah due to the passion and immense love they had for Sayyid Hassan, and now they might be seeking revenge against Israel, and the way they could translate that is to actually become active members of Hezbollah or for a certain resistance.
And probably at one point, as you're highlighting, the message has been sent with this massive crowd that's been gathered, as Gad'an Sa'ir, the foreign Israeli minister, actually posted just a few minutes ago that the picture coming in from Nasrullah's funeral, it reflects, here I'm translating, it reflects exactly what is happening inside Lebanon. Iran is still dominant and is still superior, and it's still piling up all these people and is still controlling the area. From his own perspective, that this is dangerous. In our perspective and how we see it, that means that these people, their gathering or their massive crowds was trying to say something politically. That yes, we are here, we are present, to an extent that even the Israeli foreign minister actually noticed that there is something going on, though he actually read it in his own perspective. However, it was something that caught the attention at one point.
It did take the attention, but I would be cautious when it comes to Israeli statements, and particularly terminology when they speak about Iranian domination or certain foreign domination.
But they were surprised by the amount of people gathered.
Look, it's no secret that Iran supports the resistance. Iran itself has made no secret of that. Hezbollah says that Iran provides support. But when you use terminology to speak about Iranian domination, I think that the Israelis have certain aims when they use this rhetoric, and I think that unfortunately this kind of language, it's very much consistent with the language which is used by some of Hezbollah's domestic enemies or rivals. So these Israeli statements, as I said, to speak about Iranian domination, they are trying to minimize the patriotism of these masses who came to participate. I'm not saying that Iran doesn't support the resistance. On the contrary, Iran supports the resistance.
And Hezbollah says it out loud.
But this does not mean that there is some kind of foreign agenda which is at play. We have to always keep in mind that Hezbollah is, in the roots of it, it's a Lebanese movement against occupation, against aggression from a foreign entity which was represented by Israel.
Yes.
And what you saw here was support for that agenda against Israeli aggression, against Israeli domination, against Israeli occupation.
Okay, speaking also about the crowd and about the massive number of people or the attendees or the participants in this huge, one of the hugest, largest funeral procession or funeral ceremony in the history of Lebanon that has ever made a leader. What also caught our attention throughout the day, and we were standing right here, Ali, watching Israeli aircrafts, F-16 and F-35, intimidating and actually trying to frighten the people that were gathering right here and chanting slogans, Labbaik Nasrullah. But then the astonishing thing that we witnessed, that none of these people actually moved from their places. Instead, they just looked up and they said, we are here, we are the resistance, and we will continue being resilient and nothing will stop us. Unlike what we see inside occupied Palestine, when sirens go on and you see the million.
It reflects the ideological war. Yes. More importantly, the ideological commitment. I think when it comes to ideological commitment, I think that the Lebanese side here has the upper hand. Now, the Israelis might have the upper hand when it comes to military technology, when it comes to weapons, but when it comes to devotion to the cause and to the land, I think that's where the strength of the Lebanese side lies. What you just mentioned also reminded me of that Lebanese lady in the south who stood in front of an Israeli tank and defied the Israeli tank.
That was unbelievable. The scene was unbelievable, full of courage and honor.
Again, I think that Sayyid Hassan's martyrdom, that's increased that determination of the people to show that despite this very, very heavy, unprecedented blow, this has not broken the morale of the supporters of the resistance.
But that's not the opinion of Benjamin Netanyahu, Israeli Prime Minister, who highlighted a couple of days ago that we didn't know that Sayyid Nasrullah was the heart of the axis of the resistance. And now he feels, he's bragging about it, that he actually destroyed the heart of the resistance. Do you think that he will change his mind after seeing what happened today? And as a result, you're highlighting that that was your answer to my question, that people gathering today and were not frightened by the Israelis were intimidated or were actually had the empowerment taken from Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah. So do you think the vision here is still the same to the Israelis, that they achieved something by assassinating Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah?
I think the Israelis are going to continue to insist that they achieve something, regardless of any images which we see.
Wouldn't this scare them? They're unified. They're here. People from outside Lebanon rushed here to actually support.
Look, Netanyahu, when he brags about the assassination of Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, I think a lot of this is related to Israeli domestic politics as well. Netanyahu was known to be Mr. Security. Before the events of October 7, Al-Aqsa Storm, that was his reputation, that he was the most capable Israeli leader security-wise. That image was shaken as a result of October 7.
Yes.
He's trying to make up for that. He tried to make up for that by assassinating Sayyid Hassan, by assassinating Yahya Sinwar, by assassinating Ismail Haniyeh, etc., etc. So it's about, I think a lot of it has to do with his own public profile or his own image. Now, has he succeeded in repairing that image? That remains to be seen, how the Israeli public views him. A lot of the Israelis still aren't reassured about the situation. They haven't returned to the settlements, the northern settlements. That gives you an idea that they're still not reassured despite what has been achieved. But again, I think regardless of the images you're going to see, the Israelis are going to continue to use these blows which they delivered as a means of propaganda. Now, in the end, strategically wise, long-term strategically, I think this does not serve the Israelis. If you look at what happened with Hamas, Anthony Blinken, the former Secretary of State, he said that Hamas has now recruited, if I'm not mistaken, 15,000 new people. Hezbollah, we don't know, but I would assume that the numbers would be similar, the new recruits for Hezbollah. There haven't been any official numbers, but I wouldn't be surprised if that would be the same. So when it comes to
what does this tell us?
it tells us when it comes to the long-term game, I think that Israel hasn't achieved the victory in the long term. It might be a tactical victory, maybe in the short term, but in the long term, I don't think that this will end well for the Israeli side.
Why do you think, in your opinion, that Israel continues to repeat the same mistakes in dealing with these topics? For example, assassination of Raghib Harib and then Sayyid Abbas just made the resistance just grow stronger. And now they also fail to read the perspective here. What made them, allowed them to understand that by assassinating Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, this resistance will be weakened? It's just getting stronger with every assassination of a prominent leader.
Let me emphasize a point here. With all due respect to Sheikh Raghib Harib and to Sayyid Abbas al-Musawi, I think that Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah is a different case. You have someone who was at the helm, was leading Hezbollah for over 30 years. And it was under Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah that Hezbollah witnessed its golden era, its golden age. It was under him where they defeated Israel in 2006. It was under him where Hezbollah successfully deterred the Takfiris in Syria, defeated the project over there. By the way, I think that Israel was heavily involved in those events in Syria as well. So Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah is a kind of different case. Now,
and I wanted to ask you about the character, and here, thank you for highlighting
also
that. It's
a
very
strategic
important.
thinker, in addition to being charismatic, a strategic thinker. So indeed, we have a unique case. Now, that being said, when you ask me why does Israel keep committing these mistakes, I think that for Israel, they have no other choice. That's the maximum which they can do. They can assassinate people, but in the end, there's only so much you can do.
But deep inside, Ali, do you believe that by the assassination of military commander Haj Imad Mughniyi and then other important leaders that were very close and dear to Sayyid Hassan, that at one point shake the resistance, or that did not matter?
I don't think it will shake the resistance in the means of bringing the resistance to the end. Now,
why?
Now, because what we spoke about in the previous answer, I spoke about the devotion to the cause, the ideology. You can't destroy an ideology. Everybody knows that.
And that's what the Israelis fail to understand.
Indeed. It's not that they fail to understand. I think that they're at loss about how to deal with this. It's something which you can't deal with and you can't defeat. That's the only thing they can do. Now, where will things go from now? Or where are we headed now? I think that maybe the resistance might take a different form. We don't know what kind of form it will take. But the important thing is that resistance... They need time to rest. And resistance is going to continue. Now, if you ask me, I think that the Israelis possibly are making a strategic blunder or a mistake when they insist on staying in these 5 points.
Why?
Because
they're saying that these are strategic points and they oversee some important areas.
I don't think that they're strategic points. Militarily, I don't think that they're very strategic points. I think that I think it's a blunder, basically, for the Israeli side. According to the military, according to the military experts I've spoken to, these don't have a very important significance military-wise, these points. If the Israelis insist on staying there, they'd be exposing themselves to the wrath and to the anger of these masses whom we saw. If they stay for a long time, it might not be too soon where we witness some kind of operations, some attacks on these soldiers. Not necessarily from Hezbollah as an organization, possibly from people, like a popular resistance. That remains to be seen. So again, when you deal with ideologies, there's only so much you can accomplish. When you see a firm commitment to ideology, I think it's a very, very difficult dilemma to face.
And another perspective, and we spoke about this in Israel Watch, even though you're saying that these points are not important, and even though Israel kept a hand on these 5 strategic points, according to newspapers, however, that did not give the Israeli settlers comfort to go back to these settlements. Is it due to the reason that you just gave, Mr. Ali, because they do believe that that can provoke or intimidate Hezbollah or the people of the resistance to attack the Israelis at these checkpoints or at these points, and therefore where is the security that you're talking about?
I think that's part of it. Another part which I think is more important is that the Israeli settlers don't believe what the Israeli leaders say when the Israeli leaders say we defeated Hezbollah. So I think that those people who are afraid to go back to the northern settlements, they're giving a clear answer. Whilst many people say that Hezbollah has been defeated, and by the way, this applies to some even here in Lebanon, some of the parties who are anti-Hezbollah, they use this language. But the Israeli settlers, they're giving you the answer. So when they're afraid to go back,
they don't trust their leadership. They don't
trust and they don't believe what the leadership says about defeating Hezbollah. And they are still afraid that the what they call the Radwan forces are still going to be there on the border and will still pose a danger to the Israelis domestically. So again, it poses the question, has Netanyahu indeed repolished his image as Mr. Security, or is this image still deteriorated? Is he still seen as a security failure?
Yes.
I think these are very important questions, and it seems that Netanyahu
is leaning towards Trump more these days and allowing Trump to do the talks.
But more importantly, I think that it tells you that Netanyahu hasn't repolished this image. At least he hasn't repolished it completely. There are still lingering doubts about the competence of this leadership when it comes to its ability to providing security for the Israeli sector.
And what can that tell us about the cabinet and about the government, Benjamin Netanyahu's government? Is it a threat at one point, despite the fact that he's facing internal corruption and he's a lot of files dealing with corruptions in Israel? How would that deal? How would the Israelis deal with Benjamin Netanyahu? And does that tell us that his government is at risk?
I think it remains to be seen.
Especially now with the scenes that we're seeing in Hamas and all these images of power and prevailing strength.
Yeah. I wouldn't say that Netanyahu's government is in a comfortable situation. That's the best case scenario for Netanyahu. Because many people would argue that Netanyahu has made these great achievements which no one ever has achieved. Some people would make that argument. Of course, what we're discussing now, that contradicts the argument that Netanyahu has reburnished his credentials or his capabilities. So I think that his government, it's not in a comfortable situation, and I think that it's quite possible that should the domestic issues, the accusations he's subject to, should that further intensify, that would put his government even more at risk. So we have to wait and see how things play out.
And what's the role that Trump can play in this sensitive time that everything is passing through?
I was going to come to that actually. I think that Netanyahu's lifeline now is Trump. Now we have to admit that Trump, during the press conference when Netanyahu visited Washington, and they held a press conference and Trump spoke about Gaza, etc., he gave a lifeline to Netanyahu. If you notice what happened over the past couple of days, Trump has slightly backed away from the Gaza project, the Gaza plan, after the Jordanian stance, after the Egyptian stance, after the Saudi stance.
And he told Benjamin Netanyahu that you're supposed to deal with it on your own, something like that, about the case?
He told Benjamin Netanyahu, you can deal with it the way you want.
The way you want.
The way you want.
Unlike what he was promising at the beginning, that we will be there, we will support, we will... A lot of promises on the table.
The way you want can be interpreted in two ways.
Okay.
It can be interpreted saying you have the green light to resume the war, or we can only support you to a certain extent, and then our support has to stop, or our support has its limits. So we have to wait and see how Netanyahu is going to interpret that message. Let's not forget that Netanyahu has proven to be, we have to say it clearly, quite skillful in getting American presidents to come to his aid. He takes the American support for granted because the Americans, unfortunately, they automatically come to Israel's aid and support Israel. In my humble opinion, often even to the detriment of American interests. With Trump, that might be a bit too risky if Netanyahu plays this game. So let's see, how things develop, how things will evolve.
Yes.
But if Trump, because Trump's main project, look at what happened with Saudi Arabia. He's giving a special status to the Saudis. Which country hosted the Russian-American meeting? It was Saudi Arabia, the meeting to discuss Ukraine.
Yes.
So he's given the Saudis a very privileged status. Now the Saudis...
Because it has certain needs and he had certain requirements and requests from Saudi Arabia.
Indeed, the Saudis also, they have their own price regarding normalization.
They have their own conditions,
Their own conditions. They want at least an Israeli verbal commitment to a two-state solution.
Yes.
So this might
and
push Trump.
The thing that the Israelis, because as we highlighted in several episodes together, Mr. Ali, it's because it's a lot of right-wing extremists, so they are not even considering what you're just highlighting. The two-state solution is not even negotiable. It's not even on the table.
That could put Netanyahu's government in jeopardy if Trump finds or discovers that the right-wing tendencies of Israel are going to jeopardize his own agenda, for example, normalization, etc. If he finds that happening, don't be surprised if Trump steps forward or takes some action to undermine this Israeli government. I think that is possible, despite everything we hear about Trump being a very close ally to Netanyahu, etc.
Why, in your opinion? Because his own motives and his own initiatives and the way that he conducts things is completely different. As if this man does not work politics, he works business, and he sees people as objects. And even Benjamin Netanyahu, as you're highlighting, they look as if they're close allies, but when it comes to his pocket or to the money or how business is done, and if he sees that this kind of task will not give him the billions that he's waiting for, then he will just change his mind and go to someone else. He has a different vision than a normal US president.
But not just that. When he faces certain realities, he backs down. Even Trump backs away. I just told you about Jordan and Egypt. When Jordan and Egypt expressed reservations and objected to what Trump suggested, he said, I'm not sure the exact words.
Is it too early to decide about that? But or you think that that's how his character is?
Trump,
he would back up at the last point.
When faced with realities, no, Trump would back away. This is not something new, by the way. In his previous term, he used some very fiery rhetoric against Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader, and then he met with him twice, and he said some nice words about Kim Jong-un. So
his words are not supposed to be taken seriously most of the time.
No, sometimes he uses them as a bargaining. This is the way you do business, by the way.
Sure. We're learning a lot from that.
You bargain and then you reach what you can. And I think he's using the same methods here. A lot of people jumped to the conclusion, I think, when he made these statements with Benjamin Netanyahu at his side, saying, oh, look, once again, America fully on board with the Israelis, etc. I think that was a bit hasty to jump to these conclusions so quickly. With Trump, you have to wait and see how things... for example...
And he couldn't even give complete answers about Gaza. When he decided that he wants to send the Gazans, the Palestinians, to Jordan or to Saudi Arabia, when asked how are you supposed to do that, he has no answers for that. As you're just like postponing and letting time everything takes its time until he figures out how this will happen business-wise. Because he's looking at Gaza as a piece of land that will give him millions and millions of dollars.
Indeed. But I think what is very important is that what happened recently, it proves that when the Arabs take a firm stance, this stance can achieve results.
Yes.
The Jordanian stance, the Egyptian, the Saudi stance, in the end, I think this is what made Trump, maybe it's a bit too early to say that he's completely backed down, but I think it's forced him to pause and to reconsider. And I think that if the Arabs continue to stick to this
We thought
stance,
at one point that this was just a pause to figure out another plan of how to deal with Saudi Arabia and bargain or even make deals under the table that will allow the Saudi Arabians to become interested or to become more interested in Gaza and the deal that Trump wanted. It's like this is how we thought about it. Do you think that there is another plan that's being calculated?
I think that there
are deals between them.
There is another plan. The Saudis have spoken about, I think, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday they referred once again to the two-state solution.
Yes.
Now, if Trump finds that the Arabs insist on a two-state solution, Netanyahu has completely rejected. Netanyahu and his right-wing aides, they're completely against that. So when Trump faces the reality, when his closest Arab allies insist on something and the Israeli right wing is against it, how is that going to play out? What is the future of the American-Israeli ties, or let me say the American ties with the Israeli far right. Will they come to view the Israeli far right as a burden, or are they going to embrace the agenda of the Israeli far right? There's something else. Maybe Netanyahu and the far right will accept some concessions, but these concessions would be related to ending the rule of Hamas. That's the big issue.
Conditions.
How will they address the issue of Hamas? Will the Arabs agree with the Americans, with the Trump administration, about ending the Hamas rule? Is this going to be the future agenda? I think these are all open-ended questions. The answers aren't clear.
Okay. Going back or coming back to Lebanon here and the atmosphere and the heavy atmosphere that's here in Beirut, let's speak more about at one point Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, martyr Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, is seen as a symbolic for the liberation of Palestine, and he's like people look upon him from that perspective. Today, when we see Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and you can agree with that and you can disagree, or even these countries for the first time, Ali, for the first time, saying no, we're not going to allow the Americans to tell us what to do, especially when it comes to the Palestinians. We will speak about two-state solution, as if in their words they had some kind of mercy that they learned from someone out there that sacrifices life for the sake of the liberation of Palestine. How did the martyrdom of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah in the path of Al-Quds affected Arab leaders and how they look on Palestine?
Here I'm going to respectfully disagree with that assessment. I think that the Arabs took this stance not so much out of sympathy for the Palestinians, not so much because they learned any lessons from Sayyid Hasan. It's about their own interests, their own survival. Jordan's existence, Jordan's survival would have been at stake if they had agreed to Trump's plan of displacing Palestinians. The same applies to Egypt. The same would apply to Saudi Arabia. If Saudi Arabia would have accepted this, it's about their own interests. So it's not, unfortunately, I wish it would have been the case, but no. But regardless, whatever be the reason, I think this is a positive development for the Arab countries to, draw a line in the sand.
So therefore, what's the message that you think that the Hezbollah, or by giving or by sacrificing the greatest leader at all times, what's the message that they gave to the world?
I think that
by being part and backing of Hamas and being part of the Palestinian cause.
I think first and foremost that Hezbollah is not a sectarian group, as some people say, or some people try to argue.
This war proved that.
Indeed.
Because the Shia protected the Sunnis at one point. Look, this is how people look at it.
There were three phases. You had 2000, 2006. That's when Hezbollah reached the climax of its popularity. It was viewed as an anti-Israeli resistance. Then you had the war in Syria. Many people made the argument, which I don't agree with, that Hezbollah, or between quotations. Now, many people, to tell you the truth, many people bought this argument. They agreed with it.
Yes.
Now, what happened after Al-Aqsa storm, I think that changed the whole equation. I think Hezbollah is once again viewed as a party or a force which came to the aid of the oppressed, whatever be their sectarian affiliation. And that Hezbollah is a party or a force which stands with those who struggle against tyrants, against colonialists, against aggressors, name it what you want. So Hezbollah's image, I think, has dramatically changed to the better in the eyes of the Arab masses. And here I'm going to also be frank, the majority, the high majority of the Arab masses are Sunnis. And so in the eyes of the Sunnis, I think that Hezbollah's reputation has once again improved. Or become, has been repolished.
And here, to confess or to agree to what you're highlighting, we cannot deny that Sayyid Hasan, of course, became a symbol of the liberation of Palestine. However, at times he stated in one of his speeches, concerning Al-Aqsa flood, and here I quote, "I want it to be a Palestinian, Arab and Sunni victory. I do not want anyone to say that Hezbollah or the Shia allies of the Palestinian resistance played a major role. However, Sayyid Hassan left this world and he played a pivotal role. He is the one that actually contributed. These are the words of Hamas. These are the words of the Palestinian resistance, that this man played a very pivotal role in us winning the war and in putting Palestine somewhere in the map and allowing it to be vivid, in provoking or encouraging people worldwide not to stay silent and to speak up, to put Palestine on their t-shirts inside the universities. And on the runway shows, we've seen the Palestinian outfits. It's like as if Sayyid Hassan, what he wanted, he said it, but at the same time, leaving this world for the cause of Palestine meant a lot.
Indeed, and this speaks to the influence which Sayyid Hassan has. What you just referred to about people coming, or about the allies participating. Sayyid Hassan's influence, he did play a major role in getting other parties to become involved. Remember that Sayyid Hassan was the first to come to the aid of Ansarullah in Yemen. He was the first one to come to their support.
And the Yemenis had a massive role to play here in the Palestinian cause.
Indeed. So his influence, I think, was at least partially responsible for the Yemenis becoming involved in support of the Palestinian cause. I'm not saying they didn't support the cause out of their own will, but I think that Sayyid Hassan's role also was a factor. Encouraged even more.
And the Yemeni stance was astonishing, and everyone was very surprised of the way that they reacted to it. And that's what I was trying to say and highlight, is that as if Palestine was doomed and no one knew anything about it, and then suddenly after Al-Aqsa flood and after the cooperation with, of course, Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah's martyrdom, and Yemenis and Iraqis and Iran, all this involvement as if participated in showing that yes, there is a country named Palestine, there are people suffering over there, unlike what your media is trying to send and what kind of propaganda they're trying to show you.
Indeed, Sayyid Hassan always had this focus on Palestine as the central cause.
Yes.
This was always Hezbollah's main approach. By the way, you mentioned Iraq. Iraq also is a place where Sayyid Nasrullah enjoys extraordinary status. He is viewed indeed as a unique leader.
We've seen high top delegations from Iraq arriving to
And
Beirut
I think
today.
that I don't have any information, I'm analyzing, he probably played a major role in the joint operations which you used to see between the Yemenis and the Iraqis. I remember when Sayyid Abdul Malik al-Houthi used to announce that we launched a joint operation with the Iraqi Islamic resistance. I think that Hezbollah, this isn't declared, again, this is my own speculation, I wouldn't be surprised if Sayyid Nasrullah and Hezbollah were involved in that joint.
Thank you for saying that, Ali, because do you think that now we're going to actually find out more characteristics about this amazing leader after his own martyrdom? Because that's what usually happens when people hold a lot of characteristics, despite the charisma and despite the generosity and the humbleness, but when they carry all these traits, it's like after their martyrdom or after their death, we get to know them more, and we get to understand them more, and we get to share understand their stories, or even listen to their stories, because they are able, their own friends and companions are now able to speak about them more. In the past, due to security reasons, they couldn't. So do you think there is more that we don't know about Sayyid Hassan that we will come to actually understand with the coming days, as you're analyzing about the information that you just highlighted? This is a very important factor, and yes, it might happen. It might have happened.
Well, we saw this with many leaders, with Imad Mughniyi, with other leaders. We got to know more about their achievements later on.
Yes.
Sayyid Hassan himself, in some of the speeches, he used to say, when these people were alive, I wasn't able to talk about them. Now I can talk about them more comfortably.
Yes.
He used to say it when he was speaking about the leaders who fell. Now I think that Sheikh Naim Qasim today, he gave some minor details. I think that later on you're going to...
However, ministers of parliament of Hezbollah and a lot of, we've seen it on our local TV stations, they're interviewing them, and they're also interviewing journalists who interviewed Sayyid Hassan Nasrullah and some of his close friends, close allies, close companions, and now they're able to speak up and speak about this person that took care a lot, basically about orphans, and he did a lot and massive humanitarian aid to the needy and to the poor people, especially in the holy month of Ramadan that we are coming towards in a couple of days. These are traits that will allow the people to love him more and to look up to him more and to want him to be or take him as a role model than ever, even though they know that this man has these traits, but now they can actually hear them and they are documented.
Indeed, for now the focus has been at the sentimental level or on the personality of Sayyid Hasan. I did see some of these videos who spoke about Sayyid Hasan being a very kind person, a very gentle person, etc. So the focus up until now
spoke about etiquette also.
Has been on the personal characteristics. We haven't heard much yet about the strategic dimension, like the role he played within the broader axis of resistance with Iraq, with Yemen, with Syria. We might get to know more about that in the coming days, in the coming months. We have to wait and see. But there's no doubt that Sayyid Hasan has left a big gap, not just in Lebanon with Hezbollah, but within the wider axis of resistance. Now, can that gap be filled? I'm sure it can be filled, but it is going to be something which is going to take time. It's going to take efforts. You know, we wait and see.
We're going to try as much as we can to tackle all the issues on the table. Beirut, of course, today witnessed, and at the end of this day, this very long day, witnessed an unprecedented international gathering. We had world figures, we had celebrities, we had influencers, we had prominent journalists also, participants from all affiliations, even resistance leaders. And what I meant by participants from all political affiliations, the one that loved Sayyid Hasan or the one that did not agree with him on some of the political stances, but also attended the funeral. And also Sheikh Ibrahim al-Zakzaki, the leader of the Islamic movement in Nigeria, and he had a very impressive and sensitive way of replying when he was asked, what does Sayyid Hasan mean to you? And he said that I never felt that much of sorrow and grief as much as I felt it when I knew that Sayyid Hasan has been assassinated, taking into consideration that he lost multiple children on his own side. So what does this tell you?
Whether it be Sheikh Ibrahim al-Zakzaki, whether it be the Houthis in Yemen, whether it be Bahrain.
And top Iranian delegations.
But no, when it comes to these particular people, Sheikh Ibrahim Zakzaki, the Houthis, Bahrain, these were people whose causes were forgotten. Nobody heard of what that happened in Nigeria, for example. Were it not for what Sayyid Hasan used to say. Sayyid Hasan brought these issues to the attention of the world. Not just Sayyid Hasan, by the way, even Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei also used to speak about the struggle in Nigeria.
But you're right about it. I lived in Nigeria all of my life, and this case that concerning Ibrahim al-Zakzaki, and they were faced with a lot of horror at one point, and no one knew about it. That's very true. It's like leaders, as you're highlighting, they are the ones that brought it to the surface.
Indeed, and also regarding the Houthis in Yemen, nobody expressed a lot of support for their cause as much as Sayyid Hasan did.
And now they're very powerful.
Indeed. So Sheikh Ibrahim al-Zakzaki, the Houthis, I think that they owe it, and I'm not saying this as in a negative way, they owe it to Sayyid Hasan to express this sorrow and to come out and in this show of support. And when Sheikh Ibrahim al-Zakzaki said that he never feels this sorrow, I can understand that, again, because you have someone who drew attention to a cause, and this is something which they were, I think, in dire need of. Who would have heard? I personally never heard of Nigeria or that particular struggle in Nigeria. And I think this applies to many, many other people. Also, if you look at cases like Myanmar, the Rohingya Muslims as well, the same applies. These are all issues which weren't on the map, politically speaking. And people came and got to know it from Sayyid Hasan, from Sayyid Ali Khamenei as well.
And that's also a plus for these traits that Sayyid Hassan has, which is speak on the behalf of those that do not have voices, protect the ones that are in need. And that's the main cause and the main trigger that Allah that actually pushed towards Palestine and the massacres and the atrocities that were committed over there. We couldn't stay silent, and the resistance couldn't stay silent. Because why am I saying that? Because here in Lebanon, politicians, local politicians that oppose the resistance still do not understand why did Hezbollah involve itself in Palestine and brought a lot of catastrophes to Lebanon, for example. But now seeing who attended the funeral, you can clearly understand what kind of man is he.
Indeed, but regarding the domestic rivals or the domestic enemies of Hezbollah, I don't think it's the fact that they don't understand. I think it's that they do not want to understand.
Okay.
And
do you think they understood today after this huge, massive crowd?
Look, whatever happens, let's be honest, Hezbollah's domestic rivals, I'd be surprised if their stance would ever change. I think that their behavior or their approach, to a large degree, it stems from some blind hatred or contempt. When you have blind hatred or contempt, it's difficult to argue logically. Maybe we'll see some improvements, some changes, hopefully, but I'm not optimistic in that regard that you're going to see any changes to the better. I think that first and foremost, Hezbollah's domestic rivals, they see what happened as being a golden opportunity to further strengthen the chokehold on Hezbollah supporters and to demonize Hezbollah supporters. And I think that is very, very dangerous. I think that's very dangerous for Lebanese civil peace, for Lebanese security, if they opt this path. Now,
do you think they will win in that, Ali? Because of course we've seen how they had a lot of restrictions when it came to the funeral of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, whether blocking the Iranian plane from landing in Beirut Rafiq Hariri airport due to accusations that they are sending funds to the resistance at this specific timing where the committee overseeing the procession, the funeral procession, were in deep preparation and delegations were coming in. The timing was very bad to actually come up with this. So do you think that that's an impact of the pressure that's placed on from America and Israel?
When I say Hezbollah's domestic rivals or enemies, I'm not referring to President Joseph Aoun,
of course,
nor to Prime Minister Nawaf Salam.
Yes, for sure.
I'm referring to certain factions. I'm not going to name anyone, but I think that they're well known.
Yes.
I was just going to say, actually, before you asked me the question, the silver lining is that President Joseph Aoun, in particular, I think that he has shown some responsible leadership. He made some very important remarks. He said that Hezbollah's weapons is something which will be addressed through a local Lebanese dialogue.
Okay.
I think these were very important words to say under the current circumstances. And I think that under the leadership of President Aoun in particular, this might help in preventing some collisions on the street.
Okay, then what are you saying is dangerous now? You spoke about a dangerous zone. If the president is if you're analyzing the president's action as being reasonable, and you're also speaking highly of the prime minister, then therefore, who is the real threat here, and what kind of danger is awaiting Lebanon with the assassination of Sayyid Hassan?
I think that the real threat are those people, certain parties who are known who have a hostile animosity towards Hezbollah.
Will they be able to incite sectarianism? And
that's the big question. Will they be able to incite or not? We have to wait and see what happens. If they provoke, you have people who are very angry, people who are participating. And I think you saw some of the images in the Beirut airport, the anger which was expressed by some of the people. If these masses are provoked, it might be difficult to control them. And so those enemies of Hezbollah, the domestic enemies, I think they're called upon to, take a more responsible approach, not to see this as an opportunity to weaken or to completely crush a certain integral member or sect of Lebanese society. Joseph Aoun, by the way, he did say, and here I'm going to be frank, I'm going to quote what he said. He said, You know, we're not going to enter into a confrontation. The Shias can't be marginalized, or the Shias are an integral part of Lebanese society and the Lebanese social fabric. This is something good. It's a good sign, and we hope that this approach continues.
And do you think that deep inside, people of the resistance, or even the attendees and the participants that were in the square today, and even the Camille Chamon Sports Stadium, do you think that they feel that weakness at one point? That's why they wanted to go to the streets and prove to the others that yes, we are united, we are strong, and we are many, and you cannot, even if you have plans for us, never underestimate our own capabilities. The assassination of our own leader does not mean that we have been weakened. Are they sensing some kind of threat somewhere? Some similar to the things that you said?
I think part of their insistence,
psychologically speaking,
part of their insistence to show up in these large numbers, part of it at least, is related to what you just mentioned. Try to tell anyone that don't think that our morale has been broken as a result of what
Sayyid
took
Hasan
place.
was perfect in boosting the morale of the people in most of his speeches.
Indeed. So yes, their turnout, this very large turnout, was a message to say that. More importantly, I think that this large turnout, it tells you who is the more popular force, who is the more powerful group in Lebanon. You know,
and they wanted to prove that. They wanted.
Hezbollah remains the strongest party, regardless of the blows which was dealt.
Because of the popularity?
Because of the popularity. You just saw, this was unprecedented. Never have we seen, I think, in the history of Lebanon, such a large turnout. So anyone thinking of trying to play certain games, I think, would have to now calculate and think twice after what we just saw. It means that if you're going to stir any confrontations, this isn't going to end well for anyone, including those who might have these plans.
As an observer of the domestic, Lebanese domestic issues, and also the politicians, and you've mentioned that, do you think that the message that Hezbollah wanted to send today, or the people of the resistance that we just mentioned, will not stop other opponents, domestic opponents, from taking any negative action if they want to do it? Do you think that they will continue the plan? They will move forward by provoking the people, and they would neglect the factor that these are many, and they are popular, and they are very strong?
Look, unfortunately, you can't take that off the table completely. Meaning that they might continue to try and provoke people. They might continue.
So especially media.
Especially media in particular. So unfortunately, no. But I think I would have a word of advice to those who have these plans. Look at what happened to the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He relied on the Americans for support. The Americans, in the end, they're making a deal with the Russians. And they abandoned. Now Trump is actually, he's saying some quite nasty words about Zelensky. If these people here continue with their agenda, particularly when you have someone like Trump in the White House, now he might be supporting, he might be embracing an anti-Hezbollah agenda now. But what the future holds would be anyone's guess. Trump in the end is unpredictable, and he could very, very easily abandon some allies in Lebanon and pursue a completely different agenda.
To serve his own interests.
To serve his own interests. And once again, this is a point I always like to emphasize. How important in the end is Lebanon for America at this phase? The Americans themselves, they're saying that we've entered a multipolar world. In fact, the first administration to admit this is the Trump administration. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and others, they're saying this now plainly. And they're now making a deal with the Russians. So the Middle East isn't a very important priority for them. And those who think that America is going to stand by them 100%, you know, they might be mistaken. I can't assume for sure, but they might be mistaken.
But Ali, their thoughts and the way that we're not naming groups here, but their thoughts and their statements that are pretty much similar to statements coming in from Israeli officials. I just highlighted Israeli Foreign Minister, what he said about this gathering on this massive crowd, which exceeded the 1.5 million. And tomorrow morning, when we want to read the newspapers or even listen to these, to the channels that are supported by the domestic opponents of Hezbollah, we will find the same words said using the same phrases. And probably that's the danger that you're probably highlighting or talking about.
Indeed.
Similarity is scary.
It is. It is scary, but it also shows that they don't shy away. They don't have any shame in sounding similar to the Israelis.
Yes.
That, I think, is something which is, at least I can say it's unfortunate. I'm not going to say any other words. But again, it's about the Lebanese civil peace, the Lebanese domestic situation.
Okay.
How far will they go to put Lebanon's civil peace at risk? In the end, this will sabotage the term of President Joseph Aoun, whom they say they support.
Okay, and a final word, Ali. What have Lebanon lost today with the martyrdom of Sayyid Hasan, and what have Lebanon gained today?
It's important that you refer to Lebanon. What has Lebanon won, instead of saying what Hezbollah has won. Lebanon has lost a great leader. I think the region and possibly even the whole world has lost a great leader, not just a charismatic leader, but a strategic thinker. Someone who was very skillful in military strategy, skillful at various levels. So it is a big loss. What Lebanon won today, I think Lebanon won by showing the devotion to the cause, the ideological support, clinging to this ideology despite the very, very huge defeat. For those who thought that there would be a complete collapse as a result of the loss of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, I think that now they're being forced to reconsider their approach. So indeed, this, I think, we can interpret this large turnout as a kind of show of victory, whether it be against domestic opponents or whether it be against foreign opponents, first and foremost the Israelis.
Ali Rizet, political analyst, thank you very much for joining us in this episode. It's always nice having you. Thank you very much. Dear viewers, our time is up. This is the end of our live coverage of a very long day today. The live coverage of the funeral procession, or the funeral procession of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, the master of the Ummah, and his lifetime comrade Hashem Safiuddin, Sayyid Hashem Safiuddin. Thank you very much for watching.
And now welcome back. These are live images from the Lebanese capital, Beirut, at the funeral procession, a day-long event drawing in hundreds of thousands of people from around the world to attend the funeral of late martyr of the Hezbollah resistance movement, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. You can see there are a few people throughout history have been as revered as the late martyr Sayyid Nasrullah, and as you can see the significance and the size of this ceremony. People have been here in the streets of Beirut since the early morning hours, many since last night, to get their places saved as close as they can to actually where the body of the late martyr Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah will be carried through the crowd there. You can see he's been put on display, and there he is, assassinated by the Zionist entity quite some time ago, before there was a ceasefire, and it was safe to have a proper funeral of this scale and caliber as warranted for the late Lebanese resistance leader. Joining us is Syahid. We have author and commentator from Belfast, and also Mariam Azar, one of our Press TV colleagues in our Tehran studios. Mr. Syahid, your initial thoughts on the legacy and life of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah?
Such a great leader. You can, when you look at the screen right now, Lebanon never ever in its history, entire history, seen some scenes like that. this is kind of a national and international referendum on the leadership of martyr Nasrullah. This is a strong message every politician in the region and every movement should take into account. People, as the great return in Gaza, when they went from the south to the north, once the ceasefire declared, this kind of manifestation of clinging to the land and staying, the same thing. This is today the funeral of the martyr Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and martyr Shafiuddin. It shows the caliber of leadership and the loyalty of the nation and the people and the resistance from across the Arab and Islamic and even international areas. That to these people, and the legacy of Nasrullah is not going to pass away. These kind of people, they shine the path to liberation. They are the beacon for the liberation. Such people, Hasan Nasrullah joins convoys of martyrs who, as the leader Ali Khamenei said, martyrs paved the road to liberation. And the same thing in Palestine. It's been hundreds of thousands across from 1917 till today, paved the way to liberate Palestine. And martyr Nasrullah, he is the first one on the road to liberation of Palestine, dismantled the Western myth that they created for the Zionist entity. It's invincible, and he used the single phrase in Arabic, which is called Israel awhan min bayt al-ankabut. Israel is weaker than a spider's web, and promised the U.S. fleet when it came to Beirut, when they started supporting the people in Palestine in demand to cease fire and stop the genocide. He promised the U.S. fleet at that time with their aircraft carriers and the destroyers in front of Beirut, we are prepared for you. And we see in the translation of these statements in Yemen and the Red Sea, when the Yemenis targeted the U.S. pride Eisenhower aircraft carrier and its fleets in there, and they went on the run after being hit direct by the Yemenis. The late martyr, he as well initiated another slogan, which is today I heard the Qasim, the General Secretary of Hezbollah, repeating, Hayhat minna dhilla, we will not be humiliated, and they will stand, as they said, solid and dignified people in their resistance. So Mr. Martyr Hasan Nasrullah would never abandon the struggle for the liberation of Palestine. And he always saying that abandoning Palestine is to surrender the future.
Thank you, Mr. Rashad. And Mariam Azhar, Chair, our Press TV colleague, welcome to the conversation. Mariam, now, I'm going to put a slightly different question to you, Mariam. Tell me how young you were when you first took note of Mariam and learned about resistance, and then Lebanese resistance and Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. And as you grew throughout the years, tell me how you watched his impact on resistance evolve.
I mean, I feel like every Iranian, for one, has a different story. And my story was kind of different because my dad was actually very active, even as a student in America. And basically, he was always following the cause of Palestine. And when we did move to Iran, what happened was we would participate in every Quds Day procession, which was basically voicing, disagreement with the Israeli occupation and basically calling for the freedom of Palestine. And that's what a lot of Iranians have memories with, because this is how we've been raised, almost in every Friday prayer, because we know our Islam has a very strong political aspect. Without politics, without having a strong role, without standing up for the oppressed, Islam would just be, any religion would be basically, would shrink down to just praying and fasting and all of these other tools that are very good tools in and of themselves. However, without other types of participation, they cannot prevent the oppression of people, if Islam is not wholly practiced. So I think a lot of Iranians have this, especially following the Islamic Revolution. Iran has always been basically, there's always been talks about the freedom of Palestine, and then all of these different resistance groups that stand together with the same cause. And this is very important because the ideology that they've had is that it's basically all of these resistance groups, they're monotheistic, right? They believe in God, they believe in the one and only God, and they believe in working together, and at the same time, they're independent. Look at Sheikh Naim Qasim's speech today, for instance, when he was talking about Lebanon, the land of Lebanon, how it belongs to all Lebanese, and they will all basically help rebuild the country, and they will all basically work together. And of course, making sure that Americans and Israelis are not to be here, they don't have a role in it. But at the same time, while talking about their independence, while being basically with like every country having its own identity, having its own values, having its own people, and every people having the right to self-determination. At the same time, what did he say? Sheikh Naim Qasim said, we are the sons of Imam Khomeini, we're the sons of Imam Khamenei, we're the sons of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, and we're the sons of Hajj Hassan. So at the same time, while understanding and actually focusing on the importance of sovereignty and the importance of every nation deciding for their own basically matters, at the same time, they have this shared ideology, and this is what makes them strong. Because when you look at the US, for instance, we have the US and its proxies. We have all of these different, European countries that have basically no choice but to obey American orders. And we see what happens when, for instance, Germany asked the US, for instance, let me buy more gas from Russia for just a little bit, and then, Nord Stream happens. So all of these things, they have in those kinds of partnerships, it's usually there's this major fight for power, and there's no goal but usurping land and resources. There's no shared goal. The goal is basically to occupy, the goal is to colonize, the goal is imperialism. And therefore, they can never truly unite on this goal. Therefore, had it not been for their, all the resources they have stolen, all the money, all their weapons, they are really weak in the sense that they cannot really unite. But all of these resistance that you talk about, that we all have memories with, all of these resistance groups in our region, we have the Iraqi resistance, Lebanese resistance, Yemeni resistance, Iranian resistance, and more, Syrian resistance. And all of these resistance groups, they have a shared common goal. And the common goal is, it includes their national sovereignty, but it also means that they will stand together against oppression. And because they have a belief in, basically death with dignity is better than a life of humiliation, which is a lesson they got from Imam Hussein, which is, what we know, the grandson of the Prophet of Islam, and we know how that story happened. And it's very important because the hero of basically these Muslims is a hero who basically he became an even bigger hero through his martyrdom, and he and his family were massacred, and then he was able to, through his act of sacrifice, was able to basically revive this message and keep this Islamic message alive for hundreds and hundreds of years. And so all of these resistance groups, they are together in that belief that they are willing to put their lives on the line to support the oppressed. This is what Sayyid Hasan said. He said, call us whatever you want. Call us terrorists, call us Rafidi, call us whatever you want, and kill us however you can. but we will not stop helping Palestine. And he was martyred as he was basically supporting his cause. So he was martyred. He gave his life for his word. Now, this is a very strong point, and a lot of people might say, basically, because the U.S. always tries to create sectarianism, and in a lot of different countries, there are many different sects and there are many different, ideologies, and a lot of these ideologies have lived together without U.S. interference
Miriam,
in peace.
I'm going to cut you off. I apologize, Miriam. I'm going to come right back, but we have apparently made contact with Farzan Ashurian, our colleague there, who is with the Iranian delegation that arrived in Beirut earlier to attend this procession. Ms. Ashurian, good to check in with you. Hope you're safe and doing well. Tell us what the trip was like, who you accompanied, and where you guys are at right now, and what's going on.
Well, Danny, as you mentioned today, we were actually joining the Iranian delegation heading by the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who paid a visit to the Lebanese capital of Beirut in order to participate in the massive funeral procession for the late Secretary General of Hezbollah, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, was assassinated in an Israeli attack in October 2024. And despite his busy schedule of the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, he decided to be here. And by the time he actually arrived in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, he said that he's here on behalf of the Iranian people, and he wants to convey this message that he believes, and of course the Iranian people and Iran believes that the resistance is still alive, and Hezbollah is still alive. And of course, his address was before the massive funeral procession, and he said that the funeral procession will be a great testament that the resistance is still alive and Hezbollah is still alive. So I actually had also the chance to participate in the massive funeral procession that was held here in the Lebanese capital of Beirut. And it was something very, I can tell that very similar somehow to the massive gatherings that I had the experience to cover in Iran. Well, I had the experience also in Iran to cover the massive funeral procession that was held for the General Abbas Nifoush, who was also assassinated alongside the Secretary General of Hezbollah, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. And the similarity between these massive gatherings is that actually this very unity among the Muslim Ummah, and of course not just Muslims, all the freedom seekers all around the world. You know that people from all walks of life and from actually different beliefs from all around the world were attending the massive funeral procession. And when we were actually in the streets, in the cars, in order to get to the embassy, and after that attend and participate the funeral procession, I could see different people from all walks of life, from different generations, that actually were holding the flags of Hezbollah and holding the pictures of the martyrs, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and Sayyid Shafiuddin. And of course, as I mentioned, the funeral procession that was held in the stadium was a very actually massive one, a very great one, and was a very great testament, as of course the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi mentioned. It was a very great testament that the resistance and the idea of resistance is still alive, and Hezbollah is still alive. And of course, of that experience, and that actually the Israeli fighter jets that tried to actually frighten the crowd, despite their attempt, I could see that the crowd were more eager and more unite to say that Labbaik Ya Nasrullah, which means that Nasrullah, we are still in your path and we are following your ideals. So right here we are in the Iranian embassy, and the Iranian foreign minister's visit to the Lebanese capital of Beirut has come to an end.
There, Farzana Ashirun, our Press TV correspondent at the Iranian embassy in Beirut, accompanying the Iranian foreign minister's delegation. They're participating in the funeral procession of late Hezbollah Secretary General Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. Also as a deputy there, Hashem Safiuddin, one assassinated. Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah was assassinated by the Zionist entity in Dahia of Beirut back on September 27th, and then on October, his deputy Safiuddin was martyred by the Zionist entity due to security concerns. They were both postponed their funeral arrangements until today. Okay, and there's a ceasefire now, even though the Israeli entity has violated it every single day since November 27th. Nevertheless, there's been enough of thousands of people attending this this procession there in the Lebanese capital. Many have flown in from all four corners of the world to participate as a Sayyid Hassan. He meant a lot of things to a lot of different people, multiple dimensions, politically, spiritually, militarily. When it comes to, many saw him as just an extremely charismatic leader fighting for the oppressed throughout his whole life. He led Hezbollah for nearly 33 years, I believe. Joining us, we have Mr. Syahid joining us out of Belfast. We also have a Mariam Azad chair, our Tehran colleague here in our Tehran studios. Mr. Syahid, I'm going to come back. If you wanted to elaborate on the impact that Sayyid Hassan's persona has had on resistance. I mean, he spearheaded resistance for well over 30 years, and his impact on both, or not just both, but on a multiple dimensions, the spiritual trajectory, the political, and the military growth of resistance as we've seen it over the years. How do you gauge his impact, sir?
He had a huge fingerprint over the resistance, not just in Lebanon, regional. To start with, I want to mention in 2009, he mentioned himself, the late martyr Hasan Nasrullah, in Lebanese Al-Mayadeen TV, in a conversation with the late martyr. He said the late martyr Soleimani asked him if they can supply at the time the Palestinian resistance 2009 in Gaza with the Cornet anti-tank missiles, and that shows the priority they give Gaza and Palestine. And he said, with the help of the former president Bashar al-Assad of Syria, they did manage to get the Cornet missiles to Gaza. And at that time, all we knew what the first attack, I think, on Markava was carried by the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine in 2009, which is then declared from Gaza that we can stop these state-of-the-art technologies the West manufacture in the Zionist entity. And since this is one, but before that, from 1992 exactly, the late martyr Hasan Nasrullah have a huge impact on the resistance in Lebanon. He developed the capabilities, military capabilities in Lebanon, and organizational structure to reach the point in the year 2000 to defeat what they call it the Zionist entity in Lebanon called Lahad, the South Republic, which is a group of traitors, Lebanese, Maronite Christians and others who were allied to the Zionist entity, supplied and trained to be a buffer zone between them and the resistance who's trying to liberate Lebanon. Hezbollah and the other resistance factors from all Lebanon, socialist, leftist, from Hezbollah, Amal, Palestinians, all of that joined, and they managed in the year 2000 under the leadership of Hezbollah to defeat the Zionist entity. The other major and at the time like have a seismic effect on the region and a game changer was the 2006 defeat which has led by Nasrullah himself against the Zionist entity. At the time, we remember the Colin Powell visit to Syria, to Assad in 2004 after the American occupied Iraq. They directly asked Assad to kick the Palestinians' resistance out of Syria and Hezbollah, and the Bashar Assad refused and told them the meeting is over. And since then, the Americans wanted to form something called the Vice Crib, sending forces after they threatened him, and he wouldn't release. He won't, fulfill what they want or obey the orders of the masters in the region, which George Bush Jr. at the time. Then they wanted to form what they call the Vice Crib, send forces from the Zionist entity to occupy Lebanon, and the Americans will come and to encircle both Lebanon and Syria. But Hezbollah proved it was a strong, formidable force, managed to defeat the Zionist move to occupy Lebanon and cleanse them again. And we heard so many investigations in the Zionist entity, why they've been defeated, did they use the Air Force or not, or that. But the real factor was what they call the massacres of the Merkava tanks in Wadi al-Hijr in Lebanon, which is the South used to hold a museum for that to show. And all of that build up and all of that done under the leadership of Hassan Nasrullah and Imad Maghniye and the rest of them at the time. That in its own showed this kind of defeat, which is the first one Hassan Nasrallah and the Lebanese forces resistant imposed and inflicted on the Zionist entity. The Palestinians copied that in 2005 and liberated Gaza from within, from the settlers and the Zionist army. Of course, the Zionists put a siege around Gaza and turned it into an open-air prison. But the fact is, the time it was defeated and delayed by the Hezbollah. Then you'll see in Yemen the influence of Hezbollah and mainly the leader, the martyr Hassan Nasrallah, in the formation in Yemen. And Yemen proved itself to be a formidable force now, faced the superpower, the United States of America. And all of that is because organization, training, and help and unity between the resistance factions.
and confused by it. From his patience, his steadfastness, he sent his child at the peak of youth to the battle, and his child had been martyred, and Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah was the father of a martyr. And this is the most beautiful thing that he inherited and imitated from Imam Hussein. And this was a clear example of the kept promises, of his kept promises. And Lebanon will not forget him. In Lebanon, where the enemies which were armed to the tooth had disarmed this country, stood up against a power that was a coalition of the US as the biggest armed force throughout the history of humankind. And he stood up against the US and Zionist military formation and those in the region, and defeated them, and was not defeated by them. And his place of residence was targeted with the heaviest bombs provided by the US Army by the Zionist enemy. And the martyred General Abbas Nil Frushan and a number of others accompanied him and were also martyred. He had created a force that could not be defeated. Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah influenced the hearts and minds, and he could, at any time that he wanted, create anxiety for Zionist forces. And he did not allow them to have peace in that occupied territory. And he was like a powerful nightmare against them, and had tied their hands. When Operation Al-Aqsa flood started, and the false intelligence and military grandeur of the Zionist enemy was shattered. That enjoyed the endless political and military support by the US. The heroic Hezbollah loyally, and he deployed them and sent them to the battlefield. And from the first days of the Operation Al-Aqsa flood, he stood heroically until the moment that Hezbollah imposed the ceasefire on the Zionist army. And Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah was the pillar of resistance. The calculation of the US and Israel was that the military and political leader of Hezbollah, if he is eliminated from this battlefield, Hezbollah would be silenced and ended, and Gaza would remain alone. And there would be no one to stand up to Zionist aggression. Therefore, with the most sophisticated criminal methods, they exploded the pages among the people of Lebanon. When we saw the injured people in our hospitals, young children and the elderly, youth, they were all together. And a number of commanders were injured or killed in the pager explosions. And the Zionist army intensified the airstrikes against the people of Lebanon. And the martyrdom of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and the explosions of the pages has created the assumption that Hezbollah had been weakened. But the Lebanese people, among all that grief, saw themselves such powerfully that they fought off Israeli tanks and torched them, and attacked Israeli forces on the ground and halted their progress and did not allow them to roll on into cities, and fired rockets on cities and occupied territories and Israeli army positions. And a balance was struck, and the Zionist enemy regime was forced to give in to the ceasefire, even though in violation of the ceasefire it still remains in 5 points in Lebanon. And the Lebanese people will expel these forces from their land completely. with an unprecedented resistance in history, just like the resistance in Iraq, in Yemen, in Lebanon, and the true promise operations by our armed forces. The Israeli enemy couldn't, in that strip that there was no water in, and that there was no food, and could not achieve victory in the Gaza Strip, and accepted a clear defeat. And it was proven that the Zionists are the Zionist place of residence are weaker than a spider's web, and they're now being prosecuted in international courts. And they finally agreed to all conditions set by Hamas. And we can see scenes of the glory of the victory of Hamas in the pictures and in the videos. Their hearts are very strong, but their houses are destroyed and demolished. And the Zionist officials are all oppressed, and they have nothing to say. And an amazing history was made for Islam. And when you look at the course of this amazing resistance, you see the steadfastness of the people, and this line of resistance is clear and proud, with flags waving, so that the criminal and discriminatory Zionist regime and its allies will continue that path. That resistance path will be continued against them. Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah had a personality as big as the world, in spirit, in faith. He might have been assassinated, but his legacy lives on, and his thoughts and ideologies are still prominent among the youth, and the flag that he took is still standing, and the world of Islam is proud of such figures. In Iran, we are always supportive of all those oppressed people across the world, and courtesy of this wise leader, it is standing against all the plots when a small territory has defeated America and Israel together. You can see what the power of great Iran is. I would like to thank the Iranian nation that with such power and with such enthusiasm, they have come here to pay tribute and commemorate the martyrs whose pictures you can see here. Yahya Sinwar, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, Sayyid Hashem Safiuddin, and Major Ali Zahidi, and General Neil Frushan, and all of the resistance commanders. They are all God's promises to us. And they did not allow the Zionist dominion to be implemented on Islamic territories. And they did not allow tyranny to take hold and be worshipped. And they contributed to the fact that their territories would become a place to worship God. Today, Muslim youth are modern examples of steadfastness and can see them before them. And they can see that how the resistance is sacrificing its own lives and the lives of its own children to protect the glory of Islam. Today, Lebanon was the focus of all the media across the world. And everyone saw the majesty of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah among the hearts of the people of Lebanon and in the tears of the people of Lebanon. And everyone learned that the love of the people of Lebanon for their martyrs and how the resistance are aware of the problems of the people and how they protect their own people by sacrificing their own lives. Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah is more dear and more popular than before. And he showed the path of jihad to Muslim youth. And today we found that the only thing that decides victory in the battlefield is faith. Faith saves us from defeat and takes us to the peaks of victory and triumph. And faith protects our security and our honor and pride. And all of the martyrs of these battlefields have taught us today. We hope that wherever we are, we would be proud. And God Almighty, by the grace of this loyalty, would create glory, greatness, and honor and pride for you, and give you health. Thank you very much.
Hello, Hussein Salami there, IRGC, a major general paying respect to Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and Hashem Sayyid, of the Hezbollah resistance movement, their impact on resistance, their lives, legacy, and contributions to Hezbollah for Lebanon, for Palestine, and for the region. Major General Salami said the Zionist entity was always threatened by the leadership of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. Joining us from the side of the Tehran commemoration ceremonies is Gisu Misha Ahmadi, our senior Tehran correspondent. Hello, Gisu, just checking in with you. Tell us what the mood is like there and anything else you can, please.
Well, Danny, an immense crowd has gathered in Tehran's Grand Masala. All the streets leading to the Grand Masala are packed. There's heavy traffic in all the streets leading to this location where this huge funeral ceremony is currently underway, paying tribute to this great martyr and legendary resistance figure. People in the Iranian capital, Tehran, are all here to reiterate what the leader said this morning, that the resistance is alive and will prevail and will eventually be the victorious side. So the people that you see here that have gathered to pay tribute to martyr Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah are basically sending a very strong message to the world that the resistance is alive and is stronger than ever. As you've probably seen in the pictures coming from Tehran's Grand Masala, and also right behind me, you can see that the entire walls are lined with pictures of the martyrs of resistance, and this is a clear display, Danny, of what Imam Khomeini said decades ago. He said, if you kill one of us, there will be 10 more that will emerge. There will be 100 more that will emerge. And this is exactly what you see happening here. So while these martyrs have sacrificed their lives for the resistance, you can see right next to those pictures huge crowds that are here. Interestingly, even the younger generation, I had the chance to talk to some very young boys and girls who are interestingly right here taking part in this ceremony, also paying tribute to Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, this great martyr. They know this great martyr, they know about the resistance, and they are saying that they will be walking down his path, the path that he was leading. So as you can see, it is quite clear, and the message that Iranians are sending to the world is that they are right behind the leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Khamenei. They're once again pledging allegiance to the values of the Islamic Republic and also the resistance. As Mr. Salami, Major General Salami, the commander of the IRGC, also pointed out, Iranians will always remain steadfast in supporting the oppressed Muslims around the world. And of course, clearly the people of Palestine are among those that Iranians will continue and will never stop supporting. And the huge crowd that you see here today, 5 months after the martyrdom of Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, clearly demonstrates that this is more than just rhetoric. And when they say that the moment the leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Khamenei, calls on us, we will be present, this is exactly what they mean, Danny.
Thank you, Gisu, our Press TV correspondent there. Gisu Misha Ahmadi there at the Tehran Masala, where a commemoration is underway for late Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah's funeral procession that is simultaneously, it's actually the main procession is in the Lebanese capital, Beirut, taking place as we speak now. We're going to swing back over to Mr. Saib Shath out of Belfast, author and commentator. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Shath. You want to pick up where you left off, and I'd like also, if you could, Major General Hussein Salami said that the Zionist entity was actually threatened by Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. If you could somewhere elaborate on that in your epilogue there. Go ahead.
This was the most fitting eulogy by the IRGC Commander-in-Chief, Hussein Salami. It's summarized every point you think of nearly in that. I was touched by that, and the role Hezbollah and led by Hassan Nasrullah lately from 1992 onwards faced huge challenges which they conquered. I want to start with in 1983 when the Lebanese resistance at the times they faced the American euphoria of Israel invading Lebanon and occupying the capital Beirut, and they landed in 1983 the Americans as victorious with the French. In a few days just after they landed in there, the Lebanese resistance directed at them at the headquarters of the American Marines in 83 a major blow, killed over 200 Marines, soldiers and officers, and over 300 maybe injured. And the same 2 minutes later, they directed another blow, the resistance, at the French army in Beirut, which is just a few miles away from the Americans' base, and they killed over 50 from the French and injured many. The same day, both forces, the French and the Americans, went on the run, left Lebanon. From that time, they understood. The Americans accused for that attack Imad Maghniya, and Imad Maghniya was the chief engineer and commander of the Hezbollah forces after that today. And from them, they knew the Americans as well as the Israelis, they're going to face organized, a real dedicated resistance. It's like kind of incubator for all the other branches of resistance at the time, from the Lebanese socialists, the Palestinians, even the Communist Lebanese Party joined in, all of them. So they didn't distinguish against any at all who wants to resist. And shifting it from Hezbollah as well, will show how the resistance formed itself in the year, the second Intifada as well, with the help, of course, of Hezbollah and the Islamic resistant supporters in there. The Palestinian second Intifada, the Israelis and the Americans, they claimed they captured lorry, I think the name of it, a ship, which was carrying weapons to the Palestinians in Gaza at the time for Fatah movement, for Arafat. And the one they arrested, he was a commander, one of the Arafat commanders, called Fuad Shobaki, who was stayed in jail from that time till maybe just a few months ago, was released as an old erring man. That shows there is the resistance at the time, which is developed to the acts of resistance, didn't distinguish between any party as long as they are united in the goal to fight the Zionist entity. And from that, we in 2006 remember a famous speech of the late martyr Hasan Nasrullah, when he said, look at the sea, you'll see an Israeli destroyer in there, look what's going to happen to it. And suddenly the resistance blow it up with missile, anti-ships missile, maritime missile, which is, they were shocked for the first time a resistant movement can have that kind of technology. And after that, the Lebanese resistance developed its own drones, its own building of sophisticated weaponry, even cyber attacks and all of that. And we remember how they can use to even land some of the Zionist entities' drones in Lebanon and reverse engineer them. The same thing happened in Yemen when they reverse engineered the American BQ-450, if I'm not wrong with the name. I'm not a military expert, but that is itself. And then the reverse engineering of the enemy's weapons helped the resistance in Lebanon, in Palestine, in Yemen, in developing its own arsenals and manufacturing their weapons. And that's as well, you can see, as I said earlier on today, when the late martyr Hasan Nasrullah said to the Americans, directed his talk to them in his speech about their destroyers and aircraft carriers in front of Beirut. We are prepared for that, and the Yemeni answer to that. And you can see this kind of thing scared the Americans. We witnessed all along the Zionist entity since the British created in there till the last battle in Gaza ground. They never fought alone. They always fought with the Western support, even the forces with them on the ground. In Gaza, in the battle against and the genocide they committed against Gaza, the British, they say they have their own spying airplanes looking for prisoners. While one prisoner, he says, with the footage released of the resistance, was fishing at the sea, and they couldn't discover where is the prisoners. This can show you the lies. They just get coordinates to hand to the Zionist entity to help them in the war. The Delta Force, the American Delta Force, wasn't there. The Delta Force helped the Israelis in attacking Sirat refugee camps to free some of they said, their own prisoners. They freed 4 and they killed the 3, while there is 7 from them killed the Marines and the Israelis when they came under cover as they are Arab displaced people using United Nations UNRWA vehicles. In there, and they opened fire and nearly killed 200 from the displaced people. So all along, the Americans are behind 100% on the ground or in the skies or in the sea behind the Zionist entity. So the Zionist entity is never ever been in there as a state like in the region to fight. It's always as an advanced military base for the empire, for the Americans' empire, and the West is behind it, open all the arsenals to supply it. The Germans, the Americans, the British, the French, and you can see so many mercenaries as well, plus their troops on the ground in there. This is what the resistance are facing. They're facing the total empire in a small slither of land like Gaza to force them to call for a ceasefire, to stop the genocide. This is a game changer, and this is the start of the crumbling of that military advanced base for the empire called Israel. And the same thing, all of that done with the coordination and organizing between the Lebanese resistant, Iraqi resistant, Yemeni resistant, Iran, and the Palestinians, of course. And all of that being developed and accumulated from long time, from the establishment of the resistance, the Palestinian resistance. As your previous guest, she elaborated about the resistance are more than just fighting groups. Yes, she's very true. From the beginning, even the PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization, with its outfits like the Fatah or the PFLP or the rest, they organize the social, the health, the educational aspect of the resistance. To build the people, to sustain the people is very important. The same thing Lebanese resistance done. When the Israelis claim with their pager attack, as the commander mentioned in his speech, they targeted who? Mainly as well. They targeted the health facilities, the education, the social services, which is supported by the resistance, by Hezbollah. The same thing as well in Gaza, when you look, or in the West Bank, the resistance factions, Hamas or the PFLP or any, they support the local facilities, health, education, social services. They look after their own people. Or protection doesn't mean just to protect the people from the enemy, to sustain against disease, to sustain against hunger, against starvation, against all circumstances and elements can influence the nation, and that is the role, which is humongous, but the resistance trying to develop. And this is where they can see the Palestinian or the Lebanese or the Muslims even turn to be an incubator for the resistance, since they say the will of the resistance to protect on all levels its people.
Thank you, Mr. Sayyid. Mariam, I'd like also swing back to you, and if you could elaborate. Also, IRGC Major General Hossein Salami also said the Zionists shouldn't have any illusions of a weakened resistance when they even take out key heroes and icons from us, such as Sayyid Hasan, Nasrullah, and Hashem, Syahid.
Well, this is with the ideology of resistance. Every leader you take out, that leader becomes part of the ideology. Of course, you can kill people, but it can only strengthen the ideology. In Lebanon, they say, إِذَا غَابَ سَيِّد قَامَ سَيِّد. Whenever a leader is taken out, another will rise to his place. So this is basically what always has happened. This is what was expected to happen again as well. And this is not the first time that a major Hezbollah commander is martyred, you know. So over the years, the Israeli regime has assassinated many different commanders in Lebanon, and also in other resistance, other resistant commanders as well, major commanders, major leaders. But what always happens is that when you see what happens, you saw what happened in Lebanon today. Estimates are that at least 1,400,000 people were present in the procession. Now, Lebanon is a country of less than 6 million people. So imagine, about a fifth of the country, right? And of course, there were thousands of people from other countries, from Iran and Iraq and resistant countries, and also South America and elsewhere. But the point of the matter is, when you see the people's turnout, when you see how people come to pledge allegiance, when you see when Israeli fighter jets were flying above people's heads, and these people are not only afraid, they are yelling and screaming, down with Israel, down with the USA. This is the reaction of people. It emboldens them. It makes them stronger. It makes them understand that, they have been able to push back their enemy. And of course, yes, it comes at the cost of sacrifice. But what they believe, and what resistance fighters all believe, and all of these people coming to pledge allegiance, is that they believe there is something worth dying for. And if you have nothing worth living for, of course, there's nothing worth dying for. But they believe that basically, as Sayyid Hasan would say, that it's like a transaction. When you give your life for a worthy cause, you will be rewarded, and the reward will outlast. It's an everlasting reward, as opposed to a life that's generally, it can only be a few decades. So these actions, these crimes they commit, and another thing that it does, the American and Israeli crimes, and when they take out great leaders, they show more of their true self. What would actually be in the interest of Western imperialism is to continue with the project they were doing before October 7. Now, there are many different talks that Sayyid Hasan has had about various issues, including the success of the basically Al-Aqsa flood operation. And a few of these successes, it had to do with showing the true face of the West, true face of basically how the world works. Because what the Israeli regime was doing in the past, they would take out people whenever they wanted. They would kill people in Gaza and West Bank. But because the numbers were lesser and it was every day, over a period of time, they were committing the same crimes, but it didn't have the attention of people across the world. And there were actually people who believed in international systems. There were far more people who believed in international systems. There were far more people who believed that, resistance is not the way, the peaceful, we have to do the peaceful approach. And of course, the peaceful approach, funnily enough, is never expected from those who actually have the most destructive weapons. The peaceful approach is expected from those who are being hit by those weapons. And it always basically, there are resolutions, there are UN resolutions, and guess what? America vetoes it every single time. So basically, what these regimes do, what the American regime does, what the Israeli regime does, I mean, it was much harder to convince people of the true face of the regimes under someone, for instance, like Obama, right? But what the deep state does at different stages, at different times, there are different things in the interest of Americans. When they have less power, what they do is they try to basically weaken countries through negotiations and what they call the peaceful approach. But every time they believe that it's in their benefit, they will do what they did to Gaza. They will drop bombs, they will drop bunker busters, they will drop tons of 80 tons of munition was used to assassinate Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah in Lebanon. Now this is a sovereign country, right? And the Israeli regime just dropped these bombs on him. And of course, you know, there's so many different beliefs and so many different ideologies in Lebanon, as are in other countries. But, you know, we have the different people with different understanding, with different school systems. And of course, we know the US has a major embassy in Lebanon, and of course what they do is not embassy affairs, you know, as spy actions and all of that. But what they have tried to do over the years is try to find pockets of people and tell them that, oh no, you don't, you know, we're not against the Lebanese. We're not a danger to Lebanese or Iranians or Palestinians. We're only standing against Hezbollah and Hamas. And you know what's really funny when you see is that, for instance, the Israeli regime bombed South Lebanon so often. But when a video came out of Israeli terrorist IOF soldiers burning the Lebanese flag, the army immediately said, you know, this does not represent us. They apologized. So a regime that murders children, that bombs homes and hospitals, that bombs homes and they take selfies with the bombings, right? They apologize for burning a flag. And why do they do that? Because it's so much easier for them to conquer when people are divided. So in actions like that, they're trying to tell the Lebanese people, for instance, oh, we have no problem with Lebanese Christians. Oh, we have no problem with, you know, the people in Beirut. Oh, we have no problem with the modern ones, with the Western ones, with the liberal ones. These are only these crazies, you know, that the way they show the resistance. But what happens through these criminal actions, they're really showing people of different types of upbringing, of different types of schooling, different types of ideology, that what they truly stand for. And a lot of things came out following the October 7 operation. For instance, the open admission to the map of the Greater Israel, and talking about how they believe they own Lebanon. So what do you think when, you know, if they have power over Lebanon without Lebanese resistance, without Hezbollah, they don't care those Lebanese homes are for Christian Lebanese people or Jewish Lebanese people or, you know, Maronites, or they don't, or, you know, they don't care. They just believe, they are saying that we will seize this land. But they try not to say it openly when they can do it in secret, so that they can divide people, so that they can mislead some people and tell them, oh, we can be friends, you know, you can have good relations with Israel. They talk about, you know, another success of the Al-Aqsa flood operation, according to Sayyid Hasan, was also basically it stood in the way of the normalization, right? So we have the Saudis normalizing with the Zionist regime, the same regime that believes that part of Saudi is in the map of Greater Israel. Same goes for Jordan, you know, it's also in the map of the Greater Israel. So it's in the interest of these people, everybody in our region, in West Asia, to understand that Israel is actually is an occupier, is a usurper. And if they don't unite, that if they don't stand behind resistance, everybody will lose their homes. Everybody will lose their resources. And this is something that Imam Khomeini said over 40 years ago. Imam Khomeini said, the founder of the Islamic Republic of Iran, he said, if you don't stop Israel, Israel is a cancer. If you don't stop Israel, it's not going to stop at Palestine. It'll continue with Lebanon, with Syria, and look what happens. Israel is occupying various parts of Syria, saying, oh, we're not going out. And interestingly enough, the former Daesh or ISIS commander who's in charge now, has no problem with the Israeli occupation of its land. So when it comes down to it, when the Western imperialist front, when the Western hegemonic front shows its true face, it's so much easier for people to unite and to stand up against them. But when they don't, but before there's an October 7, before they feel the urge to basically hasten the project that they had and do everything, basically do the genocide faster and kill more people every single day, then people are more likely to unite and they are more likely to be victorious.
Thank you, Miriam. I would also like to welcome to our conversation Fra Hughes, journalist, author, and activist, joining us from Belfast. For our viewers just tuning in, these are live images out of the Lebanese capital, Beirut. This is the funeral procession, long awaited for, long anticipated since September of last year. In fact, for the commemoration ceremony, the funeral procession for Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, the late Secretary General of the Lebanese resistance movement, Hezbollah, his deputy Hashem Sayyid, martyred, the two men, in late September and October of last year, respectively. And today, out of security concerns, the procession was put off until there's a ceasefire in place to guarantee that participants and those showing out to pay their respects, no harm will come to them by the occupation or its allies. Fra, thanks for your patience. I'd like to, and on the left side of your screen there, I should tell our viewers, that's a simultaneous commemoration taking place at the Mosala Convention Center in Tehran, the Iranian capital, for the late Hezbollah leader and his deputy. Fra, good to have you check in with us. Your initial thoughts on life and legacy left behind by the late Hezbollah leader, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah.
First, I'd like to say what we're witnessing appears to be a state funeral without participation of the state. A number of people who have come from all over the world who are presently in the respect and to be part of the outpouring of grief, outpouring of humanity, and outpouring of love for the great leader, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. This is a huge loss, not just for the family of Hasan Nasrullah.
Okay, Fra, can you jiggle your microphone around, because it's cutting in and off, and I want to know if it's on your end or our end. If you could play with your microphone a little bit, because for some reason we're only getting about half of what you're saying. See if you could rectify it. If not, we'll try to figure out something on our end. Go ahead and start speaking again. Go ahead.
I'm just saying what a huge loss it is for Hasan Nasrullah's family, for the resistance, for the Lebanese people, and for the axis of resistance, and for humanity globally. He was such a great leader. He was so inspirational. He was someone whose Freddy speeches I look forward to hearing. When I heard him speak, I heard my own thoughts. I wonder how many people globally listened to Hasan Nasrullah, took in what he said, his sincerity, his truth, his analysis, his strategic geopolitical view of what was happening not only in Lebanon and the region, but across the world. So it's a huge loss for everyone who is anti-imperialist,
Fra, I don't want you. I'm gonna come right back to you. I need to coordinate with our coordinator to log off and log on again, and see if we can rectify this audio situation. Miriam, I'm gonna come back to you until I get Fra back. As soon as I get him back, I'm gonna swing back over to him, because he's been more than patient and waiting for us to give him his turn at speaking. Miriam, we have to also touch on the dimension of the fact that the entity, along with its ally in Washington, the occupation, it's taken some key figures. It's taken, and very charismatic figures. They've taken Sayyid Hasan from the resistance, Ismail Haniyeh, Haj Qasim Soleimani. These are people that, while they are irreplaceable, and we very well know that they are, and there's no delusion or illusion on that front, it seems the mark that they basically, their careers left behind basically is going to speak for itself and act for itself. These men and their personalities and their contributions, even though they are gone, they're living the lives of many, and they're actually still to this very day absorbing people into resistance because of the legacy that and the example that they left behind.
Well, I mean, what happened, the example that they left behind, what was really special about it was very different from all the models that were given to people of how to live your lives. So the models of religiosity given to people by the West was Salafism, Wahhabism, you know, the kind of really religious Muslims that they had portrayed. They had said, oh, Daesh or ISIS is really religious Muslims, and you know, all of this Islamophobia they caused. So you either had that option, or you had to be like a modern Muslim who is actually very westernized, who actually has basically the same Western values, who maybe even serves in the American army. I mean, unfortunately, we have people in the American terrorist army, of course. They're constantly invading people, but they're Muslims, but they're also prey, right?
I think Naim Qasim, Sheikh Naim Qasim, the new Hezbollah Secretary General, is speaking, if I'm not mistaken. Do we have a translator for Sheikh Qasim or no? Oh, that's earlier today. I don't know. We're going to bring our viewers a speech, or are we not? No? Okay. That's earlier today, Sheikh Naim Qasim, the Hezbollah Secretary, the current Hezbollah Secretary General there. Oh, go ahead, Miriam. Actually, Miriam, can I come back to you in a second? Because it seems we got Fra Hughes back up, and he's been waiting over nearly 15 minutes to speak. Okay, Fra, it seems like we got your audio rectified. Go ahead and pick up where you left off.
Yeah, well, I suppose what I'd really like to say is I'm not a Muslim, and I'm not a member of the Shia faith, and I personally believe that I've lost a leader. I have lost someone that I looked up to, someone I admired, someone I aspired really to follow in the footsteps of the true anti-imperialist. So his death, his martyrdom, his loss is a loss for us all, a loss for everyone involved in the anti-imperialist movement. When you listen to what Hasan Nasrullah used to say on his Friday speeches, this man could have been standing up for the oppressed people anywhere in the world, not just Lebanon, not just Palestine, not just Yemen and Iraq under the American-British invasion, but the people of South Africa, the people of the Sahel, the people of Latin America and the Caribbean, who are constantly under these imperial sanctions, constantly under threat of warfare, constantly under the jackboot of the French colonial military powers, especially in South Africa, the attempted regime coups all over Latin America. We witnessed the people in Donbass fighting their own battle against the face of fascism in Ukraine, brought to us by Joe Biden. That is the same fascism that the people in Palestine are facing against the Zionist Israeli genocidal onslaught that is being forced upon them. I congratulate the people of Hezbollah, the people of South Lebanon, the people of Iraq, of Yemen, of all the nations that are following in the footsteps of Hasan Nasrullah, that have heard his words, that have taken to heart his deeds. He sacrificed not only his life, he lost family members, he lost his...
Well, we lost Fra again. Miriam, I'm going to come back to you. You were in the middle of elaborating. I'm sorry I cut you off. I believe it's the second time I've cut you off.
So what we were talking about...
You were saying how marching the resistance icons, Miriam, more so in essence immortalizes them and adds to the appeal of resistance, hence contributing to its attraction and growth instead of weakening it like the occupation thinks it's doing.
Exactly, because also it's a voice that is, it's an image that's different from what people have been offered, right? So people have been either offered the basically what they call religious extremism. Of course, you cannot be a Muslim and be an extremist, because then when you step outside the boundaries of Islam, of course, when you commit crimes that Daesh did and Israel does, I mean the same crimes, those you cannot be a Muslim, right? So they had told people across the world world, that, oh, you don't want to be a religious extremist like the crazies. Like, this is one option. You can be more modern, you can be Western, you can be liberal, you can even have a scarf, you know, but with your scarf you can be you know, you can serve the American regime in the same way you can be in the American Senate and basically work with the American regime while being a Muslim. Now, what Sayyid Hasan did and what resistance leaders did, basically, they offered a third approach, and this third approach is people who are religious, but it's not the religiosity that kind of, you know, what they call extremist religiosity, and it's not a pacified religiosity. It's a religiosity that cares about the matters of the world, that takes a stance against all kinds of matters. They takes a stance, you know, against social oppression, against political oppression, against anything that is aimed at basically enslaving people. So this is what resistance commanders, resistance leaders, basically like Sayyid Hasan, have offered to people. And a lot of people are of course, they love this image because they saw that when Palestine did with this latest round of genocide in Gaza, they saw that none of the other models presented to them by the West was really being very effective in stopping this genocide. So they went for what is a more powerful and yet humane approach. Now we see, for instance, in the way Hamas has treated captives, that only today we saw that one of these Israeli captives reached to his captors and kissed them on the forehead. I mean, they are being exchanged, they're being handed off. They have no reason to be afraid. And it really took the Israeli regime, it really maddened them, right? Because then they showed this amazing human side, and yet these are the same Hamas, the same fighters that have been taking up weapons and fighting against the American regime and its branch of colonization in the Israeli regime. So they see this humanity, but they also see the taking up of weapons, and this together, this human being, this model of being a person that both has power and humanity is extremely attractive. And so when you kill commanders like that, you know, their story only becomes shared even more, and their path only becomes stronger.
Thank you, Miriam. And Fra, it's good to have you back. It seems like hopefully we got your audio rectified once again, and this time hopefully permanently. Fra, I put a couple questions to you, and both of them you got cut off in the middle, so I'm going to let you pick our conversation off where we left off. Go ahead, and then I'll ask you a follow-up from there. Go ahead.
I just want to say maybe the thing that I will miss most apart from Sayyid Hasan's speeches is his personal integrity. This is why he was such an important icon, not just the resistance in Lebanon, but globally. He spoke a truth that resonates with everyone who has a human heart, a truth that speaks to the humanity of us all, a person whose vision of a world at peace, of a world of an end to oppression, and a world where people can live in security and tolerance and love and respect for each other, surely is the type of world we should all be striving to bring into being. And the only way to do that is to defeat imperialism, to defeat colonialism, and end Western hegemony everywhere in the world, not just in West Asia.
And Fra, Saib Shah was also with us earlier out of Belfast. He said he caught Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah a few times saying, making this statement that we don't fight for land, we fight for justice. And he said that, I don't remember hearing Sayyid say this, but apparently he had on more than one occasion. Tell us the relevance of that statement by the late martyr Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah.
Well, it's a beautiful statement in itself. Justice is a global concept. There is national justice, international justice, global justice, justice for the individual, justice for the state. I think he encapsulates in that very phrase the essence of what Hasan Nasrallah was. Someone who fought against oppression, someone who fought against injustice, someone who fought for justice, for the individual, for the nation, for humanity, globally, for everyone on the planet. So when he said he's not fighting for land, imperialists fight for land, colonialists fight for land, Native Indigenous people fight to protect their land, but by fighting for justice, it's not about where you stand on this earth. Justice is a global cause. He was calling everyone to the global cause of justice for every man, woman and child on the planet. And it just, as I say, encapsulates the essence and the humanity and the love that was Hasan Nasrullah.
And Mary, you want to speak on that? Because I don't know why that line resonates so much with me, because I always speak first and foremost when I refer to Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and his legacy, contributions to protecting Lebanese soil from occupation. But this statement that Asayib Shah made earlier, that he's heard Sayyid on more than one occasion say that we don't fight for land, we fight for justice. This has a universal, and to Afrahiu's point, a universal appeal. It applies to Lebanon, to Palestine, to Syria, to Yemen, to Iran. It applies almost to everyone, everywhere.
Always tries to do, for instance, the US has its allies and it will use their weapons and the resources whenever it wants to do a project. So they want to boycott Russia, for instance, they use all their allies, they use all the resources, they work together, and of course the way they work together, they basically bully other officials of different countries to go along with their project, right? So at the same time, this is what they do all the time, but what they don't want is they don't want the oppressed people to have the same concept. They want the oppressed people to say, oh, this is only Lebanon, Palestine is not my business. Oh, this is Iran, Lebanon is not my business. Oh, this is Yemen, why should I get bombed because I'm stopping Israeli ships from basically cooperating, from giving the tools for genocide, from giving the tools for genocide to the Israeli regime. Now, this is what the US regime wants. And what they do over the years, they have really tried to put so much focus on nationalism, right? Arab nationalism. And of course, we see when these Arabs, and again, these are not Shia Arabs, these are Sunni Arabs, right? Of course, Muslims, all our brothers. But at the same time, look at all these Sunni Muslim leaders, right? They are Arabs, they are Sunni like Palestinians are, but what did they do for Palestinians? Not only did they not help Palestinians, but they also facilitated the shipment of goods to the Israeli regime. They also helped the Israeli regime with oil and gas and resources. So what the US has, the American project was to basically make every person in every country believe, oh, this is, I have to act within these lines. But Sayyid Hasan said that we're not fighting for land. One is, of course, having your land as part of this justice we're talking about. The land does belong to its people, like Palestine belongs to Palestinians. And so in that way, of course, fighting for land includes fighting for justice. But what this also means is that we're not limited by land, that if our neighbors are bombed, then we're also going to help them, because of course this is not only humane, this is logical, because if basically the Israeli regime goes over the borders of your neighbor, it will get to your country. So of course this will help what Sayyid Hasan did. It protected Lebanon. It was basically the first victory of Muslims against Zionists under his leadership. He has protected Lebanon, but he's protected Palestinians, but
the way where Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah and his deputy Hashem Sayyid can have a righteous ceremony commemorating their life and legacy, as you witnessed today in the Lebanese capital, Beirut. You saw people from many states fly in, thousands actually flew in from all over the world for this commemoration ceremony, and there was well over 1 million Lebanese in attendance there as well for this procession. There was a simultaneous commemoration ceremony taking place in the Iranian capital, Tehran, as well. Now, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah was martyred back in late September, and in October we lost his deputy, Hashem Safiuddin. At the Grand Masala Convention Center, Gisumi Shah Ahmadi, our Press TV correspondent, is on standby to give us an update with the procession taking place in the Iranian capital, Tehran. Gisu, we're going to come back to you. What's the mood like there? Are there still people there, and what's the overall feeling like where you're at?
Well, yes, Danny, just as you mentioned, simultaneously people in the Iranian capital, Tehran, gathered in the Grand Masala. I have to mention that in the city of Mashhad, the holy city of Mashhad, also a similar ceremony took place to pay tribute to the great martyr Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. And of course, this is seen for Iranians as an opportunity to pledge allegiance to the values of the resistance movement and to express their support for all of the oppressed people around the world, particularly the oppressed people of Palestine, and of course the resistance movement in Lebanon that of course did stand till the very end to offer its support for the people of Gaza until eventually there was a ceasefire there. And of course the resistance movement did pay a heavy price in that regard. And well, we won't need to go over what happened over the past 16 months in Gaza. That was quite clear in front of all those cameras documenting Israeli atrocities and the genocide that happened there. And of course the people I talked to today clearly remember every single instance and milestone in that genocide that was ongoing in Gaza, and they, all of them, they said that they are right behind the Palestinian people. The resistance movement is still alive, and they will continue to offer their support for the resistance front. And of course they were very grateful to their Lebanese brothers and sisters who were also right there offering their support for the Palestinians, particularly the people in Gaza. And of course that led to the attack that eventually led to the martyrdom of this great and legendary leader of the Hezbollah resistance movement, Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah, who is still alive among his followers and who has millions walking down his footsteps, and people who will continue to walk down the path that he led.
Gisu, thank you. And we have standing by Fra Hughes and also Mariam Azad, chair in our Tehran studios. Fra Hughes joining us from Belfast. And now, Fra, I want to come back to you because you and I are just about the same age, Fra. We actually spent the last few decades, 3 decades plus, seeing the evolution of Lebanese resistance, of regional resistance against occupation. We saw resistance grow in Palestine, in Lebanon, in Iran, in Yemen. Your contributions, or pardon me, your perception on how late Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah's impact and contributions were to the evolution of resistance in the region and in Lebanon.
Well, I think it's true to say he was the heart and soul of both Hezbollah and of the Axis of Resistance. Now, I know there are many members of the Axis of Resistance, but I think that Hasan Nasrullah's personality and vision, much like General Soleimani, was able to be the glue and the cement that brought various factions together through trust and through honor and through respect, and through these ties over the last 3 decades or more. It has helped solidify a regional axis of resistance. If you think of how small Hezbollah probably begun in and around 1982, Hezbollah, just like Hamas, is a reaction to the Zionist colonization and occupation of both Palestine and at one stage Lebanon itself. So a small embryonic group that came together, Shum in South Lebanon, to help defend the area from the occupation has grown into a huge regional power bloc. It has representatives within the Lebanese parliament. It is not only a military machine, it has charitable organizations, political representatives. It is the whole package of what a revolutionary movement should be. It's not just military, it's involved in the charitable work to help people, it's involved in the politics to help bring about policies for the benefit of the Lebanese people. It has helped the likes of Nasrullah, it has helped the likes of the PNU in Iraq. It helped Syria to stand alone against Turkey and America and the Zionist interlopers between 2015 and 2024. So for something so small to have such a huge global impact, and when I think of Nasrullah and I think of his loss, I also think of Allende, I also think of Che Guevara, I also think of Patrice Lumumba, and I think of Malcolm X. That is the type of person that Hassan Nasrallah strikes me as, a leader who was not egotistical, who was not out to aggrandize himself. It was not a cult of personality. He was a leader who empowered others to follow in his footsteps. The true test of any leader is that they're not a gatekeeper, that they empower those around them, that at times they step back and allow others to step forward to embrace that power, so that in the words that I've heard said before, you may kill the revolutionary, but never the revolution. Nasrallah's revolution will continue, and hopefully his legacy will be the freedom of Al-Quds, the freedom of Al-Aqsa, and the end of Western hegemony within West Asia.
Thank you, Fra. And Miriam, I want to come back to you. I want to know what you think that U.S. and Zionist leadership out of Tel Aviv think when they go out and try to assassinate resistance icons, heroes, and leaders, what they think they're going to achieve, and do they achieve it from your perspective?
I mean, it's really an act of weakness in many senses, because they have to do something big. Now, you know what the Israeli regime did. Netanyahu, for instance, following all of his promises, that he was talking about destroying the entire resistance front. I mean, forget about Hamas. And now we see that he's so defeated that not only has he not even been able to eradicate Hamas, but there is far more Hamas soldiers now than he began with, and more people are joining. And now the Israeli regime is having to deal with Hamas, who it had claimed that it would be able to eradicate. So with all of these promises, Netanyahu went into this latest round of genocide. And then what we saw happen, that there was defeat after defeat, that Palestinians showed their resistance. Over 15 months, they basically stood up in the face of the most brutal crimes history has ever recorded. And they stood up and they resisted, and the Israeli regime was not able to eradicate Hamas. So Netanyahu needed something that looked like a victory. Of course, it's, so it's an act of weakness. It's that they have to put something on the show to tell their people, oh, look, we had this one guy who was the head of everything, and then we destroyed it. So overlook all the other defeats that we've suffered, basically. Overlook the fact that you no longer feel safe, that you have left you have left the homes you had occupied, that you had to run back to the country you came from, because look, we killed Sayyid Hasan Nasrullah. And he definitely was, and he was a great commander, and these commanders are definitely not easy to replace. There's no question about that. But because of the overall effects it has, it actually is a very